everyone, and welcome to Flashback. Week 6 of the EU LCS saw some of the quickest games of the split so far, and the race for playoffs has begun. The Ninjas in Pajamas made Vitality work for this series. Steelback had to equip his sniper scope when he clipped HQ straight out of the air. However, Vitality were caught up by NIP's smooth 1-3-1 ninja mechanics. But in the end, it didn't even matter when Nukeduck sealed NIP's fate with a game-ending pentakill.
Nukeduck looking for the Quadra, can he go for it all? Looking for that penta on Nagne, and he does it! A pentakill for Nukeduck!
Led by the First Blood King Eulcs, H2K dismantled Roccat in a crushing 2-0 victory that also saw the fastest win of the EU LCS Summer split so far. G2 and Splyce both favored a more conservative approach to Game 1 of this series, with Splyce almost getting a sneaky backdoor on G2's Nexus only to be caught red-handed. And in Game 2, Perkz utterly baffled Senkox with his usual tricks on the blank.
Double kill! There's the Perkz that we all know and love!
Misfits tried to tame the Unicorns in an intense seesaw of a series. They looked in the zone as they recruited Baron to their team and took Game 1. Vizichachi came up huge in Game 2, escaping death on slivers of health, leading the way for the Unicorns to tie up the series.
Oh my god, outplayed!
Although, what rises must fall. Vizichachi's overconfidence meant that Alphari and the Misfits gained early pressure in the final game. Yet still, the longer it went on, the more UL proves that they are still the top horse at the race.
Power Beagle trying to flash to safety, Samix! Ace in the hole, snipes him down.
Both Roccat and the Mysterious Monkeys looked scrappy in this 3-game series. However, the Monkeys were starting to look more comfortable with their stabilized roster. But Roccat pounced into action in Game 2, when Hjarnen's quadra kill tied it up.
Flashes forward, the dancing grenade, oh my god, Hjarnen!
However, Kikis' final flash onto Betsy brought another victory to the Monkeys. Fnatic vs Vitality was the last matchup of the weekend, and Fnatic wanted to make it a quick one. Vitality looked to Cabochard to try to crack the game open, but Caps had other ideas as he shoved a wall into Vitality's plans. Nevertheless, the Sleeping Kings Fnatic woke once again to remind us of their royal blood.
He's gonna take out Steelback, Vander gets popped back on, the double kill, the triple kill, and Caps is going crazy.
And that sums up Week 6 of the EU LCS. Fnatic and H2K both reinforced their spots at the tops of Group A and Group B, while the rest of the teams start to scrap it out for those all-important playoff places. Tune in on Thursday when UOL take on Roccat and H2K battle it out against G2. Don't miss it.
We're getting ready here. It's going to be Game 1, Mysterious Monkeys versus Roccat. Roccat maybe step up a little bit here in this series now.
And a lot of that came from the mid lane, but his top lane amazing's coming through now.
Chain CC goes in, knocked back. Foxy now in trouble, already burned the flash. Goodbye. That is going to be first blood for Mysterious Monkeys. Kick is an amazing, off to a great start. Trying to increase the pace already. Close to very strong early, can be strong. Cosq continues to trade aggressively. Flash forward on Deed. That's the hook. Guz going to move in. Does dodge the petrifying gaze. Looks like the team not even on the same page. Betsy now finally moving in, is going to get the kill in the end.
Without having the Fate's Call back available for Yuki, they couldn't get Dreams out of the situation. It would have put Yuki back in the line of fire to get that stand behind me. Hang on here. Now comes Betsy into the fight as well. TP is being channeled from mid lane.
Keep your eyes on Cosq and the petrifying graze. This will be crucial. Pride Stalker is going to duck away there now in trouble. Yuki is running for his life, but Betsy's going to play cleanup. Flash forward. Foxy going to take him down. 2 kills for Roccat.
The chase matchup into Na, which hasn't gone
the
their
hard
way.
read. Kikis, goodbye. Wooddeed with just a beautiful prediction onto the sidestep from Jace. Tower's going to drop down as well, and that has to be so frustrating for Kikis.
On the other side, talking about Betsy, actually we're preparing for a fight.
Cosq has to be careful. Flash over the wall, the snare still going to connect us. Chain CC moving forward. Dreams is going to block what he can. Foxy is right in the middle of everything. Only going to hit one with the ultimate. The Fate's Call, the disengage. They're looking to start this one back up. They're going to take down Foxy. Yuki dishing out tons of damage. Dreams now set to fall. They're going to have to back off. That is a stunned up Pride Stalker. Wooddeed trying to pull back. Suddenly the trade's a lot more even than we may have expected them to be.
TP from behind. Oh, but he's mini.
Mininar does come in, does use the Randuin, tries to slow up the targets. Foxy's still incredibly tanky. The rest of the team leaping forward. Dreams on the way in as well. Keep your eyes on that Mega Gnar. He can just strut through the tanks. Mega Gnar comes out, but he's locked up. He cannot leap to safety. Over aggression from the side of Rawcat. Mysterious Monkey's now backing off. Rawcat desperate to get something back. Exhaust goes in, Dreams goes down, respawns just to die again. Need more than that. Amazing though, in dire straits in terms of health bar. And Yuki has to be careful, is gonna get locked at the team now, leaping forward, Priestalker on the front line, but a 3-man stun. Cosq may not be enough. Wadid goes over the wall, but he is all alone and isolated. Fate's Call gonna save his support, and that's actually the kill for the Mysterious Monkeys. Dreams goes in again for some reason. Foxy knocks the team back! What an ultimate! Rawcat now poised to take the fight. No hope left for the Mysterious Monkeys. A clean fight. Kick is TPing in. He's trying to fire back. Can he get it? A shock blast to Jin. Too fast with the crit, with the movement speed. Hjarnan on a rampage, and what a fight from Rawcat.
We thought maybe Kikis could clean up, but unfortunately he's not tanky in any stretch of the imagination, and there's so much damage here.
Bye-bye, Jace. That's going to be the ace for Rawcat.
Despite, we were talking about Betsy early on, he's done a great job. 5-0-5, Mysterious Monkeys want to fight.
Hold that thought. Wadid now running for his life. Will use the box to try to disengage. Has hooked up one member. Betsy is on the backside. A lot of damage onto Yuki. Foxy leaves it again! Not going to get anybody though. Yuki, nice sidestep, dodging what he can. Yuki still alive. Nice movement coming in for the Mysterious Monkey. Unfortunately, Foxy being committed to the top side to stop the Super Minion wave means that Mysterious Monkeys are just going to move in. They're going to break the tower. Amazing's going to look to start the fight. Wadid has been isolated and will be picked off here. Mysterious Monkeys in the driver's seat. Now Hjarnan is in trouble. The ultimate comes out. The CC all going to connect, but they may not have the damage to follow up. Gargoyle's Stoneblade keeps him healthy. Foxy leaps forward, but Cosq with the flash forward means Hjarnan is dead. Mysterious Monkeys, they're running through this team, and after throwing so much away, after a 4 or 5K gold lead for the side of Rawcat, Mysterious Monkeys are looking to take the game, but Cosq is going to drop in the process, and a little bit of a messy finish here to close out a little bit of a messy game. Taking a little more time to do it at the end of the day. That is going to be the Game 1 win for the Mysterious Monkeys.
Is not expected to win 3-6 here, and it is not happening, but mid lane again is where Priestalker's going.
Cosq, heal comes out, flash over the wall. Betsy is pulled up, but flash does come in. Amazing on the way forward. Elise going in, looking for the execute. Cosq going to go down. Amazing going to try to get something back, but a level 6 Vladimir means there's no hope on that play. Yet another good start for Rawcat. Have to be careful. Rawcat definitely with a tempo advantage right now, pushing in on the top side. Dreams coming in. Amazing leaping forward. Lack of coordination on the play. The fight continues. Yuki dishing out a ton of damage. Kikis is here as well. Foxy running forward into Yuki. The Akali can't approach any further. There's a lot of spears in that little Gnar, but we'll go Mega eventually. Cosq leaping in. Mega Gnar on the way. Can they get it? That's going to be one going down. Dreams is killed yet again. The snare goes in. Priestalker not going to get it because Betsy's going to grab it in the end. 2 kills over to Rawcat in what was a very chaotic fight.
Now they need that TP to come through already, or Mysterious Monkeys could end up in a real rough situation.
Out. Suddenly the Vladimir hand delivered into the back line. Betsy trying to get as much damage down as he can. Double 80 carries versus Betsy. Wadid trying to hold on. Amazing is going to grab a kill back. Betsy running for his life. Yuki throwing down what he can. Foxy on the backside. Once again, Rawcat are split up. Mysterious Monkeys sticking together, but it is simply not enough. Betsy, is he going to turn back? No chance to use the hill. That is a kill back for Cosq. Now Amazing leaping in. He's going to get one as well. Mysterious Monkeys, how are you turning this fight around, but not going to get it? But that is the Akali we wanted to see in the fight. And let me tell you, if there is one champion that can clean it up, it is that Akali. Is just going to Gnar him into the wall. The chain CC comes in. Akali, is he even going to get a chance to fight?
Shot here. Hjarnan wants to get the 4th shot to even crit them.
One more auto. Dancing grenade.
He's got 4th shot.
Kikis come out of the stone. Where are you going to go? Kikis. Ooh, the escape. Clean plays from Kikis.
He's going to reload if he's not careful.
4 members are now pinched in the jungle. Foxy not even close to the Mega Gnar. Cosq has the package.
Betsy's not here yet.
Fight looks like it's going to start. Kikis moving forward. Dreams locking up Wadid. He can't save anybody right now. Leap over the wall. Kikis going to get the shutdown. Goodbye to Foxy. That rage bar is ticking up. I don't know if he's going to get the chance to use it, though. Deleted immediately. Rawcat, the gold lead means nothing when Mysterious Monkeys just outplay you. That is the double kill. Betsy is now in trouble. Pool comes out. Fate's Call as well. Leap in, throwing the thresh forward. Has been now pulled back. Wadid tries to keep Betsy in the belly. They're now backing off. You use the heal. They're moving forward. There is no way you can stop this Mysterious Monkeys lineup. Hjarnan, can you do enough damage to save the day? It does not look like it. Foxy running to safety. Betsy is still alive, however. Can he be the hero for Rawcat? Wadid saving the day once again. Kikis though. So much damage. That's the crit. Ooh, that's a fat one coming in. Hjarnan now fighting back.
Flashes forward.
The dancing grenade. Oh my God. Hjarnan. Betsy in the late game, but Hjarnan. Amazing Kickus on the flank. Rocket have they overextended again. Hjarnan incredibly
He's
low.
got a fourth shot loaded though.
Eyes on Kickus, amazing. Gonna kick him back into the team. What a play from the Lee Sin. Hjarnan now in trouble. Kickus says, oh, too easy. He's gonna spit him out. Leap forward. Not gonna be enough. Kickus gets the takedown. That is the fight back. Mysterious Monkeys are turning it around once again, leaping forward. Tides of blood coming out. Betsy, can you do it? Double kill. Cosq coming in. That's gonna be the triple for the Corki. Poking on the backside. Hjarnan locked over the wall. Is going to reload though. Snare is going to connect onto Amazing. It's lower. It's lower. Pride Stalker's going to get it in the end. Now Cosq has to run. Suddenly it's Hjarnan and Wadid in the middle of the team. One more shot for that Jin. Where's it going to be? Where's it going to go? Spin, spin, spin. Hjarnan, can you find it? No. Mysterious Monkeys. Kick is buying what time he can. They need to take down Hjarnan. That's one more tower. If they can't kill Hjarnan, everything's going to fall apart here, but he has been eaten up. Leaping forward now. Rockcat, can you get the fight? Coming in. Hjarnan is in trouble. The Corki's moving forward. Can't find one more auto. Kickus can, though. Leaping in. Betsy on the way as well. Can they find the fight? Kickus trying to make it out to safety, but Betsy's coming in. That is going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. One of the bloodiest series I have ever seen, and we are going to a Game 3. Rocket managed to pull it back. It's messy once again, but they are going to get the win, and that is all that matters in a series like this.
What a ridiculous game out of Hjarnan and Wadid. Brightstalk is actually heading bottom side. He's cleared out the Rift Scuttler, knowing Amazing isn't here, and now Wadid wants to go in. This is a good read that Amazing isn't here.
Some blows. CC now guaranteed to land. They're chaining the CC together. No base call means a dead dreams and first blood for Rocket. Mysterious Monkeys jungle, but
so Steadfast Presence should block a little bit here, and look, shield from the Buckler. They gotta wait it out.
Stun goes in. Now they're taking tower. Aggro gonna try to dash out. Is gonna make it to safety. Said that.
Oh, Amazing!
Comes in.
What? Oh, Faxi just outplayed Amazing so hard. Gank attempt on Faxi backfiring really hurt Mysterious Monkeys. Pride's still gonna
flash over.
Splashes in. He got it. Wow. That is
instant play on the top side. They're gonna have to hold that thought. They got the dragon, but now Foxy trying to get the outplay.
This time Kickus isn't even gonna like crush this exchange. Like, he will likely do damage to Faxi, but Faxi just kind of blocks, and then Faxi will push him into a wall.
Oh, nice huge sidestep. That is everything in this matchup. The Black Cleaver means not a whole lot of armor. The Dominus ticking down with magic damage. The true damage from the red buff. Amazing on the way in. If that Prey Seeker hits, bye-bye, does not need it. Foxy can't afford to overcommit here, but has to be ready to start a fight. Is going to get the knock into the wall onto the Renekton. Is going to get hooked up and deleted immediately. No one is here from Rockcat. Foxy dies alone.
Foxy is not strong enough to do anything there. Like, Poppy as a champion won't do anything. Flash in on Betsy.
Stun going to get knocked off the chain CC. No chance for Betsy to respawn. Mysterious Monkeys are hungry for blood, and they're moving for a little bit more. Wadid gets taken down. The Lantern to save the day, but Amazing still going to remember strong. A creep wave backing them up. TP from Kickus. They want to keep the minion alive. Pride Stalker goes down. Mysterious Monkeys, 29 minutes. No more back and forth, they say. No more mid-game fights. We are going to close it out. Mysterious Monkeys move in. They take down Rockcat, and they take the series.
Wait. Now. Series.
This will force Caps back. He's already low. Nuke can help get the push so that he can go back to base. Probably buy himself some lifesteal to work towards that plate. As a flash comes in.
Oh, Broxah looking forward. It's going to be first blood over to Caps now. And Joko's got an Arctic retreat back to the tower. Meanwhile, back up top, Soaz looking for Combo Shard because he knows that Broxah is coming. There's the red carpet. Is a welcome here for the Fnatic jungler. And Soaz has to flash away. The minion's still on him, but Broxah's going to tag his way in. Gets a belly bop, throws down the barrel, and another one to finish the kill.
Cabo's like, that's not fair. I was going to win the 1v1. So Vitality, they're feeling pretty confident. The question is, will they go for a Drake as Soaz?
Oh no, they step right back into it, and Soaz says, get in the pit, everybody. Glacial Prison opened up. So is the curtain call, but it's a little too late as Reckless picks up one, and Caps blows up Nuke. Fnatic down the mid lane.
Fnatic with the classic, sit in the brush, wait for them to overstay, go for the engage, and find the kills.
while the Baron is going down. Fnatic 22 minutes in. And here we go. Cabochard, Vander looking to come in. Of course, Joko not around, so they couldn't really stop the smite from happening anyways. And now they're going to turn the fight on with the Baron picked up. They melt through Cabochard. Nukeduck trying to make a play, but he's not going to be able to get anything done. Bopped into the wall by Broxa. Jezzes and he are right on top of him. Reckless is going to help Caps finish that off. A double kill for the Syndra. 9-1 in kills, and they were only 22 minutes in. But the last time they did the Baron, it was without an opposing jungler. Would they start risking if they do get pushed in lanes? I think the Dragon seems to be a more
good stun.
Joko, he gets a stun around the backside. They're trying to pincer on Fnatic right now. Caps, Broxa, Jez is all locked up, but where is all the damage? They get him knocked back as Vander has to swallow up Joko. Nukeduck, meanwhile, dueling it out with Reckless, but he's not taking as good as he's getting there. Soaz moving forward as they try to get Steel back, but he's flashed away. Reckless manages to finish off Vander, and Vitality are scattered to the winds. Cabochard taken down. Fnatic, the second wind was incredible. Down goes Joko, and it's time for the Baron.
They managed to get another Baron without the jungler there. They find the perfect fight, and Vitality looked so promising at the beginning.
Fnatic moving down the mid lane.
But remember, when they found that good fight before, it was when Fnatic were sieging. Let's see if Vitality can do it again.
Well, it's a bigger lead than it was before, but Joko does have his ultimate. He's able to get a knock in to Broxa. Let's see, Cabochard throwing out the Flame Spitter.
Whoa!
Now he stopped up the Scout of the Week. They're taking some serious damage right now. Reckless flashing forward to finish off Nukeduck. They want to end the game right here, right now. A double kill for Caps and an explosive finish for Fnatic. Opening up on this base, 32 minutes into this game, 16 kills to 1. Game 1 in the books, Fnatic are back. All right, Counter-Strike. Ooh, flash followed through. Joko incoming a little slow, gets the belly bop, and he throws down the barrel, and it's going to be first blood over to Cabochard.
It's going to be a big deal for Nukeduck. He doesn't have the package available to him, but when he does, the fact that he has this additional pressure means that he can look for more roams. Ooh, and now Broxa was close. He's going for a gank anyway.
Isolation and instantly exhausted down, but Joko's looking to come in for a turn. Broxa follows through, and he wishes he didn't. Right inside of Vander, the Ash Arrow just whizzes right by, and Nukeduck picks up a kill.
Now they've baited Fnatic in. Here comes Cabo.
Oh, Cabo hopping on, but he gets knocked back. An insta-cleanse from Caps once again, but he's got no more summoners. Tries to ride the wall, but he knocks them all back, and it looks like Nukeduck's going to be able to finish him at the end of the day, and Broxa getting caught up for just a second. Both in the pit. Nukeduck with a blast cone going the wrong way. As in comes Reckless, forces him to flash back. And he's got the chains on. Finally, it's gonna end.
So I want to see them now move Steelback and Vanna topside, start pressuring onto that tower as the TP comes in the river.
Ash Arrow, it's gonna land on a Reckless. He heals preemptively, and all of a sudden Joko is here. The big arrow from Nukeduck, and now Cabochard is hopping on in after the TP. Will they be able to take down Jezzes? Yes. But Caps is going to fire back, find one onto Nukeduck. It's a 1-for-2 trade for Vitality.
Remember that Reckless used his flash to get the kill onto Nukeduck earlier, so Vitality make the play happen. The fight's not over, though.
They're looking for Joko, and he's going to get swallowed up by Vander as Cabochard is making himself known, but the rest of the team's not quite there. He's going to ward hop away, and Broxa's going to jump right on top of him, and in comes Caps to separate Vander and Joko from Steelback as they try to get back to the safety of the tower, but they're locked up in a corner. Soaz throws down the standard, and Caps is going to take out Steelback. Vander gets popped back on. The double kill, the triple kill, and Caps is going crazy. But Nukeduck's here. Who is baiting who? That's the question as the crab goes down. Special delivery for Nukeduck, dodging out the threaded volley of Caps. In comes Cabochard, but he just gets a stun onto Jezzes as they knock him back into the team. But Soaz tags his way in, looking for Steelback, turning around. The arrows are firing. Nobody's gone down just yet. Vitality not too keen on it, but Cabochard, he certainly is. Nukeduck with a finishing kill. Can they do it? Cabochard, oh so low. They're rooted up on the chains. Everybody's bleeding out of Vitality's side. Reckless flashing forward, takes down Steelback, and Fnatic looking like they win that fight by inches. Wait, Cabochard spotted on a ward, and now the action is going to start again. It's Jezzes who's tanking up the Ash Arrow. Fnatic, though, they're going the wrong way to the base. They're going to have to fight their way out, and they just might do it as Joko has to flash his way out of the pit. So as everyone's on top of him, and now it's Caps who's coming up with kill number 1. Cabochard limping, but Broxa is not going to let him off that easily, and Steelback up against the wall. It's a double kill for the Fnatic jungler. Nukeduck and Vander trying to turn it around, but Soaz wants to go right back in. Here comes Reckless for round 2, and they've separated him up on the wall. It's Reckless with a killing spree now, and Nukeduck, the last member standing, not anymore. That's the ace. Off the back of Rift Rivals, Fnatic knew something had to change, and it just goes to show you can teach old kings some new tricks.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Picks to Watch. Patch 7.14 is a rather hefty one, so we're going to look at some of the fun and interesting champions that could be making their way into pro play. Let's do it. Starting off with the biggest fanboy Zed has ever had, it's Kayn.
Will you prove worthy?
Oh, and Rast.
Time to reap.
The Devil duo are expected to make their way either into the jungle or the top lane. The cool thing about this champion is his flexibility. Need someone that's good at killing stuff? Kayn's your man. Or maybe you need a bit more of a bruiser who can take a punch or two, well, Rast is the guy for you. While the Shadow Hunter looks cool, I expect the Darkin to be the preferred choice by many pros. The Scythe Swinger has a great jungle clear speed and can be quite the potent early game jungler. While his 1v1 trading is not the strongest in the early game, the variety of unique jungle paths that he can take makes for a wealth of opportunities to snowball an early advantage. As a laner, his ability to clear waves is extremely valuable. For the same reasons as above, he can prioritize on just farming until he has a few levels under his belt. Once he gets his ulti, that's where things really get fun. I expect to see an early prioritization of Black Cleaver, followed by some tanky stats like the new Thornmail, a Dead Man's Plate, and a Spirit Visage. For top lane Rast, you may also see a Titanic Hydra for a bit of extra wave clear. Focusing in on the Murder Dude, remember how much health he can get back. His ability to dive into the middle of a team fight, soak a huge amount of damage, and then get it all back with his ultimate is something that few champions can rival. Be sure to use it on a tank though, as his scythe is only really effective against those meaty targets. Now, while this guy isn't great at mowing the lawn, he is good at finding unique flank paths and appearing where his enemies least expect. Always be mindful of your damage output though. Kayn is good at killing stuff quickly, while Rast prefers the drawn out fights. Our next champ is the bounty hunter with a butt to boot, it's Misfortune.
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
Many champions will profit from the lethality changes that are making their way this patch. Funnily enough, Misfortune is one of them. She has always had a fairly strong laning phase thanks to the harass she can provide with Make It Rain and the trading power she gains from her double up. A commonly undervalued trait of Misfortune is the amount of movement speed that she passively gains. This makes it easy to transition from lane to lane when trying to play for objectives or catch an enemy by surprise. I expect to see an early prioritization on Yomu's Ghostblade, followed by a Duskblade of Drakthar, and a Black Cleaver to round things out. It's at this point that a team fighting tells High Noon to take a back seat because it's bullet time. The huge amount of AoE damage that is combined with all the lethality and armor shred turns your enemies into a Red Sea which you can sail to victory. This is especially useful around objectives. When sieging for towers or as the enemy approaches a Baron, don't be afraid to open fire at the enemy as they will either be forced to back away or get more piercings than they'd probably like. It's always important to bear in mind that Misfortune has no built-in escapes, so be sure to position carefully and ask your team for help. Otherwise, we might have to remove the space in your name. Moving on to our next champion is the man that will always leave you impressed, it's Tarek.
2 tickets to the Gem Show.
This patch he's received a few buffs. Pair this with the fact that he naturally does well into melee supports like Braum and Tahm Kench, makes him a more favourable option in the current meta. His stun is much easier to land on champions that are within a closer range, making his poke surprisingly strong. To add to this, he also provides a heal during the laning phase, which is recharged faster the more aggressively you play in lane. This means that you can often command ahead when you brandish your gems against your opponents. Tarek's primary goal is to peel for his carries. Therefore, be sure to get yourself a Locket of the Iron Solari alongside a Knight's Vow, especially given how well they synergize with his kit. Another tool that helps him act as the Shield of Valorant is his ultimate, which is a fantastic anti-teamfight tool that can mitigate huge damage abilities like Equalizer and Bullet Time to give you the opportunity to get an outrageous turnaround. One thing to note about Tarek is how you don't have to be glued to your carries. The range of Bastion is surprisingly large, therefore don't be afraid to stick with the other members of your team so that way everyone can have a ticket to the Gem Show. The final champion is none other than the ball-riding Stormbringer Sejuani.
I rule the Freljord.
Recently appearing over in the LCK and the European LCS, Sejuani could find a place in the jungle. With buffs to Cinderhulk hitting the Rift last patch, tank junglers have gotten tankier and their clear speed has gone faster. Synergize this with Sejuani's passive that makes you naturally tanky with an already impressive clear speed, and you begin to wonder why your ball doesn't have any armor plating. Now, while she doesn't provide a lot of damage, she certainly makes up for it with her utility. Sejuani really gives meaning to the phrase "winter is coming" when her ultimate hits you in the face, creating an engage tool from the mid-game onwards. The great thing about Sejuani is her ability to both dive onto the backline or peel for your carries and focus the front line. While her title as Fury of the North may imply otherwise, Sejuani typically builds full tank. Some chose to rush Warmogs given the bonus stats you gain from your passive, followed by a Gargoyle's Stoneplate. A Knight's Vow can always be valuable should you want to provide a bit more protection for your allies. Now while Sejuani can have a significant impact later into the game, she has a lot of weaknesses early. With a poor ability to duel, and after being fairly squishy without items, early game focused junglers can make your life difficult. So be sure to invest in vision to protect your land and prepare yourself for the battles to come. That does it for this episode of Picks to Watch. If there are any fun or interesting champions that you're expecting on the next patch, be sure to hit me up in the comments section below. With that, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
every loss to Fnatic, to Misfits, to Unicorns, we learned something like our draft and Unicorns and Misfits, our Polaris, Herald, Infernal Drakes, so on. Every loss is like kind of a motivation in a way.
I think they're trying to figure out what's good right now and pretty much what their identity is.
Alright, the prison waits a little wide. Here comes Trashy in from the side. The Weaver's wall locks out G2. It's Splice that are on the board. They've taken down Expect. Talia, a double kill for Senkax before he gets sniped. Trick's running for his life. Oh, distortion forward. Shatter Orb. Not going to be able to be procced. Where's the shade? Trashy's under the tower. One shot. The Illusionist. Double kill!
When we played like sprint against them yesterday and they demolished us, then it's a sign that they're coming back.
I respected Bjorn a lot. I've been with him in solo queue since season 4. He's a good friend of mine, so it's always fun to play against him.
Me and Perks, I think we share number 1 spot.
Him and I are the best mid laners.
I go here.
Yeah. Look, we fight. I out you. Yeah. You can go in.
I go here.
Let's go buy some time. That's a 3-man taunt into a 2-man knocker. Into Rocket getting wiped.
We can't play like this against any team.
Both teams will pick meta, both teams will try to play macro, and we will slowly win both games.
If I played as Rift Rivals, I'm pretty sure I would have been the best performing mid at the tournament.
Let's go. Betsy's gonna die. Pretty well executed by HTK. Love it.
Good job.
Nice.
You're like fucking annihilated.
Hell yeah, I'm better than Expect. For sure, we can beat G2.
That vision upwards. Now Perks. Oh! Now you see him, now you don't.
I made a promise, but a statement that we will not lose a game after 3 rivals, so we are gonna 2-0 HK.
Welcome to Week 7 of the European LCS Summer Split. The Unicorns of Love have a chance to get a lead over their rivals H2K as they face a struggling Roccat in our very first series of the week. As we can see, the crowd absolutely pumped. I saw an awesome Ottawamne sign earlier in the crowd, so he has some personal fans. But first we have Roccat because they are up on the stage to I was gonna say beat, but we will see that. They're facing the Unicorns of Love. Chachi is always in the mood to kill some people on the Rift, and Wadid also absolutely pumped. Hello everyone, I'm Eva Supporter here with Henning Eklund and Andrew Verius Day. We see Andy every week, but Henning is back, so welcome back.
Yes, thank you very much. I am back here indeed, because what better way to spend a sunny day in July than to be locked into a dark room with Verius?
Yeah. I can let your imaginations do the rest of the work, but we're going to talk about League of Legends. The fight between the teams is getting tougher as we're approaching the final weeks of the split. Let's check out the standings before today's matchups, and obviously a lot of interesting things there. And to me, obviously G2 getting back on the saddle, on the horse, and getting back a higher spot in Group A is very interesting. And it's the end of cross-group play, so we're looking at a lot of key matchups.
Yes, we certainly are. We have a lot of exciting matches coming up later on in the day. All these points are very important. You can see how close Vitality is to Splice, how close Unicorns of Love and H2K are. Both of them with extremely important games this weekend, so the standings, a lot left to be determined. Definitely. A lot changed since you were last here. Obviously, G2 is kind of back there.
G2 and Rocket were both 2 and 3 when I was here last time, and now I see that G2 has been looking really sharp since then, but Rocket not doing as well. Faltering a little bit. They'll take to the stage also in a couple of minutes, but we have a very important thing to talk about, because this week the teams will be playing on patch 7.14, and here is Dracos to tell you about the changes.
Hey everyone, I'm Dracos here to talk to you about what you need to look out for on patch 7.14, which hits the Rift this week. 7.14 is a massive patch. It has rework level adjustments to many champions, paired with some big item redesigns as well as nerfs to meta picks. This means the playing field in this week's games should have more than its fair share of unknowns, but what I want to do is distill it down to what I think really matters at top level League of Legends. So for that, we're going to look at 3 changes, things that you should keep your eye on. The changes to lethality and Dustblade of Drakthar, Cho'Gath and his reworked Vorpal spikes, and the introduction of Bramble Vest and the new Thornmail. And of course, first up, Lethality, our old friend from OP to Irrelevant and back again. The stat has undergone yet another change. Now it scales off of user level rather than the opponent's level. This means the threat of snowballing with Lethality is even greater than it was last time we saw it in the meta. On top of that, Lethality items receive buffs across the board, but the one that really sticks out is Duskblade of Drakthar. All you need to look at is Duskblade's passive Night Stalker, aka shitloads of burst damage for free. This item is incredibly effective on any AD champion with a lead, but anyone who can proc the passive multiple times is pretty much going to look to buy it no matter what. However, as terrifying as Lethality is, we've all experienced it in solo queue. It may not be as big in competitive play. In the big leagues, it may be all about the tanks. Now, Zac, Sejuani, Gragas, they're strong tanks, excellent junglers, but Cho'Gath is the pick I'm keeping my eyes on. The changes to his Vorpal spikes have put him back on the list of viable junglers, giving him a stronger, clear, or reliable, slow, and obscene trading against other tanks via the scaling max health percentage damage. This, combined with his abundance of CC and a strong suite of tank itemization, make the Terror of the Void truly a terror to play against. And speaking of tank itemization, let's look at the latest way to ruin a healer's day, our new friend, the Bramble Vest. Basically, it's a mini Thornmail with a healing debuff. Bramble Vest makes it incredibly easy for tanks to shut down sustained-focused champions, pretty much ruin the day of anyone who wants to rely exclusively on Warlord's Bloodlust for healing. On top of that, it builds into the new and improved Thornmail, which now provides health in addition to the armor, while keeping the classic Thorns passive, and now an additional attack speed slow for all assailants. TLDR, as we get into week 7 of the summer split, Duskblade is powerful, but it's not better than the lineup of meta tanks. Cho'Gath is now one of those tanks, and the Bramble Vest is yet another reason on a very long list to be ready for a tank meta. Now, nobody knows what's to come, but we're going to have to find out as we get on to Summoner's Rift.
We will have to find out. Thank you very much. That was a very good run-through of the most important changes, so to say. A couple of notes. Obviously, Duskblade did get a hot fix. A little bit of the damage. The damage on earlier levels for Night Stalker is down, but we've heard that that hasn't made the biggest of influences. And Kayn is enabled as well. So out of everything we've seen, what do you think has the highest certainty of being seen in terms of champion picks?
Cho'Gath, 100%. Yeah, I think that having spoken with a lot of the pros and having a look at through some of the match histories, there's a lot of favor towards it right now, largely because of the clear speed and the utility that he provides. You have carry top laners now, you have huge amounts of damage in the mid lane, you see a huge amount of variation in AD carries. All you want is a front line and CC. Cho'Gath does that for you.
What about Kayn?
I think Kayn definitely has a lot of potential. Just looking at his kit, at what he can do, he can provide a lot. But I think he is a bit of a weird champion. It's going to take some time getting used to, so that's why I don't think we're going to be seeing here in the first week. But we have to make sure to keep our eyes open.
Well,
for,
the teams
the
always surprise us.
We also have Xerxes, so you always have to be careful, right?
The teams always surprise us, so we'll see what comes to the Rift today. But we're going to check out the teams getting the first taste of the new patch this week and the matchups the last week of cross-group play. That means that there are key matchups across the board. But we've talked a lot about the top of the standings. I'd like to see which teams in the middle and the bottom of the standings are you guys looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see Rocket here first up today to see if they can bounce back to become this sort of a middle-of-the-pack team, or if they're going to be relegated towards the bottom. We're going to see that quite early. What do you think, Veddy?
Quite excited to see Mysterious Monkeys versus Misfits. We've been seeing a lot of upward trending for Mysterious Monkeys. We heard from Amazing and Kikis how they're working well with the team. And Misfits, they still seem a little inconsistent. Their slump continues, so it'll be an exciting matchup, that's for sure.
A lot to look out for, but in our first series of the day, the Unicorns of Love are looking to take their 4th win in a row when they go up against Rocket. They came back from Rift Rivals, immediately won versus the versus Misfits Gaming. Rather, it was a 2-1 series for them. So what kind of improvements did we note from them?
They showed a lot of decisiveness when they went for this sort of call. They really play well together as a team. They also showed some expanding of the champion pool. Xerxes played Kindred and Elise for the first time of the split. So that's 2 big things that they can take with them.
Freddy, is there decisiveness, even though it's good when it works? But did we see any kind of, holding back from them and it wasn't the right time? Did we see any evolution in their playstyle there?
I feel like we're still seeing very much of what we've already seen a lot of from the Unicorns of Love. One of the big things we used to praise them for in the past was their ability to grow and develop as a team. But right now, I feel like they're still sticking with a lot of the same issues that they've had throughout the split, which is going for slightly random fights, but also just individual laners dying a little too often, making it difficult for Xerxes to get that early lead because of his weaker lanes.
And this could be the 4th series win in a row, but we're being critical, obviously, because of what we saw at Rift Rivals. We want to see them step up and shore up those mistakes. On the other side of the Rift, we have Rocket, not in the best form. They lost both their series last week, obviously, versus H2K. It was a bit of a stomp. It was a total stomp. And then versus Mysterious Monkeys, what should have been a more winnable series, they also didn't manage to make anything happen, except in the early game, which was quite successful. So why haven't they been able to win more games, Henning?
I mean, the late game team fighting and the team communication has just looked off for this team. There was one point in the game where Yarnan was 6-1 on Jin, really big performance, and then he was just left completely alone to get picked off by the assassins of the Mysterious Monkeys. So Rocket, while they have the good early game, as you stated, they need to step up the late game team fights.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for from Rocket. I feel like that they seem to be getting the early game down, but now we need to see them transition this more with their team play, with their communication. Against the Unicorns of Love, I think they can still get that early game lead, but that late game is going to be much harder to play.
Well, in any case, this was the time Rocket started their winning streak last split. We'll see if they can take down the Unicorns of Love as we leave it to our casters for game 1.
Thank you very much, Shox, and welcome to this clash between the Unicorns of Love and Rocket. I'm Aaron Medic Chamberlain, joined here by James Stress O'Leary, and I know I'm excited that we're on patch 7.14 today.
Yeah, for once we have the enviable task of being the first casters in the European region here for 7.14. Lots of cool stuff. We're going to explain it to you throughout the cast. When we see it, we'll get you all sorted on what 7.14 brings.
Well, let's check out the players fighting for the win. Rocket are on the blue side. A massive note for them is that Freddy122 is subbing in as their coach today. The last time we saw Freddy on the stage for Rocket was when they beat out Humor in the summer promotion tournament in 2016. He was, of course, playing top for them there. Actually played a bit of top Rammus, so you never know. The draft might change around a little bit for them today.
What do you know? A tank meta incoming, and Freddy is back on the Rift. Perfect, potentially, for Rocket, but they have to deal with their opponents today. On the red side, it is the Unicorns of Love, and one player with all these changes to tanks, to the jungle you have to keep your eyes on now is last split's rookie of the split in Xerxes, and he realistically has been ahead of the meta curve on a lot of things, whether it was the Warwick coming through, and then perhaps behind the meta bringing the Elise in last week. But certainly he's the kind of player that you have to keep your eyes on when there are these significant changes, because we might be seeing him pull out the likes of the Cho'Gath or the Kayn that we've been hearing people talk a lot about.
I have to admit, if he pulled out Kayn, I would be incredibly excited. A lot of people are saying he's not quite as strong as some of the other meta junglers on this patch. The tanks specifically, Sejuani, Cho'Gath, Gragas, that's what we're expecting to see a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm not actually expecting to see Kayn in every single draft. We may see him every now and again. One of his biggest problems is his build path, and if he does get picked, we'll touch on that more in-game, but just wanted to set expectations going into Champion Select, because now that Elise is gone, Zac is likely to be gone as well at some point, and that leaves a lot of tank junglers remaining, like the Cho'Gath that we've heard from time to time.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love giving respect to Pride Stalker's Elise, one of his best picks across this split. Actually, his most picked jungler as well. Interesting, just noting Pride Stalker, Rengar is a possibility with Duskblade and Lethality rising up again, something he was known for a lot in the past.
It's an outside chance for sure. When you look at how Rocket now banning away the Zac, they've been banning out now priority champions for Unicorns of Love. Historically, Shen, Caitlyn have been very good picks for Vizicsacsi and Samux. Cassiopeia banned away as a scaling matchup. You can basically blind pick Cassiopeia in a lot of situations and give her a little bit of help to get her through the laning phase, and that'll be fine. Now, the Jace being banned out, not only is it a champion we've seen Faxi play, it's one of the Duskblade champions up in that top lane we've seen and heard a little about.
An interesting fact here is that Rocket have decided to get rid of that Zac on the blue side, something we don't too commonly see, obviously showing us that jungle meta has changed on 7.14.
And part of that now is if you are taking the Thresh away, you don't want to give them that S-tier jungler that we know is still going to be strong. This Cho'Gath does have flex potential. We saw Cho'Gath yesterday, actually, in the North American Challenger Series in the top lane. So a lot of versatility now for the Unicorns of Love coming out of their first rotation.
There is the Cho'Gath locked in, as you say, alongside the Xayah. Samux played that 5 times thus far this split, one of his most played AD carries, and something we see Unicorns of Love putting a lot of priority towards.
And it gives them a decent amount of potential in the late game now for damage. We have a couple of options to go after now. Rocket have locked the Kalista alongside Thresh, a very strong bottom lane. Unicorns may pick up the Rakan on their rotation, or wait and pick up something like an Alistar, a Blitzcrank that we have seen in times gone by. But if Rocket do put the priority here in mid lane on the Syndra, while it's Betsy's most played champion, I don't feel like Rocket have shown an ability to close a game when playing around an early champion for Betsy.
We have seen Exile struggle against Syndra recently, though. Last week, 2 games on that Corki, really struggled early on to try and make plays into the Syndra, sometimes overextending slightly. Unicorns will get their lovers in the bottom lane with the Rakan lock-in here, so we'll have the birds in the bottom lane against the Kalista Thresh. What are our expectations coming into this second ban phase from both of these two teams, Stress?
So now we're looking at a mix of junglers and top laners being banned away by the Unicorns and mid laners taken out by Roccat. If we were to see the likes of a Kassadin, it's not the greatest matchup into the Syndra, but still something that Exile has trended towards. I wouldn't be too surprised to see those later game scaling, maybe the likes of a Vlad being taken away from Rockat's side as well.
We are going to see the Gnar removed alongside the Renekton. Now, we talked a little bit about the flexibility of Cho'Gath. Yeah. Can be top, can be jungle. It looks like both teams think they might be going towards the jungle.
And of course, Gnar you've got to take away from Faxi at the same time, and Chachi basically is setting himself in a situation where he can dictate the top lane matchup. Camille being banned out is the other pick that Faxi has actually looked okay on. These side lane split pushes, he's defaulted to Fiora a couple of times and hasn't looked all that bad, but a lot of priority towards top lane here out of both teams.
We'll see the LeBlanc and the Camille getting taken away. As you say, Unicorns have the first pick. With the Rumble locked in, they are going to play that Cho'Gath in the jungle, so very interested to see how effective Eulcs1 can be.
So there's still the possibility of the flex that we see sometimes happen in LCK. Zisse was one of the first Rumble jungle players for a while. There is also the very outside chance that Cho'Gath into Syndra, not a great laning phase, but it's the Unicorns. You've always got to keep that window open. There was a time, remember, where Cho'Gath was a meta mid laner. Not so much right now, but I just want to keep that option available. Roccat taking themselves an assassin out of the jungle, though. Kha'Zix made even stronger potentially with that Duskblade addition, as he, above maybe a lot of other junglers, can utilize that dropping vision using the passive.
I'm very happy with this Roccat lineup looking at it, because I see assassins, I see dive potential, I see a lot of exciting things coming from them. They do lock in the Galio last as well, something we have seen Faxi play a few times already this split. Will be the Vladimir for the Unicorns of Love, so it's going to be Rumble top, we expect, alongside the Cho'Gath in the jungle.
Right, that is the most likely setup now. And this Vladimir, along with the Xayah, has such good late game strength. You've got a lot of good late game team fighting, and then you've got Cho'Gath as a frontline alongside Rakan, very difficult to deal with. Like, the Cho'Gath gets so incredibly tanky, Rakan is able to start engages, allow Cho'Gath to get into the fight, and then that massive amount of AoE damage coming from Cho'Gath's new E that we'll explain in-game is going to be able to help them out against Roccat as well.
So what are these two compositions trying to do here, Stress? We see something that Unicorns of Love tend to pick is this sort of later game scaling composition, but what are Roccat trying to do with this lineup?
So Rockat's emphasis is likely to be around trying to get mid lane ahead in the early game and then transition that down towards the bottom side of the map. Of course, they've got the Galio there to provide protection for the Kalista, for the Syndra in teamfights. So Roccat are actually aiming to fight a little bit earlier on than the Unicorns lineup, but we know the Unicorns, as soon as they think a fight can go in their favor, they will take it.
And it's something that's worked out for them across the last few weeks. 3 series undefeated, or 3 series won in a row is a better way to say that. If you guys want to get involved, make sure you tweet at us at LOLesports, hashtag UOLwin if you think Unicorns will take it, and hashtag ROCwin if you think the cat will take down the Unicorn today. I have facts about cats later on. We'll get to them when we can, but we are going to get onto the Summoner's Rift for the first game of patch 7.14 and the first game of week 7.
It'll have to be a big cat, and perhaps this cat, the Pride Stalker, might have some pretty big claws in this game. Kha'Zix, potential Duskblade buy if he ends up going the new route. And against Xerxes, now Cho'Gath, his clear early game on the other side for Unicorns is pretty decent. His ability to fight in the early game against high damage junglers is not so much. After level 6, you can still trade effectively, utilizing the ult, but look at what Unicorns are doing on the top side of the map now. Hylissang in the pit.
So we saw them do this against Misfits last week. They burnt Alfari's flash early on because Alfari had pushed up to this second bush. Will Faxi make the same mistake?
Faxi surely should have watched that. Now as he sees Hylissang come out of the pit, you have to know that the Unicorns are on the top side. And this is a lot safer out of Roccat, as Unicorns will go back to the bottom side now. Of course, they want to try and get Chachi ahead. A lot of their earlier game damage is going to come from this Rumble on the top side, and if Chachi can stay up in the lane against Faxi, that is a good sign for them. Against Galio, you should have a decent amount of freedom, but Galio will be able to push back ever so slightly in that top lane.
Something we've talked about across this week, Stress, when we've been discussing this matchup, is how much we want Roccat to play around the bottom lane mostly. Pridestalker with this Kha'Zix jungler, do you think he's going to be able to facilitate that bottom lane?
He should be able to, especially with the Thresh as well. The Lantern into the lane is a great way of actually getting that fight started bot side. I think we'll have to track Pridestalker and his emphasis on Xerxes as well. But we already see early game priority from Roccat, trying to just find out where this Cho'Gath is starting, trying to upset a little bit of his early game clear. And Xerxes, he's fine though.
Yeah, he's fine for the moment. Pridestalker will clear out his Razor Beaks first and then go up towards the top side of the map along his jungle route. Let's talk a little bit about Xerxes' ganking potential here, though, because he's been a jungler who has been known for these sort of slightly more outlandish picks that are a little bit less in the meta. Here on the Cho'Gath, he's picking something that's a bit more meta, a bit more usual. How is he going to be able to gank these lanes? Because Cho'Gath, without follow-up CC or without CC to start it off, can struggle.
Exactly. It's a lot about starting the CC chain for Cho'Gath, because as soon as you get in range for the Rupture, the Q, the Silence, that generally is enough. So if Xerxes can get, for instance, maybe a slow from Chachi top lane or a knockup from Hylissang, that's fine. But Cho'Gath, as you said, on his own, doesn't have the best ganking potential. It's not awful. He can still get into a lane and make it work, but we can already see bottom lane under a lot of pressure. Roccat made it to the bot lane earlier because of the start that Unicorns had in the jungle, and now they've hit level 2. They've pushed up to the wave, and they've actually mitigated a lot of the strength that Xayah and Rakan typically would have trading at that level 2 mark.
Exile once again taking a bad trade into a Syndra early on, getting forced back by Betsy, who does have the Ignite, so needs to be careful in that lane. But coming back to bottom lane, the reason we say Pridestalker needs to be down here is when Roccat have a lead, it comes from this bottom lane. So when they're behind, they tend to be out-ganked by the enemy jungle. Actually going to see an engage here from Hylissang onto Hyun, and he has to flash away. The Ignite comes out as well, and the dance back from Hylissang to keep himself safe.
And I think when you look at when Roccat are ahead, so much of Rockat's lead as a team is actually compounded on this bottom lane. It's roughly 2/3 of the overall team lead sits with Hyanan and Wadid. So there's a lot of benefit to be had from putting all of this extra jungle input into Hyanan and Wadid as a duo lane.
And you might say, oh, hook onto Hylissang, he should be able to jump away. Instead he jumps in, Ignite comes out. The heal will have to be used as well from the Unicorns. Over-aggression from Hylissang and Samux, and Pridestalker is down towards the bottom side.
And it feels almost like Unicorns are playing this out in a standard way, that they didn't lose the engage, or at least the push level 2. Now, Hyanan, he has his flash unavailable as well, so that is something to keep our eyes on. So Unicorns are actually not too bad off in that standpoint. They need some of the added sustain to come through from Hylissang and Samux in this lane if they want to really kind of get back into it, because they are still down heavily in CS.
And just coming back to that point about bottom lane and the advantage that Hyanan and Wadid get, it's easy to say when Roccat have a lead, of course the bottom lane should have a lead, but the lead they have is disproportionate to the amount that Roccat are in the lead. So if Roccat have 1,500 gold lead, about 1,000 of that advantage can be found in Hyanan and Wadid in that bottom lane. So the focus for Roccat should always be to get them ahead. Chachi's going to get traded on here by Faxi. Winds of War comes out. Needs to be careful because Chachi is in the danger zone in more ways than one. He will overheat, flashes away. Faxi gets the Colossus Smash. There's no mana though on Faxi, so he's gated as to how much more he can do.
But obviously getting the flash there is a significant benefit for Chachi in this lane matchup. We also saw in the middle lane on the minimap, you could see Exile and Xerxes actually tried to go aggressive on Betsy, but didn't secure any summoners from the Syndra. So Unicorns trying to play on the top side of the map, while Roccat, as we said, trying to play along the bottom side. I feel like as soon... Ooh, Betsy, no mana, not level 6. I feel like as soon as he is level 6, this is where the impact play is going to come from. Get that ultimate down onto Exile, hit him with the Ignite, and get that first kill of the game.
Let's just reset for a second. We've talked a lot about the bottom lane. Let's look a little bit more at that mid lane, because Exile is struggling into Betsy for the time being. In this Vladimir into Syndra matchup, it does take time for the Vladimir to be able to actually do anything. You need some items, you need some scaling. How long should Exile be waiting before he can actually take beneficial trades?
I mean, how long should Exile keep waiting? Like 20 minutes until he's team fighting and doesn't necessarily want to trade 1v1 if they want to play Exile perfectly. But honestly, so much of this game is going to be about the bottom lane. Here comes another fight.
Engage again from Hylissang. Hyanan able to jump out with the Lantern. Hook. Hylissang dodges. This is why I hate playing Thresh into Rakan. It's impossible to catch him out.
And the disappointment of that is I want to watch Chachi for just Xerxes for just a minute here. I want to watch him farm. I want to explain a little bit about why Cho'Gath is so good with the renewed E. between that and the Hunter's Talisman, he doesn't drop particularly low because his passive, remember, gives him back health, gives him back mana, everything's great. And once you hit level 6, you can get those first 6 stacks very easily from creeps and then infinitely scale damage on your E utilizing the feast stacks. That's how it ends up stacking and dealing more damage. But Xerxes, he's around
going back. Brightstalker 6. Visit Chachi just gets melted off the face of Summoner's Rift. Brightstalker might fall here. He does. It's a 1-for-1 trade in the top lane.
1-for-1 overall top lane. Xerxes, I don't know whether Xerxes just wasn't on the same page as Chachi up top, because he actually had the opportunity to go in and maybe deter some of that engage. Of course, Rupture plus the silence is actually very good defensively as well, but Chachi died so incredibly quickly as Brightstalker made his way up into the lane and got that first kill for first blood. But Chachi obviously trades it back in exchange now, and the Unicorns, they are still down, but they'll not be too unhappy with at least picking up a kill from there.
Do see Brightstalker going towards the Warriors enchant, as you would expect. Caulfield's Warhammer in his back pocket for the moment. Faxy's gone straight for the Mercury Treads alongside a Dark Seal and a Doran's Ring. Triple starting items for him in that top lane, whereas Visit Chachi's now been able to complete his Haunting Guise, building up towards the Leandries you would expect.
Yeah, of course, Faxy not able to go the old triple Doran's Ring and just say, okay, everything's fine, because that was nerfed heavily a few patches back. No longer do you get all of that sustain. There's Roccat. This has been a good start for them so far, and I want to see them do more with this, but look how... Oh, Exo, what
is he going to go down? That's the Ignite! He goes into the Sanguine Pool, but you're just going to burn down!
What was that? We saw him do that last week on Corki. Why are you taking a trade under the enemy tower against a Syndra with Ignite?
It's into a Syndra matchup as well last week, just misreading the situation completely. And something we had seen a couple of minutes before was Hylissang actually coming up towards that mid lane, trying to help out his mid laner, trying to get some vision around that, but Exile, just in that pure 1v1, is unable to make the plays he wants to.
You talk about Hylissang heading towards the mid lane. That is the Unicorns' playstyle. Get out of the first few minutes, get the support over to mid lane, make sure you get as much emphasis down, but it doesn't always pay off. You can see, look, when you look at these two supports in general, Wadid does the opposite. Wadid is always by Hyana. Wadid is always trying to get his AD carry ahead. Hylissang has the highest mid-proximity for a support, but how much does it pay off, Medic? How many times do we see Exile going under tower and dying, taking an awkward trade that everything he's done to stay even in lane is just completely gone? Why would you walk there?
I don't know.
You don't need to take that trade. Now, I know why he did it in his mind to some degree, because last week it was the same thing. No mana. He sees no mana on Syndra and thinks, that's fine. She can't do damage to me. The turret will do it.
Didn't work out for him. Betsy does have to flash away from the Rupture in mid, but this is something we have seen from Exile over the last split or so. You know, you go back to IEM last year where he got the player, the MVP of the tournament. He had an incredible split afterwards, and now he's just looking like a shadow of his former self, and his team is trying to react to that. We see Xerxes coming mid a lot. We see Hylissang spending a lot of time around mid lane as well, but they haven't been able to shore up this laning phase for Exile.
And let's take it another level. Can we swap over to the Unicorns vision for just a second? I can see Wadid heading mid, but look at how much vision is invested on mid. We just saw Kha'Zix. We saw the Thresh coming. Exile shouldn't die here.
There comes the flare, and Exile's ignited straight away. The Hemoplate comes down. The hook's not going to land because Exile has to flash. Ooh. Burns both summoners to get himself away.
He didn't die here. We can swap back to full vision now, back on the game. Thank you very much, observers. But look at how much Exile saw on the way into that exchange and still had to burn his flash. Now, granted, flash instead of dying is much better. That's fine. But it's these unforced errors like the death that they really have to fix.
I think you can even argue that flash is an unforced error. You've got vision control. You know that the bot lane is missing. You should be able to play a little bit safer in the lane when you're playing these scaling champions. However, we're only 10 minutes into the game, and there's only a 700 gold lead here for Roccat. In picks and bans, we said Unicorns of Love want to scale up. They want to get to the later game. How much do you think that this portion of the game is going to impact whether Unicorns get to that late stage?
With the Unicorns, there's never seemingly been a problem. There are a couple of deaths here and there. You can see Chachi, his performance so far in Summer. Quite a lot of isolated deaths, considering Chachi was like MVP and didn't have that many deaths in the spring split, but Faxy, his opponent, actually gives up more. To tie that into the point you were talking about, Unicorns aren't afraid when they drop 1 or 2 members because they know with this lineup, team fighting, they will be superior in the late game, and they don't assume Roccat can punish them before the late game.
We saw Unicorns group up as a 3. The Fate Score is going to come out. Xerxes is going to get flayed back and Hyanan is looking for a lot of damage. I was going to call him Kasing there. Got Kalista and Hyanan confused in my head.
Too much Team RP.
Yeah, too much Team RP in the Challenger Series.
Which, I mean, it's early to say for Roccat, but they need to keep getting these wins. Otherwise, they could find themselves facing up against the likes of the promotion tournament teams. Now, for now, they are at least sitting pretty, but Pridestalker's being found.
Should be able to leap his way away if he needs it. Got the Lantern there as well. But as you say, Roccat are only 2 wins ahead of NIP at the moment, and if NIP shore up some of their mid-game decision-making, able to translate the early-game leads we see them continually getting, Roccat are in a very tough spot.
Here was the roam out of Eulcs1, and those roams are going to get better. The engagements are going to get better because another change on 7-14, slightly smaller change when you look at the overall impact, but the Ancient Coin line of support items got changed. If you remember the old Captain's Boots where you got movement speed running towards the user, that'll happen with Rakan later on, and constant fighting topside from Chachi and Faxi.
It's just trades back and forth. Chachi on the losing end of that one. Faxi has no more Corrupting Potion stacks, so we'll just be able to clear out this wave as Chachi uses the Equalizer to clear it for himself. Xerxes going to come down towards the bottom lane. This is one of the few lanes where he has crowd control there ready for him. Rakan can jump in, and that's exactly what we'll see. The charm comes out, the quickness, and Hyanan is melted.
So quick that Cho didn't even get there. Xerxes wasn't quite ready to get into the lane. One of the drawbacks, of course, of that Cho'Gath. A little bit slow off the mark at times, but that's a pretty swift and easy kill down in the bottom lane. Hyanan didn't even get a chance to flash out as Eulcs1 flashed in for the engage. But of course, now Unicorn's looking to take control of that bottom lane. We talked about how it should be a benefit for Roccat, and unfortunately right now, it isn't. Samux has been doing a good job of farming. Now the bot tower is going down, and Cho'Gath is going to pick up a stack off the first dragon of the game. And of course, dragons do not count for the stacks consumed by minions. You can get as many stacks as you want off dragons and barons and champions and all that, like, not limited.
Pridestalker's going to jump onto Chachi here in the top lane. Here comes the hero's entrance as well. 3 members looking for this rumble. He's going to try and get himself underneath the tower, but I'm not sure he is long for the Summoner's Rift. Faxi tries to get the Shielded Durand out, will land the Justice Punch, we did, tanking up the tower, and Pridestalker will secure the kill.
Roccat with the 3 versus 1 under the tower. Chachi survived a little bit longer than I think anticipated. I want to see where he used his flash if we do end up getting a replay of that, but Betsy was pushing mid at the same time, trying to just hold out the wave. And this is the engaged bottom lane, so I don't think they knew Xerxes was there, but you have to respect Eulcs1's ability to jump, using that extra jump range onto Xayah, get that knockup, get the quickness to go as well. And Cho, it's a bit like watching
it's what
the
I love about Cho'Gath. Yeah, it's just like slowly plodding towards the fight, like, I'll get there, guys. I'll get there. And in the end, doesn't really do much. And that's kind of the story of Xerxes' game thus far. He's farmed up well, but he's only done 13 damage to champions thus far in this game.
That is really, that's kind of like Pridestalker stats from the Warwick game a couple of weeks ago.
What we need is Pridestalker to play the Cho'Gath to teach Xerxes how to play it.
I mean, Xerxes will start doing more damage. He's at 3 stacks already. 1 has come from monsters, 1 has come from minions, and the other has come from a dragon. So he is going to have a decent amount of damage because, as we were talking about, the scaling on his E max health % damage will increase, but another fight starts on Exile.
Eulcs1 is just around the corner. The teleports are coming in as well from both teams. They want to fight. They want to Barney in the river. Unicorns of Love love this position. There's the Equalizer. Face Call brings him back. Chachi caught off towards the side of the wall. Eulcs1 jumps over. He's caught as well. It's another kill for Roccat. They take down 2, and perhaps they'll push for more. They decide against it for the time being.
Remember, we kind of alluded to the fact that Unicorns will fight whenever they want to, not necessarily when it makes sense at all times. And that was another one of those where Exile gets hooked and the rest of the team commits to the engage. And you look across the rift, you see a Sindri, you see the likes of the Kha'Zix, the Galio, that are just good in these early fights. They don't necessarily need more items than they have in order to fight successfully, and suddenly Roccat, this is a great lead for them. 2,000 gold right now. They've cracked mid-tower as well. Theoretically, now they can control the map around the Unicorns and actually not take those fights.
And Roccat are looking so organized as a team here as well. Well, we'll look at this replay and then I'll hit my superb point that I was about to make.
I hope it is superb, because this hook was kind of superb as well onto Exile. Starts the fight, and then look, Unicorns commit to this. Samux was in the top lane. They can get the Galio in range for Roccat, and despite Wadid dropping low, remember there's that Kalista. Roccat actually back away from the fight. And then Hylissang and Chachi are left for dead at the end of this. Exile survives because he's running away. He's level 11, but with no real itemization to take these fights with.
Last split, just before Roccat started to win, Hyanan gave an interview, and he said in it, we just don't feel organized as a team. At home, we don't feel like we're a group of friends, we don't feel like we're playing as a team, and you can see it on the stage as well. I mean, he used a little bit more colorful language than I'm using, but I'm dulling it down for us. And I felt that was what Roccat were like up until this week as well. They weren't an organized team, they weren't making plays proactively together. Pridestalker tended to just farm up until fights begun around them. But this week, they've looked a lot more proactive. We're seeing Rudded and Hyanan translate a bottom lane lead up towards the mid lane. And even though they were only like 5 or 6 CS ahead, they have been able to translate that into the other lanes and help Pridestalker get these other lanes ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Rocket are working well on the same page around their bottom lane as well. Because look, Hyanan just picked up the Eye of the Herald here. He's just going to be able to drop it at some point up in the top side. At least that's where I was envisioning. Bot tower does stand as well, so there are a couple of options here. Don't need to put it down mid at this point, but I like the fact that Roccat are playing a little bit more around their bottom lane. Oh, and there's a point of big danger on the side of the Unicorns. The first one of patch 7.14.
Oh, baby, let's go.
Duskblade is on the rift for Pridestalker's Kha'Zix.
I'm worried about this because Pridestalker's main champion in Challenger Series last split was Kha'Zix, and he was destructive on it. Now you give him something that gives him more damage. I'm very worried for Unicorns of Love. They might get caught out, but at the moment they're the ones doing the catching, as Wadid goes down to half HP. Pridestalker's on his way up there, but he's going to get a Scuttle Crown for himself first. While the game slows down slightly, Stress, let's have a quick look across the rest of the items. Proto Belt on Exile first, alongside Mercury Treads. That Leandri's has been finished on Vizichachi, and both AD carries have their first item spike.
No surprise for Xerxes at the same time, building on that tanky route with Cho'Gath. You may end up seeing Cho'Gath go Stone Plate. That's because Cho'Gath's ult scales off bonus health, and if you get that glorious 5-person Stone Plate into 100% extra health as bonus health, you just kind of one-shot an AD carry with your ultimate. So we may see that, but just a tanky route. Sometimes we see Righteous Glory come through as well, just to get Cho'Gath moving, get him motivated into the fight.
And Stress, about 8 minutes ago, I told you how much damage Xerxes had done to champions. I have had information from the stats team here. Guess how much more he has done.
He was on
13? He was on 13 at 10 minutes.
Is he on 26 damage?
No, he is still on 13 damage.
Wow.
Yet to hit another champion since that 10-minute mark. And as much as he's playing a tank, and you can say he's going to be tanky, you still do damage when you land your Rupture.
You do. One thing that you can say is this Unicorns lineup doesn't have the best primary engage. Like, Rakan, if you can get it, is good. If you can get the flash in, if you can lock somebody down, it's fine. But without the likes of a Syndra to land a long-range stun, like Cho'Gath is not exactly the most nimble person, but speaking of mid laners, here we go.
Hero's entrance onto Betsy. Hemoplate came down as well, but they were able to take out Exile before that really all started. I think Betsy just used the Unleashed Power.
Yeah, Ignite and Unleashed Power was used, and Faxi was there to defend him. Unicorns of Love trying this unorthodox jungler, or at least what we're expecting to become meta, but haven't been able to set him up in this game particularly well, and now Roccat are looking much stronger in this early game portion.
And we get to the 20-minute mark. Roccat have been able to extend their gold lead from 2,000 at 15 minutes. It's now up at 4,000. Unicorns of Love at 15 minutes, actually the 4th worst teams in terms of gold. They have a negative gold lead at 15 minutes. And you can see they actually have a relatively good record when they're behind at 20 because they play these scaling compositions. They've got a better record than Roccat have with a lead.
And because the composition Unicorns is running has a Xayah and has a Vlad, we must see from Roccat better ability to snowball this lead with the Syndra than we did last week against Vitality. Betsy had great leads in the series, but couldn't close the games. We must see them be able to snowball effectively and actually shut these games out.
So what is a better snowball? How do Roccat actually snowball this game from here?
So, to get the snowball, they need to be actively looking for Betsy to get stuns like this. It was against Mysterious Monkeys last week that they actually failed to snowball the games effectively. But yeah, long-range stuns from Betsy. Force these skirmishes around Vision now. Look, try and deny as much Baron Vision as you can. It's not like you have an Ash Arrow to set up the fights, but a Thresh, a Syndra, Callista, these kind of things will get fights started. And then you bring in Faxi using the ultimate. get the small skirmish, get objectives, continue to increase your gold lead. That's what Rocket need to be active doing.
That's what they seem to be doing at the moment. They've denied a lot of vision from the Unicorns, and they'll actually catch out Eulcs1. Ignite comes down, so does the heal. The chase in, that's a dead Eulcs1. Perhaps they'll look for Samix as well. Pride Stalker not quite tasting enough fear from that Xayah.
Pride Stalker walks up and knows that as soon as he's close enough, Duskblade, okay, here we go. Get that Night Stalker, Pride Stalker, Smite Stalker going.
Exactly, he's level 12 as well,
yeah.
So that's an extra 200 odd damage. I think it's about 250 damage you get at level 12. Every time you can proc that Night Hunter. They are looking for top lane tower. This is the snowball we talked about, Stress.
Yeah, and the Duskblade, one of the biggest problems on it that the pros are talking about isn't necessarily that you get the damage, it's that there's no internal cooldown on the item. That you can go in and out of vision 3 times in a fight and instantly just get these 3 hits. And that's the biggest problem that at least the pros are kind of saying, well, maybe this item's a little overtuned. Now, we did drop the damage down, or at least the game designers dropped the damage down on a hotfix, but it is still very strong.
And it gets more strong the later you get into the game, because it's based on your level as well. Eulcs1 here, this is what we're talking about with vision.
No vision.
He has no vision at all.
Could have been in that bush. He did sweep through the bush ever so slightly, but Hook predicting by Wadid. It's one of the reasons this Thresh was first pick, and then, oh, goodbye health. Kha'Zix just walks up and annihilates an AD carry.
It's the reason he has picked this Thresh 8 times this split.
And the other side of Duskblade, which I personally love the vision control aspect of it, because of course, every so often, every time that passive is available, 90-second cooldown on it, you're able to clear out a ward. As soon as it spots you, you can just take a ward out, you can ward around your enemy jungle, deny their vision as well, and then you pair it with a sweeper, you can clear all of the wards. It's beautiful.
It is. It works out incredibly well, and I'm glad that we saw one in the first game, and Pride Stalker is definitely the sort of man we expect to bring it out. But on the other side of the coin, Eulcs1 has not had the impact perhaps he would have liked in this game. He is scaling up. He is playing a Cho'Gath without much crowd control in his lanes, but we've always seen a difficulty to adapt to the meta, or at least Unicorns haven't allowed him to play meta junglers that often. Are we seeing that once again here, where he's playing a tank, but he's not playing it to great effect?
I think the difficulty for Xerxes is looking for openings. There aren't many openings that exist right now for him. Like, look, Rupture lands there, but great, he got more damage done this game, but the rest of the team aren't ready to commit. There is no hard crowd control after that Rupture there that realistically Unicorns are able to punish with, and that means Unicorns will be on the back foot until Rocket make a mistake, potentially Betsy getting caught out. But look, the Lantern, it's there already.
Didn't even click it.
Exactly, Wadid is already covering for Betsy being maybe a little close in the mid lane.
And Rocket are covering for their later game as well. Executioner's call-in has been completed on Hyanan to try and stop all of this healing that comes from a Cho'Gath and that comes from a Vladimir.
One thing that Unicorns have been a good team with is always getting something in exchange for when their opponents are taking objectives. So here, they get the mid tower when Hyanan has committed to the top side. They know that they can't stop him getting that tower, so let's get an objective in mid. This is something they frequently do. Eulcs1's got it!
Engage onto Betsy. Here's the hero's entrance. Teleport's going to join the fight as well. Exile's on the back line. Unicorns of Love trying to take the fight in the mid lane that they know and love. Pride Stalker has been melted off towards the back, but he will kill Exile. Let's go up to the top of the fight as we do see Chachi getting called out. Rocket are going to engage. The Tides of Shield of Duran gets the stun as well. The taunt comes out, and it is a 2-for-1 for the time being. Look at what Hyanan's doing. He's still safe on the back line. Eulcs1 trying to step forward, gets caught up by Faxi. Shield of Duran gets the taunt, but he's going to jump away, and the hook does not quite connect from Wadid.
Unicorns are able to trade 2 for 2 in that fight. In fact, Rocket only lost 1 member and ended up taking control of the second half of that fight, but it all started with Rocket still having Hyanan up on the top side of the map and having to come back down, and Rocket were able to buy enough time. They could take out Exile, they could take out Visit Chachi, and only lose Pride Stalker in response. But you got to look at how Unicorns still play out that fight. Considering Rocket have a decent lead, you would expect Rocket to be able to take fights early on, but they didn't have the numbers to start it off.
And even with a 6,000 gold lead, Rocket aren't winning these fights downright.
And look at it, Wadid and Hyanan aren't in the fight yet, as Eulcs1 goes back towards the team and then flashes on top of the Rocket mid laner. From there, Exile ends up losing the trade, and it's a little unfortunate from Exile's point of view that Pride Stalker wasn't feasted half a second earlier, because those void spikes still came out. Then Chachi tries to back away, Flay comes through from within, and everything's great here. But look, you can see how, from this point, Unicorns still need more damage on Samex. They need more items completed. Xerxes, he's building a tank. This isn't full AP, Cho'Gath. You can't go back into this fight.
Little damage Hyun did in that fight as well. Actually, the least of any member of either team. He just didn't seem to be able to join the fight. And one of the reasons you like Kalista in this meta is her ability to tank bust, to get...
Yeah, at least early on. Later on, it's going to be a little more difficult, and you can see that Hyanan did itemize with the Executioner's Calling. He's had it about 5 or so minutes to try and deny Exile. Same can be said for Xerxes. Cho'Gath does get a decent amount back. Now,
he's got a Warmogs now as well. It's going to give you a little bit more healing.
That was what I was about to touch on, is the fact that Xerxes can kind of try and look. Obviously, Warmogs, massive amount of extra health for him. Will be able to stay around in fights longer, especially if he ends up going for that stone plate later on.
Rocket have vision around the Baron. There is, on the side of Unicorns of Love, they have a few long-range totems though, so they can spot this being done. They will. However, Rocket are going to stay on it.
And it's Kalista, right? You know you've got the Ren damage. Wadid now with
Equalizer. Eulcs1 jumps in, the knockup from Wadid, but Exile's on Betsy in the backline. Unleashed Power will come out. Eulcs1's low, off towards the front. Price Talker will get the kill. Exile's going to fall as well. 2 for 1 in favor of Rocket. They're looking for more. Chachi and Xerxes still very healthy, as is Samux. And Rocket all with half HP. They have stopped the Baron, and Rocket will accept their 2 kills.
And if ever there was Unicorns, Vlad picks, and these later game picks, that fight demonstrates it perfectly. Exile soaked up the time of at least 3 members of Rocket for the duration of that fight, and it meant that Rocket couldn't take a fight on 2 fronts. Too dangerous for them to fully commit into the tail end of the fight because Chachi was full health. And it means that Unicorns of Love delay a game that was starting to slip away for them with the last 2 fights.
But we said in picks and bans, the longer it takes, the better it is for Unicorns.
Look, Exile runs right up to Betsy in this fight, pushes him back away, turns his attention then towards Wadid and Hyanan. And yes, he ends up dying, but look at how low those 3 members have been. Then Chachi's health is pretty much 100%. Samux the same, Xerxes a very healthy, tanky target. Means that from that point on, Unicorns have control of that team fight, and Rocket are getting stalled out.
Does it all just become a Baron dance now for these 2 teams? Because Rocket don't seem to be able to break the base of Unicorns without a few kills, and Unicorns seem willing to take these fights around Baron.
As long as it doesn't get too close to being rendered down, Unicorns are fine for Rocket to start the Baron, but this is getting really hectic.
Very close. It's going to get taken away by Rocket, and Unicorns are too slow to react.
Yeah, this time Xerxes down below 4,000 or 3,000 health. You can take that fight, and Rocket have taken so much free damage, but at that point, Rocket just commit to it fully. No chance of a steal coming through, and the Unicorns of Love now.
And I think the last few minutes really exemplify one of Unicorn's main weaknesses. It's their inconsistency. Like, they'll take a great fight around the Baron, they'll stop it happening, and then they just won't think about the fact that they need backs. It's something we've seen from Unicorns at Rift Rivals over the last splits. It's just not being able to make the same steps of decisions time and time again.
And now we need to see Rocket not make the... They're getting caught out on the bottom side. It's a different lane, I guess.
Hero's entrance comes out, but he's knocked up. The Rupture stops him. And now Rocket need to try and play on the other side of the map. Faxy's going to delay them for as long as he can, but I don't think he's getting out of this one. Faxy, you may be tanky, but Unicorns will take the kill.
Faxy is just Staxy right now for Xerxes as they take him out on the bottom lane, and they're trying to hold the rest of the map, but it's not enough because Rocket to back away. So Faxy did a good enough job, but Unicorn's still getting a catch. Now, it's not in the bottom lane. We need Rocket to now avoid that lane because they can pick off bot tower, maybe look. But they are doing a decent job of at least punishing the Unicorns for all-inning on Faxy.
It's a slow snowball, but it's a snowball nonetheless. And at the moment, Unicorns have to work out how they're going to dodge this snowball because Rocket do look like they're in the superior position. In fact, you can categorically say they are in the superior position with 8,000 gold lead, with 6 towers to 2, with double oceans to just the cloud. Unicorns of Love need to find one of their magical team fights in the mid lane once again.
Like, just
don't go mid.
Don't.
Puts the fake call back. It's going to be a 4v3. The hook comes in. Here's Pridestalker jumping the wall. Eulcs1, that front line, going very low. The hero's entrance with the Hemo play from Exile. A team fight god, perhaps, as he tries to take down Jan and cannot do it.
Purchase on that Mortal Reminder early on from Hyanan. They have had so much more damage than Exile has been able to sustain himself through, but Betsy in the middle lane.
Eulcs1 goes for the engage.
Pridestalker's here though.
Gonna flash away. Void Assault does come in from Pridestalker, uses that ultimate to try and get closer. Cannot get the Duskblade stacks off stress. This is all we want to see. Another hook. It's gonna land on. And we're dead. This will be the inhibitor for Rocket if they can stay for a couple of moments longer. They're looking for the bottom lane tower as well. Hyanan and Faxi down there. Pridestalker and Betsy off towards mid. That's mid lane inhib down. Unicorns of Love.
Miles an hour through the Unicorn's base. Now, Baron has expired, which means Rocket are likely to take their foot off the accelerator. A fight like this works out very don't call for it, and then Betsy gets too close so that he'll be able to stun him. But look, Eulcs1 loses so much damage, he's not expecting to take so much from the Blade of the Ruin King. Don't have enough damage to take down Faxi, Pridestalker, and the rest of the bot lane for Rocket.
And having that Mortal Reminder helps so much in that, because if you don't have that, the Hemo play gives you a massive burst of healing rather than the Betsy's going to secure his blue. Elder Drake up next as well. And a good Baron power play for Rocket here. 3,500 gold, you would take that. You would take that on top of your snowball, a golden snowball for you that you are trying to build.
Not just walking up into that bush, not just pushing through. They're at least trying to set up vision control around this top side to continue the march forward. You just always have Unicorns have something planned, at least like with the late game team fights, because it's getting to a dangerous territory. Stoneplate completed.
Yeah, Stoneplate completed, Warmog's completed.
Void Staff, needlessly large rod on Exile. So if Rocket don't play these fights carefully, there's only so much damage that this Callista, the Syndra are going to be able to output against this massive tank. Now, there is only one tank, realistically, on the
land onto him. Hyanan puts a couple of spears in, just like that's not going to be enough for the time being, but Wadid wants to go forward. Here's the hero's entrance. They're looking for Exile as well, who will Sanguine Pool away. Wadid flashes in, the hook lands on Eulcs1, and this is the fight that Rocket won. Somehow he survives. Rocket get 3 kills. Betsy's looking for another. Can Chachi get his way away? He will use the flash.
So Eulcs1 tries to turn the second half of the fight with that massive feast damage, but Rocket have already done the damage to Exile, to Eulcs1, and then to Eulcs1. Now they crush through the second inhibitor, and Rocket are looking for a win here against the Unicorns of Love in game number.
The cusp of what would be a glorious victory for them. Perhaps they'll take the series as well. Chachi jumped on by Pridestalker, not enough burst from him yet, but Hyanan has the follow-up damage. The taunt's gonna hit onto Samix as well, but they don't care about towers. They're gonna take the first one, they're gonna take the second one, and they're gonna look for the Nexus. The charm does connect from Eulcs1, but he has been roasted up. We'll have poultry tonight, they say, and we'll take your Nexus 1-0.
Week, and they have answered in game number 1 that yes, they can. This was a lot better with an early game focus out of Rocket than against Mysterious Monkeys, nonetheless. The opposite side of the group structure. Continue fighting, punish Exile's Vladimir pick. and they close the game and don't look half bad doing it.
Punish Exile's Vladimir pick is something we've heard a lot of times this split stress. Exile has definitely been struggling. Unicorns of Love have been struggling with those mid lane picks as well, and it feels like they just tried to adapt to a new meta, tried to bring in that Cho'Gath, but didn't really understand how to utilize it to its best.
3 and 6 on this game with the Duskblade on Kha'Zix. Had a lot more impact than the Cho did, which is a little bit sad. I wanted to talk more about Cho'Gath. Hopefully we'll see him again, maybe in a successful standpoint. But certainly you can see a couple of the ripple effects of 7-14 throughout this game. But generally everything's still maintaining the meta that we were expecting when you look at tank jungle, when you look at exactly the lane setups.
Well, Rocket struck first against the Unicorns of Love. Let's get some thoughts from our analysts on their win.
Thank you very much, guys. Not getting too excited for Rocket, but as said, this is around the time that in the spring split, they turned everything around. But this is just one game, so let's break down a couple of aspects of this game, obviously also with 7.14 in mind. But first, I want to talk about Rocket and what we expected from them. Early game advantage, and they did it again. They were up 3,800 gold by 20 minutes, but we've seen them throw leads like that. How, in the first place, did they get that lead in this game?
Yeah, they have a good skirmishing comp, and I think it just comes a lot from the mid lane, where where Exile did not really perform on the Vladimir early on. We saw some mistakes in the 1-versus-1 matchup against Betsy, who was running the Ignite and the Syndra versus Vladimir matchup, which I was not completely convinced about. I think the Ghost is really good in that matchup, but he showed that he could pull it off.
Definitely so. We always rag on Exile, but I do think this is one of the cases where you can clearly say that that move going on their tower is completely his fault, so to say.
It was a misplay.
It was a misplay, but how did that then net 3,800 gold in the pocket of Rocket as a whole? Where were the other moves of the team?
Because once you lose pressure mids, that gives Syndra now always has the pushing ability. Kha'Zix can now move into the enemy jungle, start warding up. That gives you ability for your bottom laner to start roaming around the map. That's why we saw Wadid coming to the mid lane and fighting a lot of these fights. Having that early pressure advantage, and they used it extremely effectively.
Rocket had the room to work with that early pressure advantage, and I do want to look at the two things we've seen there. First up, Cho'Gath, 7.14. You call
So this game he didn't bring a huge amount, but typically when you look at Cho'Gath, what you're expecting is just this massive utility bot who should just follow up on a lot of the engages. Something Henning and I talked a lot about was every time that super strong, he's going to provide so much CC
with, what,
with the
CC
silence on his W, with the knock-up on his Q. Like, it is super easy to just lock down someone like a Kalista or a Syndra to just insta-kill those individuals. Cho'Gath can be very easily ignored. He is just this massive CC bot that doesn't really do much when he can't really land any of his significant skill shots. And to add to the fact that he didn't build a Righteous Glory, it was super difficult for him to actually threaten any kind of carries. So he just spent a lot of the fight just bimbling around and just trying to do whatever he can, cleaning up the scraps.
Yeah, I think you talk about him being a CC bot, and I think what a lot of people but actually silence is such a good ability, especially versus these champions where you can wait out the cooldown and then go for the silence and just completely disable them. So Cho'Gath definitely have the utility.
But he couldn't in this game.
Yeah, in the right combo, he'll get a knock-up, 2 slows, and a silence, but he couldn't get any of that in this game because they were far behind, and that makes us also look at the other side, Kha'Zix with Duskblade, and this item just synergizes very...
So, the passive of the Duskblade works with invisibility. When you go out of enemy vision, you get extra damage on your next auto attack. So that's basically the which obviously makes you go invisible, so you get the proc on the Duskblade multiple times per team fight. Also, there's a vision component of the Duskblade which allows you to see enemy wards, which there's several wards when going through the river. It also means that you can save your sweeper. So you can go through the river and you don't have to sweep the bushes until your Duskblade has already begun on cooldown with the vision thing.
And they utilized it so effectively, right? We talked about how they had the mid lane. Go into enemy jungle, boom. They now lose vision. You have a huge amount of damage. It's extremely easy to collapse onto anyone. And the kit gives him everything. Cooldown reduction, early damage spike. Everything that a Kha'Zix could want meant that Prize Stalker full game, which is very nice to see from him.
That Freudian slip, we don't know, but we do want to take a look at a couple of team fights as well, because Roccat we associated with pressure in the early game and building up a gold lead, not being able to snowball. To go in, yes or no?
I think this is a good fight, good time for UL to fight. They have the Rumble level 14 with the Sonias. This is a good power spec for him. You want to set up the 5 versus 5. You have the Rakan engage with a Cho'Gath for the Unicorns of Love, but the execution in the end is not enough, and you're behind in gold as well.
The biggest thing for me, I felt, was that Galio pick, because every time the Rakan went in, that's naturally where the Cho'Gath would try to follow. Immediately force UL to disengage, then all of Roccat reposition themselves. There's no engage tools left. There's a Rumble ultimate they just have to dance around, and there's a Vladimir running at their face, but the rest of UL get zoned off. Peeled for by a Thresh, like everything just went in favor of Roccat, and I just think that they played those fights superbly.
Yeah, it almost seems like the Unicorns of Love with their Camille and Narbands kind of forgot about the Galio when it came out as the last pick. For Roccat, we don't know about that. We're watching them like a hawk. What are they going to do? And sometimes the best move versus the Unicorns of Love is doing nothing at all until it's the exact right time. Let's take a look at the final fight, because it was up to Roccat to bring it home.
Check, but he's fully aware of where Unicorns of Love is, and he is not afraid to go for this kind of engage because he knows the lead that they have, and Faxi is extremely tanky. The positioning of Hyanan and Betsy is always superb. They're always in a position where they're not likely to fall. You see the power of the Stone Plate plus the ultimate damage from the Cho'Gath, but it's just not quite enough to kill Hyanan, and Roccat come out with a fantastic team fight to close out the game, and typically
gold at this point, and this is a very hopeful sign to me, because they get the early game lead, which they have showed they can do in the past. They can do it consistently, and they snowball out a game versus a strong team fighting. Almost spell us out that Roccat, the resurgence is there.
It's just the Roccat Kingslayers. They took down Fnatic, who were leader in the Group A. Now they're looking to do the same in Group B, and I think that they will hold on to that title.
Unicorns, we will see Roccat. They are looking to pull off an upset against UOL. Meet us back here after the break for the second fight.
He's going back. Flysoka 6. Visit Judge just gets melted off the face of Summoners.
So far, and I want to see them do more with this, but look at how... Oh, Exo, what
is he going to go down? There's the Ignite. He goes into the Sanguine Pool, but you're just going to burn down.
Oh my god, I fucked up so badly.
Go rumble, go rumble, go rumble.
Nice. Here's the hero's entrance. They're looking for Exile as well, who will Sanguine Pool away. What it flashes in, the hook lands on Hylissang, and this is the bite that Roccat wanted. They get to holy moly, that feast onto Orchiana, but somehow he survives. We'll have poultry tonight, they say, and we'll take your Nexus. 1-0, Roccat. 2 against the Unicorns of Love. Rocket on the blue side this time. Of course, they were on the blue side last time as well, so no big change for us there. What do you think Unicorns need to change, though, coming into this next game?
Biggest criticisms is they cannot afford to lose so much pressure in the mid lane, because we were expecting this game to be a lot like the height disparity between you and I. Unicorns would be up here, Rocket would be all the way down here. It's a great impression.
Okay, we'll get him out here after the series and record it and put it on Twitter.
Realistically, Rocket overperforming perhaps, but doing very well at the snowballing game through the mid lane. They actually got ahead, utilized into the second draft. I want to see Rocket do the same thing again. I actually would be really interested to see Rocket having a consistent performance.
Well, we said that Unicorns of Love are the team that's slightly inconsistent. Rocket have definitely been that as well, but Freddy122 seems to be their lucky charm as they win their first game with him on the stage. Same bands coming out from Rocket. Unicorns of Love are down the same track as well.
Will we see a Thresh? No, it's a Kha'Zix, and I like this ban now, because try and force Pride Stalker onto something that doesn't have the early game impact anymore. Thresh likely to be the first pick coming through, and the Xayah was fine, but take away, or at least think about taking away that Kalista. Okay, we're going completely different in this draft.
Okay, getting the Kalista for Samex, getting rid of the Thresh Kalista combo. All expected to see coming into patch 7.14.
Yeah, we of course saw Sejuani a few games on 7.13. Prominent because of the rise of tank junglers, thanks to the changes to the Bami Cinder early. Sejuani later on in the game as well, but for Rocket, the emphasis once again on this Syndra. Now, Jhin is available if they want it as an AD carry. May also see something like the for Rocket.
Tristana very high on a lot of AD carries tier lists at the moment. Scales well into the late game, has a good early burst as well. Unicorns of Love are going to lock in the Braum, Kalista Braum, such a strong combination, and you get
Freljord in this game. Braum, of course, very good at denying some of the engage that's going to come out of Rocket, and a lot of the push potential from this Tristana, but a lot about disengaging fights. And Unicorns actually taking away a disengage tool and a flex tool from Rocket. Maybe could have put Pride Stalker or Faxi on that for the Gragas, but non-Nah games in a very long time.
That's his second most played across the split as well, so would not be surprised at all to see him lock that in once again. It is going to be a Renekton ban from Rocket, so they've actually stuck very much to the script.
Try and play something like an Aurelia into the Gnar if it gets played. Camille is actually the ban, so not going into the player-specific setup here. Of course, Camille, one of Faxi's most. LeBlanc may be the takeaway here if Rocket want to follow suit with the first game.
Yeah, sticking very much to the script that they have written, and it worked out well for them in game one. Yes, they've had to change a few of the have the option to make a very similar team comp all around.
And Unicorns are going similar when you look at the time of scaling from the mid lane. The Corki, of course, later game focused, a little bit more ranged. Also have a better engage tool out of this Sejuani in the jungle. We're asking for the jungler now from Pride Stalker to see what he's got left. I want to see something like a Rengar, but
I want to see a Kayn. I want to see a Kayn.
That's Kayn being locked in. First game of Kayn. Now it could be top lane, could be jungle, because of course Jarvan has been played in the jungle recently as well. Jax, if they believe that Jarvan is going top lane, would be a good matchup for Vizicachi. You can play the Gnar into the
I expect it to be Kayn jungle. That's where we've tended to see him. However, I want to talk a lot about this Kayn when we get into the game.
Oh, me too.
I've heard stories of his strengths and of his weaknesses, and I'm sure we can do stress? What are their win conditions coming into this game?
Okay, so once again, Unicorns looking for fighting a little bit earlier in the game than in game one. They're not heavily reliant on the late game. They just have insurance from Exile. The side lane at the same kind of time with the Corki, same kind of playstyle, whereas Roccat, very similar to game one, where you look at it, you've got team fight potential coming from the top lane, team fight setup coming from mid lane with the Syndra, the early game burst, and then Tristana and Thresh, great duo pairing to be able to take some of those early game skirmishes, and again, late game reliability later on from the Tristana. So very interesting. Of course, the wild card, the Shadow Reaper, out of the jungle for Pride Stalker.
If you think Kane is going to have a 100% win rate, make sure you go on Twitter at LOLesports, hashtag ROC. Of this series. Thus far, this split stress, Unicorns of Love have reverse swept 3 times. Let's see if they can make it number 4. We are going to get onto the Summoner's Rift, and Kane is going to be playing. Let's get right on into the action.
Very hyped for Kane coming out onto the Rift. So, let's start with the Kane basics. Kane, melee champions, changes form.
Okay.
They both do different things, and we'll track whichever one he ends up going for. You can see some of Kane's abilities there in the bottom left of your screen. A little bit of crowd control, a lot of mobility. He can phase through walls and then trespass into an enemy champion for his ultimate to deal damage on the way out. So some really cool stuff on pathing. Watch some of his unorthodox gank pathing as well, because being able to phase through walls is something no other champion can do.
Exactly, and it reminds me a lot of Rek'Sai when she first came out. People finding these really inventive paths to actually get ganks off, and you can use that shadow step, that phasing through walls, to be able to find these really inventive positions, and it makes your enemy team have to think a lot more about early game vision and where they're going to. You have to get those wards in difficult positions. Roccat are going to push forward in towards Eulcs1. We'll find him at the Razor Beaks. Realize there's no Gnar in the bush and back themselves away. Just getting some ward control around that red.
Watch Pride Stalker start his jungle. Has started with the Q, which is to be expected. What we've seen in solo Q is you put a couple of points, maybe 3 points in Q. We've also seen a couple of other junglers, the likes of Maxlaw and Eulcs1 have been checking out every day. They've been playing a couple of extra games of Kane. A couple of the junglers just maxing W right away. So let's track that from Pride Stalker. We're going to be tracking.
Is it like that?
Sustain, faster route around the jungle now onto the red
He
buff.
cut off such a big area of movement there, Stress. That's at least 3 steps for Kane.
All right, sarcasm. New champion, Medic.
Oh, I'm excited.
We're looking through the early game. We're looking at what exactly he can do, because look, he's already off his red buff. He's already on the move.
Yep, slightly quicker clear than Eulcs1, who's just finished. That's 6 steps. I'm going to count these. That's 6 steps across his jungle path thus far. That's at least 2 milliseconds or so that he has saved going with this shadow step second.
We'll nearly have saved as many steps as early game in Cho'Gath is...
13 steps is all he needs by that 10-minute mark.
So that Blade's Reach that you see, the skill shot that comes out from him, of course that is going to put a slowdown. You're going to be able to deal some damage from it as well. The Reaping Slash, that's what's spinning him round. You dash forward and spin, and both parts do damage. So look, Pride Stalker gets a lot of health back.
How many steps is he saving? Okay, so he comes out at the top. However, he could have just... course. Make sure you count with me, guys at home. I want to see tallies on Twitter.
This is a little too... We're going too deep down the rabbit hole.
There's the Scuttlecraft for Pride Stalker as well. He's going to look towards the mid lane for a gank, which is a smart path, as Exile tends to spend a lot of his laning phase pushed back by Betsy. Already down to 200 HP.
Exile still very low. Of course, Syndra will have the early game advantage in this exchange, and will give him more health potions to sustain himself back up. But this bottom lane, we saw a lot of activity last game with the Xayah, the Rakan. Not so much this time. the Unicorns there.
And a lot of the action was because we saw the junglers making so many plays down towards that bottom lane, so many plays up towards the top. Actually, a surprise, really, coming out from Pridestalker is how much more game and in the game as a whole than Eulcs1. 3 times the damage per minute, so much more of his team's damage percentage as well. And yes, Eulcs1 was playing Cho'Gath as a tank, but he really wasn't having the impact he would have liked in these games.
That was the biggest problem. Unless a fight started around him, it was so difficult to get anything done, whereas Sejuani, on the plus side, has the ultimate to get a fight started themselves. Of course, that glacial to catch out a target.
And that's what we want to see from the Unicorns of Love. You've got a composition from Roccat that scales to some degree, but Kayn is known to fall off later game. Really doesn't have the impact in those late game teamfights.
I was speaking a little bit to Maxlore about the potential of late game for Kayn. He actually can carry late game quite hard. There's a decent amount of damage that comes through and ended fights, but we don't know what to make of it in competitive yet. In scrims, in solo queue, the pace of the game is so much faster that a champion like Kayn that can be reliant on kills will snowball quick. As a jungler was in scrims, they'd pick up 10 kills, you'd walk around the map and kill anybody. Well, now we have to watch for Pridestalker on Kayn, first game on 7-14. He's already had the impact using that shadow step to get into the
That's a few steps. I'll give him like 5 steps there as well. It's good stuff by Pridestalker. Keep that step count high. I imagine him like a fitness tracker around his wrist.
He's got a Fitbit on.
It's just like, oh yeah, it's 1,000 calories I burnt walking through walls.
But would that go through the wall with him? You know, it's the old sci-fi adage,
well, his
right?
scythe does, so I guess that is a Darkin though.
But the scythe is possessed. I don't think you can ground the scythe in...
I don't think you can ground anything of League of Legends in real physics of walls, so...
That's true.
I'm just saying. Anyway, Faxi is going to just TP back up towards the top lane. Does have a CS disadvantage, as expected, against this Gnar.
Goodbye. With Thresh, Tristana maybe will be able to get a lot of damage out in this laning phase, but you're against a Braum. You're against a Braum Kalista, and they're not even going to the lane that you stood in. So this is a little bit of an attempt to offset the push power by Samux and Eulcs1 going up to the top lane to push everything in, while the Roccat push in the bottom lane.
And something we see so commonly from the Unicorns of Love is this switch up towards the not as late as we see it from other teams. They don't even need to get bottom lane tower. They just accept that they're not winning those trades, and they move their way up towards top.
Speaking of winning trades, Betsy in the middle lane, 50. Exile. Kind of want to watch Exile because he made that awful blunder in the first game.
Knock up onto Eulcs1. It was under the tower, but he hadn't actually procced anything onto Faxi, so didn't take.
Is the biggest thing
That's
here.
true.
Pridestalker has been warded out, so even with Shadow Step being able to close the distance very quickly, they're able to get through.
Pridestalker gonna look for the damage, but Eulcs1 turns it. These trades between the two junglers for the time being.
Bottom lane trade, however, is going very heavily in favor of Roccat, and that's why Unicorns want to start a fight up on the top side.
They're TPing in with Mega Gnar. Faxi's gone 4 men deep, just looking for Faxi up towards the top side. He will be sacrificed. And Unicorns of Love will get the fare from the Faxi Taxi and look for the top lane tower as well.
Unicorns able now to push through. The cost of Faxi's life. Similar trade to what we had in game number 1, and we were talking about how the Unicorns are generally happy to trade a kill away for getting that tower or first blood. This time it's Roccat that are getting the tower. And the Unicorns wave, so now they have to change around and push back through. Unicorns will inevitably end up getting this, but look, Kianan recalls out and looks for the top side.
That's the thing as well. Kalista isn't great at tower pushing, so you can take your AD carry out of the situation. Probably try and give all of this gold to Vizicsacsi to try and keep him rolling on this Gnar. They want him to be big and tanky when he joins teamfights. He's on his way to the back cleaver already.
Yeah, and this is the thing, is look, they knew Xerxes was around. Pridestalker had been there for some vision, and the teleport comes out early. Faxi and Pridestalker split direction here to try and just close, or try and delay Unicorns as much as possible. Pridestalker stays in the rest of the fight, and Faxi commits overly into the fight at first. Unicorns of Love able to
teams that really struggles to get these first towers, to get these first bloods. They pick up first blood, they get a tower just a little bit after Roccat, so that gold is still pretty even between the two. Now that we're entering into the mid-game stress, what are the intentions for these teams? Because I see there's an Infernal Drake there, and I think they've got to want to fight. They've got to want to go for this early to late-game dragon.
Yeah, they want some... you want to look at a skirmish and who would effect know the power of Kayn. We've heard things about his early game skirmishing, and Roccat may not commit to it without knowing the full strength. Remember, Kayn, of course, is the first competitive game that we're really in Europe.
But it's only the second game
exactly,
in which it's been available. Really. I think perhaps Roccat are saying we'll experiment a little bit as well. We've got a one-game lead. Yes, if we lose it, of course, that's... known for. He's known for these assassins who can get onto the backline. Glacial Prism is going to hit with Did. Hjarnan trying to get his way away. He will just jump across the wall and knock back Samux, but they're going to chase in. Here comes Xerxes, here comes the fake call, and here come the...
Unicorns, look at how much more comfortable they look utilizing the Sejuani. Xerxes is able to get the fight started down on the bottom side. Doesn't even matter what else happens, because as soon as Xerxes hits that into the Dragon. We talked about how Roccat would be good at skirmishing around the Syndra. Well, if the Syndra isn't there, Roccat can't really take the fight.
Pridestalker with a very early Shadow Step will realize he's not going to be able to steal this one away from a Callista and from a Sejuani. Infernal Drake goes across towards the Unicorns of Love. The next Dragon will be a Cloud, perhaps slightly less hotly contested.
Yeah, that's... Real icy reception that Wadid gets on the bottom lane, easily taken down as Samux and the rest of the Unicorns then move their attention to Eulcs1 onto Hjarnan. Pridestalker not close enough to get into that fight. Of course, from Pridestalker, but we haven't really seen him being involved in fights, and without that, it's going to take a while to transform.
Eulcs1 trying to trade onto Betsy, but Betsy says, "Excuse me, I have this button on my keyboard. It says up. Support alive."
And as we're getting closer to the point in the game where we're expecting a Kayn to start transforming, the way it works is when you hit a ranged champion or a melee champion, it drops these little like bloblets to the floor, and they everything is kind of stacks up, transform, flash in the mid lane.
The hook comes in as well, and an Exile once again is caught out. Pridestalker with our first Kayn kill of patch 7. On Kayn to make these murders happen. Now they're looking for the tower as well. Umbral Trespass is used. Stress. Xerxes gets away. That was less exciting than it could have been.
That was a lot less exciting, and of course you can choose when to Umbral Trespass, but first kill for Roccat. This time, I mean, Exile's sticking around a little bit late, but at least he was under his own tower this time for the Unicorns of Love. The look you're giving me, hey, I'm trying to find silver linings here.
He died, but at least he was standing under a tower that was about to fall.
Well, we were talking about this in between Game 1 and Game 2, and you know, Exile spends so much of his time being close to his enemy tower, being past the halfway point on the map, and at least this time Exile, while playing from behind, isn't suicidal at the same time.
It's true, it's true. He learned not to push too far into a Syndra last week, and this week has been playing a lot safer. Actually, averages
he did it
about...
in Game 1.
That's true, but not as a Corki. As a 80% of his laning phase past that mid lane, doesn't really respect the jungle positioning a lot of the time. We saw it pay dividends for Roccat last game as they brought Wadid into that mid lane. But now Unicorns of Love are trying to set up a vision line in available for them as well if they want to try and take it.
Pridestalker gets a little bit of extra damage down on Xerxes now, and of course that'll get him a little closer to that The difference in jungle between Game 1 and Game 2, because Pride Stalker was a lot more active on the map. It seemed like he knew the limits of a Kha'Zix way better than a Kayn. And of course, Kayn is a new champion, difficult to be able to know. Hasn't been fast-paced on the Rocket side of things now as we go to a Rift Herald, likely to be a skirmish, and Xerxes' ultimate is not ready yet.
Chachi doesn't have teleport, and already Faxi is here. Rocket looking for it. They do manage to secure it. There's the Glacial Fissure. Xerxes going to jump in as well. The stun puts Samux on a rampage, and the Unicorns of Lava looking to clean up. Eulcs1 dead, but Samux gets rid of the Tristana as well. Can he retreat from Rocket? Yes, he can. The kiting is...
Herald fight, just one kill onto Eulcs1, but Unicorns get the full ace, deny the pickup of the Rift Herald buff, and now Unicorns are in full control. Samux has had a great game already. 5 kills on this Kalista is just such an enormous lead for Unicorns to play these early skirmishes. It doesn't matter that the mid lane didn't go in their favor as Exile dropped down. They have enough team fighting strength to be able to take back-to-back fights now against the Rocket lineup.
Last time Samux played Kalista, he got 1 kill. So he's already quintupled that for this game, and we're only 15 minutes in. A 3,000 gold lead for Unicorns of Love as well at the 15-minute mark. It's totally averse to their usual early gameplay.
Rocket had overcommitted at this point, and Samux is able to hop his way out of the Cataclysm through the back of the fight, just pick up kill after kill, and actually holds now the record for the most kills of 15. With the 5 kills on this Kalista. He's been involved in every kill so far with those 3 assists on top of it, and itemization-wise, he is just accelerated so far ahead of Hyanan.
Yeah, already finished the Blade of the Ruin King, has the Zeal in his back pocket as well. They're going to get Tower down in the bottom lane. They've broken that first turret line, and it is looking superb for Unicorns of Love. Rocket haven't been able to make this Kayn pick yet.
Yet and at all is fair, because look, Sejuani, even from behind Sejuani can have a lot of impact, but you want Kayn to output damage. You want him to be able to last through a... Because in the Unicorns go to fight again.
There's 2 people top lane here for Rocket as the Unicorns just wipe Faxi off the face of the map. Rocket are looking for top lane tower. They're trying to make a trade, but it's not tower, and Nard's going to jump in at the top as well. Chachi looking for the 2v1 outplay. Hyanan jumps away. Chachi does not have flash, but he's got a building to chuck towards the Tristana. Hyanan realizes you can.
We saw in Game 1 they weren't able to establish a significant gold lead early on, and the Unicorns have established an astronomical lead in the bottom lane right now. This Kalista is basically not going to get stopped, and it doesn't help when Hyanan and Wadid commit onto the top side and just show themselves in full vision looking for that tower, as if the Unicorns aren't strong enough to just push down on the bottom side of the map.
Price Stalker still not transformed into either the shadow him. And something we talked about in Game 1, Stress, was about how Xerxes is growing and developing as part of this team. Last week we saw him play Elise. This week we wanted to see him play these tanks that are in meta that can have a huge impact in the game. On Sejuani in this game, he has been on point time and time again. Great stun combos with Eulcs1, great engages, great glacial prisms as well.
I have a feeling. We were getting the first transformation, but it was partly because he was backing away to pick up some itemization, heading towards a Black Cleaver. And the reason the transformation is so
I'm still
important,
angry at the Observer, Stress.
Transformation augments your abilities. Now, if you choose to let Rust consume after, of course, hitting melee champions a whole lot, you're able then to get a lot more the ult, but it just hasn't happened yet for Rocket. They still trying to fight, but Xerxes tanky enough to just absorb that.
That was Hyanan free attacking for about 3 or 4 seconds, was only able to get about half. And here we will see Unicorns of Love jumping in, the Fate's Call comes out, that's a catch onto Hyanan, he's knocked up, he's stunned up. and Unicorns of Love will get their 11th kill of the game.
And it's just going to keep on going for the Unicorns. They're able to push forward.
It's the Darkin, yeah, it's Rust.
Has appeared on the Rift. Now, of course, he gets extra sustain and percent damage, but is it enough to save it?
Looking for the fight, the knockup does come out, and now they're looking for the engage onto the backline. He's so low, but the Umbral Trespass comes out onto Samix. He'll gain some health back from this. Will flash, but Exile's on a killing spree, and Unicorns of Love are not done yet. They're looking for Betsy, they're looking for Faxi, they're looking for the end of this game. Betsy doing work, but cannot quite get the kill.
Unicorns of Love with a dominant performance in Game 2 here, shutting Rust out before having any real impact on the fight. And Unicorns now going to back away, reset. They will look top lane.
Let's have another look at this fight. Stress all starts as Unicorns look for this inhibitor tower.
Yeah, and they commit to the tower first of all, and yes, the first kill goes their way, and it looks good because Pride Stalker goes in. He's able to get damage down, but enough to be able to get further damage after the Umbral Trespass. The Unicorns of Love just march right through the rest of this team fight and take down that inhibitor.
This is the highest gold lead that the Unicorns the entire split, about 7,000 ahead. They average 260. That is a big disparity between the two. And Rocket, you can see the difference between these two this far ahead when they were trying to snowball.
You can see in the bottom left of your screen some of the additional benefits of being Rust. Of course, the extra sustain that we talked about, the knock-up on Blade's reach as well. Is it? So look at how squishy he still is. Like, this is the bruiser form.
Doesn't have the black cleaver yet.
He doesn't even have a second item. This game might end without him getting a second item.
Well, Faxi's going to try and get his way up. But Samix is now godlike on this Callista, and Rocket just turned from ferocious lions into meek cats. Meek domestic cats, Stress. Like the sort of to actually fight up against a worthy foe like a Unicorn. They're going for the Baron. Rocket are going to try and distract them. Betsy there, but the Baron goes down, and Unicorns of Love are actually going for the engage. Pride Stalker gets the knocker, but here comes Gnar. In his early jungle path.
Oh, obsessed with fitness, Medic. Obsessed. You'll fit into this team perfectly on the EU broadcast crew. But at this point, we have to look at what hasn't necessarily fit. A lackluster first game for Kane. We were expecting something that maybe could snowball quite heavily, take control of fights with the ability to sustain himself up, but they've never got into the game. The bottom lane in favor of Unicorns have dictated the pace of this game far more than anything Rocket has done.
Unicorns looking for the fight. Actually, as Chachi gets jumped on by Pride Stalker and Faxi. Chachi has the Umbral Trespass. That's going to do a lot of damage. Great, no, great flash. Here comes the Shadow Step. There's a fight in the mid lane, though, as we do see Hyun fall to Unicorns of Love. They can get the inhibitor tower. Gnar fell. Chachi died, but they will sacrifice him for the Glacial Prison. Of Love. Only 3 members of Rocket left to defend.
And I don't think Rocket are going to be able to take any kind of fight here. Unicorns of Love, they're past the point where Corki is now fine. They got a 9. And they want to end this game.
Got to jump onto Faxi. The airborne does come out, the knockup from Kane, but they just want the Nexus Towers. Unicorns of Love are going to strike back. They will equalize the series. It will be 1-1.
Look at the difference for the Unicorns when they have activity out of their jungler when it comes to starting fights. They have the ability to just throw out the Glacial Prison, get a fight started, continue with the damage, and they're able to just keep moving through these fights. And it's the big difference between the Cho'Gath and the Sejuani, is Cho needed to walk up to get a fight started. Sejuani just throws the... You get the kills.
Exactly. Like, if you can get Samix ahead, he has been one of the few consistent performers for Unicorns of Love. Chachi last week had a few off games where he was getting a lot of isolated deaths, actually has had a bad split all round, but is slowly showing us that he can adapt and change. Samux is the one. Samux is that stalwart presence for Unicorns of Love that if you get him ahead, you know you're going to have a good time.
Happy to see the just early game falls away from them, and then the Unicorns, if they get ahead with a skirmishing team composition, they're going to be very good at closing that game out. They typically have very short wins with compositions like this, and Roccat just didn't really know how to deny the team fights.
I love the ease of execution for the Unicorns comp as well. It's like, okay, Braum presses R, and then Sejuani presses R, and then we win the game. Yeah, he can auto attack, just like right click on someone and let it happen, and then you win the fight anyway.
Yeah, I mean that's how you could play Kalista, I guess.
Yeah, it can definitely work for them. The Unicorns of Love stayed in the series with a win in Game 2. Let's check in with the analyst desk for more on that equalizer.
Thank you very much. Well, there is not that much to talk about because Samuel Fernandez, aka Samux, and that's how the Twitter of Unicorn off on Kalista, only the third time he has went for her in the summer split, and he just pressed the advantage completely to the end for them. Let's take a look at some highlight plays because if you get a couple of... Well, obviously, we can then just start by talking about Kayn. So how did you guys think he influenced the game from Roccat?
So just to tie in back a little bit with your original point, like, because they tie in nicely together, right? Because the thing about Samux and how well he played this game was very much about how well they were able to get an early lead. And the thing about Kayn is you need to be able to snowball. That having chatted with Zeus, he's like, the thing about Kayn is you always want to be invading. You want to be So if you're not stealing things away and you're not trying to force a bunch of plays in the early game, then you're just going to get straight up outscaled. And that is very much what happened, largely because of what Samux was able to do in the early game. He got that first blood on the top side of the map. Once they had that early lead, they utilized the early power of Kalista and they just kept the pressure going. And Roccat could never really find a successful opportunity to bring the Kayn back into the game.
Well, a world of influence was much of the same. We didn't saw much of his Cho'Gath in Game 1. Why do you think on the Sejuani and with this team comp he was able to make so much more happen for UOL?
I think when it's going for these sort of tank junglers, like far behind in game number 1, he can't really do much on his Cho'Gath, which is why he plays so passively. This time in game 2, though, he had a lot more opportunities to make things happen. He farmed up to quick level 6 on the Sejuani and then just went for it. His team, but of course it was Samux who was the big carry set up by Xerxes.
He was. We are, I think, now going to take a look at some of the highlights from Samux in this game. And if we look at both compositions, if you look at Unicorns of Love and what they had, from going, what tools do they have to fight back versus a fed UOL?
I mean, that's one of the issues, right? Like, they actually don't have that many tools because the UOL composition is actually just really good. Just had such a great team fight composition to play around. His positioning was always fantastic, and this was one of the very big early game windows that allowed Samux to start snowballing, getting this kill down onto Faxi. The fact to just keep pushing, start snowballing all around the map, and a fed Kalista in the early game just becomes very difficult to slow down. So I was very impressed with the way in which UOL were able to press this early advantage, and it just ties from Zeus and what he himself said. I feel like it's difficult to make things happen in the early game when I do not have winning lanes. This time around, he had the winning lanes and he utilized them properly.
So when it comes to UOL, obviously, is going to do well in lane or not? Kind of how big of an issue is that? Because it seems like a lot of that is not particularly Xerxes' fault, even if he has the right pick.
Yeah, have been inconsistent. I like going for these sort of safer laners with a Corki. You can just hug your tower, wave clear, it's going to be fine. You get your power spikes with a Triforce when you have 3 completed items, so you don't have to go aggressive in the same way as you kind of have to with a Vladimir and take the risks. So I think just putting XL on these sort of safe
that, but then he goes under turret.
Yes, he does. That's one of the issues that they have pretty consistently had. So I feel like for the time being, though, he's doing fine. I love the fact that the other side laners are stepping up. Chachi died significantly. The Jarvan, but I do want to backtrack a little bit to this Kayn pick in particular and where it fits in the composition, because what you can see is they wanted to get Pride Stalker on an early game jungler, and as we talked about earlier, what you want to do on Kayn is snowball. However, something that was mentioned a lot in the cast was that you get passive stacks based on the type of champion that you hit, whether it be ranged or melee. If you look at the draft, you have Gnar, champion, Corki, range champion. You really don't have that many options to stack Rust. So even though 17 minutes into the game, he had been hitting all these champions and he was ready to go, he has to wait another 3 minutes comp that he had to play against. And it's one of those small things where that just comes with time and experience, where you just have to figure out when is the best time to be picking Kayn.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you
I mean, I don't think it was a great pick. It was a great pick with the comp of Rocket either, because you have the big late game damage dealers in Syndra and the Tristana, so you just really want a safe frontline that can keep them safe, and that's not what Kayn is going to be doing at all, so not too sure on Rocket and against the team comp of UL.
Yeah, the Cho'Gath and the Kayn we've seen today have not been able to exert too much pressure, but I still hope they try and pull out the things that they're comfortable on, because it's very interesting for us. We'll see. But in any case, Unicorns of Love right back for the decider.
I want to see a Kayn. I want to see a Kayn.
That's Kayn in. First game of Kayn.
Kiana trying to get his way away. He will just jump across the wall and knock back Samux, but they're going to chase in. Here comes Xerxes. Here comes the fake call, and here come the Unicorns. Double kill. Hylissang dead, but Samux gets rid of the Tristana. Superb! Roccat are gonna get ace around this Rift Herald. Get the inhibitor tower. Gnar fell. Chachi died, but they will sacrifice him for the glacial prison straight onto the face of Betsy. And one, and they're looking for the reverse sweep once again. We're back for game 3 in this fight. On the line as a win can prove to be decisive towards the end of the split. Unicorns of Love have elected to be on the red side. It will be the 3rd time this series that they have that side selection.
Yeah, and it's done well for them historically on red side. Unicorns always like to at least kind of pick one matchup. They like to draft towards stronger top lane a lot of the time. So we'll see whether that ends up going the same way. We'll also see whether we get Kane.
Don't do it. Just doesn't work.
It left a lot to be decided. It's a bit of a feast or famine champion, and as we head into draft number 3,
Rocket are looking very hungry in that game if it's feast or famine. As you say, we are same bans thus far from Rocket. Unicorns of Love have added in that Kha'Zix ban alongside the Eulcs.
Yeah, because game 1, Pridestalker looked great on the Kha'Zix. Wasn't the same in game 2 for the Kayn. Now we'd be expecting a Jace if they were going with the rest of the bans, but Kalista taken away. And this is because Unicorns put high priority themselves on the Kalista, and Rocket would likely say, okay, we'll give the Thresh, take the...
It takes Kalista's spot. Does Trist get first picked here? Do we look at the Jhin as well?
There's a lot of AD carries that could take that spot, and one of them is Xayah, which is why Rocket getting Wadid, one of his best champions, the Rakan. The Xayah, that means they can pair it with the Thresh if they want it in this rotation. Otherwise, it'll get banned away. May see the Tahm Kench later in the draft come through for the Unicorns. There are a lot of options in that support role.
Still Thresh there as well if they want to go for that. Xerxes will get his Sejuani once again. Had a superb impact on that in game 2. The jungler of choice for him in terms of tanks at the moment.
Really good setup for the fights was the key thing from Xerxes. Game 1, he played the Cho'Gath and just really struggled to get anywhere near to a team fight. Being able to start them themselves is a lot better for Xerxes. But now Pridestalker, we have the question about what's he playing out of the jungle again, and that's an old favorite for Hjarnan.
Definitely, and I was actually looking back at Hjarnan's history, and he has a superb win percentage on this Sivir pick. I believe it's 74%, 75% win rate on this Sivir. That includes the time he was on H2K.
A long time ago, alongside Kasing, that was one of those big Sivir proponents in the bottom lane. Of course, we saw Fnatic playing it last week. If the Braum gets locked in, the Sejuani-Braum combination in teamfights is difficult to deal with, as is Braum good against the Sivir. You can deny a lot of the wave clear, a lot of the push power if you can block out the projectiles utilizing the Unbreakable. And Xayah Braum is pretty good. Bottom lane, I say that, but the last 2 games didn't give us that either.
Yeah, I think Samux kind of showed up a few kills in that bottom lane early on.
Now the Unicorns can pinch jungle if they want to, but top lane has been the focus for the last 2 games. Jace was banned out in phase 1 of every previous draft. Of course, we've heard about that being a top lane pick, utilizing the Duskblade, trying to take it away and not option, because Rocket would likely prioritize it. Although they know Vizicachi is an Aurelia player. So if you do take the Gnar, you risk that side lane matchup going horribly.
So the question is, a relatively similar draft to their last games. They've got their jungler, their support, and their AD carry in that first phase. Sorry, their mid laner. They're now looking at jungler and top. Yep. Where is Pridestalker going to go? Because Kha'Zix has been full. Does he have to go for a tank jungler now?
So there's a couple of outside tank junglers if he wants it. The Rammus, the Cho'Gath is still there. You saw a Skarner in LCK coming from Score. Certainly a lot of secondary tier tanks that are viable out of the jungle.
And once again, they'll go for the Renekton and the LeBlanc bands. Unicorns of Love have gotten rid of the Gragas, so won't be in the top and won't be in the jungle for Rocket.
had the Gnar and the Kalista to have a little bit of potency early on. Because
Warwick into Eulcs1. Now, that is a brave pick, because Eulcs1 was the one who made Warwick a pick in EU LCS.
Yeah, Xerxes brought it out first, but Price Talker is one of his most played junglers. Priority, the Gnar may be just what we see once again here for Chachi up in that top lane into the Jarvan. The Warwick should have a little bit more presence. Might have the same presence. He had looked over the fact that the Camille got let through the ban phase. It had been the Unicorns that banned it out the last 2 games.
Isolate people in a team fight as well and can do a lot of work.
This is a very weird top lane matchup. They both want to fight people inside a cell. There's no Kayn
Hell in
here.
the cell in the top.
But I'm not sad about these compositions because look, Roccat, they have themselves to set up from the middle lane. They've got a little bit more scaling with Sivir in the team fights. You've got good presence there. Team fight from the top lane. Warwick can get some pushes. But on the side of the Unicorns, once again, Chachi in one lane, Exile in the other lane, and then you've got good team fighting from Xerxes and the rest of the Unicorns when it ends up being the time to group. So, for get those early kills down onto Samux like they did in Game 2.
One team will be the victor at the end of it all. Make sure you get on Twitter, hashtag UOLWin and hashtag ROCWin. Unicorns of Love. Looking for their 3rd win in a series, and this week is where we saw them really accelerate in Spring Split. This is where they went on that incredible unbeaten spree when they took down OG, when they took down UOL, Fnatic, Giants, and G2. Well, UOL were one of the teams that fell at last split. Will they fall again today?
Roccat, this split seemingly have had blue shell power. Top tier teams, once again, failing to those around them, like last week. Against Mysterious Monkeys wasn't a successful series for them, but Unicorns of Love, I don't think they would have expected to drop a game against Roccat. They dropped a game to Nip, remember, earlier on in the split. So Unicorns, definitely not the cleanest of our top tier teams.
And I don't think that's ever been their style. They don't care. A little bit over-exaggerated, because I'm sure they care about
I don't even know that it is.
They want a team fight. They want to get a fight round mid. They want to have these skirmishes early on. They want to be able to get Exile to the late game. And if they can get all of those forces combined, to me, that they understand their style a lot of the time. We talked about this especially in Game 1. We said they're great at getting a lead, but when do they snowball it? Game 1, they managed to do it. It took them a little bit longer perhaps than it should have done, but they managed to, especially around mid when we know Exile overextends, and then be able to extend that lead into the mid game and close this game out by the 30 to 35 minute mark.
And I think one of the interesting things was we wanted and it actually was still a benefit for them. They got ahead despite not having jungle presence down in the bottom lane, but Game 2, there was no real opportunity because it was Xerxes that was putting all of his attention bot lane, and the Kayn just couldn't get there. So now, maybe we'll see Pride Stalker heading there early on in this game. But there's always a juicy target when Exile is taking bad trades in the mid lane.
We've seen him do it time and time again into the Syndra. Unicorns of Love only losing 1 Game 3 this split, was up against Splice just before Rift Rivals happened. In fact, he's trading relatively well into Vizichachi in the early game top.
Yeah, that top lane matchup is going to be one that we'll look at hours for. But for now, junglers, I think, are the, I was going to say soup of the day, but I don't know how they're soup. The important thing, Xerxes on the Sejuani, we've seen a couple of times being played. Of course, the armor you get from the passive doesn't drop against monsters in the jungle, so you're very tanky naturally throughout. You have a good clear speed. Warwick's early clear is not amazing. lose a whole lot of health, and that's why you can also go that rejuvenation bead, kind of nicely goes into the build the later you go. So I'm expecting to see presence from the junglers in the next minute and a half or so. I want to see Xerxes maybe look to get in the middle lane, try and help out Exile, because this is already going badly, but gotta watch out in case Pridestalker's there too.
Pridestalker, not known for his early ganks. Jungle proximity than other Warwick players throughout the split. And I want to just focus on Betsy for a second here, Stress, because once again he's gone for the Cleanse as his secondary summoner spell in this mid lane. In game 1 he went Ignite. When he's playing, it loses him a little bit of kill pressure in this lane against Exile.
Doesn't look like he's left wanting it right now. Pridestalker, here's what we talked about going in mid.
He's on the hunt. Exile trying to get his way away. Lane.
And again, Exile gets exploited.
Here comes Chachi. Faxi will flash away preemptively. Does not want to get caught by Xerxes.
And again, Roccat coming out of the lead in the middle lane early on. And Betsy historically has not been putting up numbers that puts him in the upper echelons of the EU LCS mid laners. Exile is somebody who is meant to be on a top team right now, and he consistently is dropping matchup for the Syndra in the laning phase, but he is being picked apart by every single team the Unicorns have faced over the past 3 weeks, and that is a glaring issue for the Unicorns of Love.
They need to be winning these games. They're currently tied in wins with H2K, and if H2K take out G2 later on, Unicorns of Love could fall down to a worse position. It's a worry for these top spots, because consistently they've been a top team, and now it just doesn't quite look like they have that last step they need to take.
Oh, Xerxes is looking to take advantage of a moment of pressure on.
Is why Civic can be so good. Eulcs1 forced back as well. And this is just why Roccat can be a little bit safer in that bottom lane. Samex had a great game last game, and you can see Unicorns of Love are trying to focus. Not quite.
Chachi, I really wanted that kill, but look, Pridestalker is going to try and take advantage of this. Faxi's got to be careful he doesn't get baited here. He will have that Aegis, but can he stay alive? Does he even commit to the fight?
Here comes Pridestalker trying to force Chachi back. We'll get some damage down. Faxi's here and healing up so much as well, and Chachi has no flash. Roccat looking for the second kill. Oh my goodness gracious me.
Oh, Pridestalker not quite able to get the kill there. Chachi, despite not having the flash, got himself out alive. Now it's Xerxes going middle lane.
Betsy's 6 though. He needs to be careful because that unleashed power.
And Xerxes level 4 from that time he spent in the bottom lane setting up that long route gank. And Xerxes, like, Pridestalker knows that Xerxes is only level 4, so that's why he's going aggressive now. Sees him on the ward, Pridestalker is going to just walk up, steal away this camp and say, no, you're going to stay behind on experience, because Betsy is able to easily come across.
It's just great play from Pridestalker, especially being in the right position at the right time. Yes, he wasn't quite able to kill Chachi up back, and we actually saw Faxi backing away once again to pick himself up a control ward and a pair of boots.
And normally the effect of losing a mid lane matchup doesn't extend much more past not being able to make plays around mid and not being able to control the jungle and the pathways around mid lane. But when you lose so much pressure like this, that Pridestalker is easily able to ward and walk into the jungle and fight you, funny is you can't commit to that fight. You have nothing to bring to that, so you just have to lose experience here, and that's how detrimental it is in favor of Roccat.
Exile flashes early, Pridestalker there. There's the stun though, and this is going to be another 2-0 in this early game.
Exile once again pushing up with the wave, doesn't have control of the mid lane, couldn't see the Warwick getting into the lane, and the experience advantage for Pridestalker gave Xerxes was nowhere to be found, and Exile just isn't able to survive in that lane anymore. Exile, somehow, the Unicorns have to learn that if Exile is being put on an island, have to stop him dying. They cannot let him hemorrhage leads. He's pushed up. Sejuani is in base at this point, and Exile has no vision. Now, granted, he's trying to push out to recall, but it's a risky timing to do that, and unfortunately, it's lose-lose for Exile.
Exactly, and I totally agree with you. They need to try and keep Exile safe, but you can't stop someone from pushing up in a lane if they want to. And Exile spends 30% of his laning phase past that mid lane. It's the highest of any mid laner in the league, and he pays for it. Hjarnan is going to get jumped on here. We'll pop the on the hunt to try and get himself away. We did might look for the re-engage. Not 6 yet, though, so it doesn't have the quickness.
But remember, this is a matchup and matchups in general that Unicorns keep picking them. Winning mid lane matchups. They've had red side 3 games in a row. You could counterpick with the last pick and definitely have a winning matchup.
As well, Syndra's been picked before.
Really wanted a winning mid lane matchup. You could pick something that is able to contend with the Syndra. Now, LeBlanc has been banned, but there are lots of things like, you know, the likes of an Echo that does well in that matchup specifically, but Unicorns stray away from that because they want teamfight presence from Exile. That is their playstyle, and that is the reason they are picking these rough matchups. But I am not convinced that they are able to compensate for these matchups consistently enough.
Here comes the Hextech ultimatum as Faxi gets locked in. The Cataclysm comes down as well. He'll try and flash away. Faxi, Glacial Prism! Xerxes just like, oh no, you're not going to escape, and Hylissang will have to try and escape as Pride-Stalker jumps in. Hylissang gets the concussive blows off. There's the heal as well. Rocket will be able to back away from this for the time being.
Oh, Hylissang burned down!
Was that just the red smite?
He had the red buff as well. Like that
and the ignite as well must have been ticking on him. We'll get the replay of that in just a second because Rocket are going to continue to push, and Betsy's on his way. Samux has flash, but it decides just to retreat from the tower, gives it up. First tower might go over to Rocket. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Faxi is going to find the waiting arms of Xerxes. That's a ball to the face, and Faxi, just trying to get his way away, is stunned underneath the tower. Xerxes can tank for days. Another kill to UOL.
Now that is going to help out the Unicorns playing around this Camille in the later stages of this game. You can see G2 watching on now, trying to get ready for their series coming up against H2K next. But look, Unicorns, we talked about how they didn't prioritize mid, they're prioritizing top on these exchanges. They know Faxi doesn't have a flash available. Ultimatum comes through from Vizicachi into the crowd control out of Xerxes, and despite Faxi looking like he could get away, he ain't going nowhere as the Glacial Prison comes out. And then Hylissang takes a lot of damage in the trade. I believe it is the ignite plus the red red buff ticking on Hylissang is able to take him down. That's a lot of damage coming through that I don't think Hylissang was expecting at the end of it.
And Rocket were able to get first tower off that as well. A trend we have seen throughout this series, Stress, is the team ahead at the 15-minute mark is the team that takes the game. Rocket here at 11 minutes have a 1,500 gold lead, and they're playing relatively well around it as well. They're going up towards top. They've initiated this lane swap. Unicorns of Love will react to it.
Yeah, of course. That reaction from Rocket going up to the top side is Unicorns are trying to capitalize on this CS lead up in the top side, having that side control with nearly at Trinity Force for Vizicachi.
And we've seen Chachi pop off on these top laners when he's on a carry. He can really accelerate his team's lead, and it's something we've seen from Unicorns of Love is Samux this game. At the moment, it looks like it's going to be Chachi. Hjarnan pops the on the hunt, but did going for the engage. Here's Pride-Stalker from across the side, a suppression, but it's on to Xerxes, and the teleport's going to join the fight. Ripped out like, I want a piece of this action, please. Pride-Stalker take a ball to the back, and now we're going to see the engage back onto Betsy. Here's Exile, eventually joins the fight. Where is Faxi? Here he comes. He's taken the taxi. He's a slow one. They managed to get a counter kill. The Cataclysm comes onto 2, and it's going to be a 3-for-2 exchange in favor of Rocket.
Rocket overall take the second half of the fight, and it looked rough when Pride-Stalker dropped so low in the middle of the fight, ulting Love lineup, but from there, Rocket are able to turn it around when Faxi actually arrived. But look, Hjarnan has pushed up on his own in the lane. He has his flash.
This is dangerous because
anyway.
into concussive blows can just chase him down. He will get under the tower. Will it be enough? He turns it back around onto Xerxes, realizes that Xerxes can't chase him down too easily.
Realizes there's 2 tanks as well, and he's like, I can take this fight.
I've been killed by a Sejuani more times than I can count.
It must be painful if you get the engaged tools here, and Rocket look to take the fight. They know Wadid can take up a lot of time out of the Rocket lineup here, and Pride Stalker ends up getting away and delaying some of this fight for a whole on that ultimate, and just ended up getting Betsy, because they do inevitably get the damage down in the end of all things, kill Betsy. But look, Exile, Chachi, flash over the wall, not expecting the Jarvan perhaps to go that aggressively onto them, and it leaves them inside the Cataclysm with no escape mechanism.
You've separated the tanks of Unicorns of Love from their squishy backline. Like, Eulcs1 and Eulcs1 were the ones in the river, and everyone else was like, nah, we're going to flash over the wall and go for the kill. And it meant that Rocket were able to get those kills. And now we do approach that 15-minute mark, the fatal 15 minutes. Eulcs1 is going to meet up against Wadid and Pride Stalker, who cannot take him down yet, but Pride Stalker 3-1-3 on this Warwick is having a superb early game.
Look at the difference in playstyle for Pride Stalker when he has this. He can pick up kills on Eulcs1, utilizing the red smite under the tower. He's just able to go aggressive into fights. He did get punished in that last one, maybe for being a little overzealous, but in the end of all things, Rocket is still extending this lead that comes from it. And I like seeing Rocket being active around Pride Stalker.
I totally agree with you, and actually this is something we started to see from Rocket when they were winning in the spring split. It was active around their jungler. Faxi's going to get jumped on here with the Hextech ultimatum. Eulcs1 there as well. Permafrost stun, locks him underneath the tower, and Unicorns of Love are very happy to die. Faxi tries to put down the Cataclysm to keep the boar in a cage, but you cannot cage Eulcs1. This is no zoo for you. Flashes away. Faxi gets the kill with the turret shot. Chachi will jump his way away with the wall jump. But here come the rest of Rocket. They are on the hunt. They're on the prowl. They want to catch out Chachi once again. An isolation kill for him. The charm lands Shannon there as well as Chachi tries to get his way away. Wall jump, grapple. Pride Stalker says, oh no, you don't.
Commit to taking down this bottom lane tower, but again, we spoke in the previous game about how good Unicorns of Love can be at taking objectives when they know they're losing them elsewhere. And look, they put Samux, he's been in the top lane for a while now, pushes forward, takes down the tower, moves over to Rift Herald, or at least Eulcs1. His Samux was on a different page. He was actually recalling out, so the Unicorns of Love maybe not quite together on this.
But you know what is together? Rocket's decision-making around Pride Stalker. This is the most kills and assists he has had at 15 minutes, and it's the largest goal difference he's had at 15 minutes across the entire split as well. I don't want to hype them up too much yet, Stress, but is this the Rocket revival that we all wanted to see? Because they get Mountain Drake, and now they're going to get the Rift Herald as well, and Unicorns are not answering these objectives.
Yeah, I mean, if Rocket do win this series, it is maybe time to start talking about that Rocket revival, because realistically, nobody would expect Rocket to be beating the Unicorns of Love here. Everybody always also expects the Unicorns of Love when there's a new patch, they got crazy things. Let's see them do some fun stuff out of the jungle. They bring the Cho'Gath in game 1. Again, doesn't really have the impact. And Pride Stalker, this is perhaps one of his best series that we've seen. When you look at games 1 and 3, game 2, he didn't really have an opportunity to get into the game. And the Kayn pick didn't quite work out.
He just wanted to show us what Kayn looks like, you know? It's just like, oh guys, it's 7:14. Let the audience have a quick look at Kayn in case you haven't seen it in your games. In case the 10-ban system means you can never get it.
Probably not in a lot of games, but realistically, Unicorns of Love aren't out of this game without a fight right now. Chachi has that Trinity Force, as does Exile. We're looking to get a little later in the game with this Xayah, the Essence Reaver build that we've come to expect for later game damage, lower cooldown, strike damage.
Chachi trading into Faxi once again. This is the role we wanted to see from Chachi. We said in Picks and Bans, it's kind of a 1-3-1 or a 1-4 with Chachi in a side lane. He has a 50 CS lead over Faxi. However, my mind harks back a few weeks when Rocket were playing up against Fnatic and Faxi played that Jarvan. And it doesn't matter if you go 1-13 as long as you win the game at the end. I'm sure Faxi's thinking that to himself at the moment. He knows the final destination of the taxi.
The 13th death was the charm on that game. Managed to soak up Soaz and Reckless and be able to take them down. But look, Chachi pushes the bottom lane tower because Faxi had to back himself away, and that lead that Chachi has for himself is only getting bigger and bigger. It's at 1,800 gold right now, so Rocket need to try and force fights in order to bring Chachi away from the side lane, and that's where they have to be active with Betsy. They have to be looking for stuns, they have to try and get Pride Stalker to land ultimates. If they don't get that, then Unicorns will be content to have Chachi out.
Comparison here, Stress, because the last two series we've talked, the last two games we talked about Unicorns of Love having the scaling, Rocket being the team that needed to make the early plays. Here, they've got a Sivir, they've got a Syndra, they've got a Warwick. In terms of scaling here, or is it still a Unicorns of Love favored late game?
Rocket still have decent scaling. It depends on Jarvan being able to get fights started on multiple people, but speaking of fights being started, Chachi gonna channel the ultimate.
Hyanan does not have the ultimate of his own and it's cancelled. Teleport does not come in from Chachi.
Sivir, you've got to remember, when she's in the meta, has this massive amount of critical strike damage in late game fights because Ricochet can crit all the way through the fight. That's a 1v1.
Not for long.
Now.
Betsy's on his way. Hexa Ultimatum actually dodges the stun. The Unleashed Power comes out. Chachi manages to escape. Rift Tower brought up in the top lane. That's another member for Rocket to fight around the charm. Onto the back line as Samus gets caught up. He's going to Featherstorm to try and get his way away. Chachi did escape in the bottom. A great blade caller back. Catches up Faxi. And here comes Exile. Straight onto the back line. That's one for him. He's looking for Hyanan as well. That will be his second. A double for Exile. What did? Jumps onto his lover. Says, hug me please, Samus. And Samus says, oh no. Is going to try and take out Exile, but he just can't do it. Exile gets the triple. Unicorns get the fight, and they look to be back in this game.
Rocket commit to the fight in the top side, not really realizing the significant damage up front. Pride Stalker tried to go aggressive into this fight early on, and at this point, look, Xerxes, Hylissang, Samux, they're playing this, they're trying to wait for Rocket to commit and then go from the side. They get the ultimate combination. And as soon as they're in the fight, there's not really a whole lot that Rocket can end up doing because Hyanan got frozen out for so long. And despite Betsy not being in the fight for Rocket, look who can make it there. Faxi had the teleport available where this is exactly what Rocket were trying to play into, but then Exile's so high health. It doesn't matter at this point. Rocket are trying desperately to go aggressive, but Unicorns of Love just have enough damage on the back end of it. Look at that. They just completely outdamage the Rocket lineup.
And a lot of that has to be the fact that Betsy was down into the bottom lane as well. If you have a Syndra there who can land a few, scatter the weaks, who can get some people stunned up, perhaps you turn that fight around. But they weren't able to kill Chachi, and they weren't able to win the fight in the top side. Now Unicorns group in the mid lane. A 4-man squad, 5-man squad looking for this to defend for the time being. They are 200 gold ahead at the 20-minute mark. Still a lead, Stress. Still a lead.
It is. When looking at how Rocket are wanting to play, though, that is really detrimental because we know Unicorns love to fight at this point in the game.
Samux takes a chunk. Chachi there as well. He jumps onto Hyanan. There's the Unleashed Power. Hylissang low. Pride Stalker's got a kill. And perhaps this is Unicorns losing a fight in the mid lane. I can't believe my eyes as Rocket take down 2. They're looking for more. Pride Stalker still getting all the kills. He's trying to prowl his way on towards the board that is Xerxes.
Part of the reason why Unicorns end up losing that fight is Samux drops very low at the beginning and then realistically was only looking to try and get the Featherstorm to come back out, and he couldn't get enough damage down. Cure it for himself.
Here we go. Xerxes jumps in, but Pride Stalker secures it. Xerxes does not have flash to get his way out, and he's going to fall as well. Rocket on a killing spree as they go 11-9 up with a Baron in their back pocket. Unicorns are not done yet. Faxi flashes the wall and Chachi goes the wrong way. Here comes the tactical sweep, perhaps looking to catch out Hyanan. Exiles kill Pride Stalker. The rest of Rocket get away.
And this is turning into a very Unicorns of Love game right now. Unicorns trying to fight for the lead in Group B. They desperately need this win. They can't drop a series to Rocket. A lot of people would say, okay, they're safe in the group. They should be able to make playoffs, but you're fighting for that first place spot, and if you're losing to the team that is in 4th place in the opposite group, that's not a really confident message to send heading back into group play.
Especially when you look at the rest of their group as well. Mysterious Monkeys are stepping up. Vitality are stepping up. Splice are looking good as well. Unicorns of Love are facing down a very real possibility that they lose to go down to third place, never mind second. Glacial Fisher will come out from Eulcs1. They're looking for their first Mountain Drake of the game. Pridestalker's not there, so it should be an easy secure for the Unicorn.
Points. Unicorns are on the upswing in this game. Exile is powering up. So is Vizicachi maintaining a lead. And so is Samux. Like, Unicorns, they have this late game insurance, and Roccat need to pressure with this Baron. They need to keep marching forward and getting further objectives.
That's exactly what they're doing. They will take the mid lane tower. They will have a 3,000 gold lead over the Unicorns 23 minutes in. We talked time and time again about Hyun in this series. He's sitting at 1-1-7, involved in a lot of his team's kills, and has been able to stay safe in a lot of these fights as well, which is so important. Exile looking for the engage. Actually just going to run down mid. I thought there was someone there. For some reason in my mind, a Roccat member was there, but it's just a Valkyrie to push in the lane.
Yeah, trying to just get to that mid tower as fast as possible, get it down and open up some of the rift for themselves, trying to recoup some of the gold that Roccat just swung in their favor off that Baron. But look, Hyunan's bottom side, if Unicorns wanted to fight, they could actually take advantage of the fact that Hyanan has just showed himself in the lane. Xerxes doesn't commit to anything, and that means they're not actually punishing the fact that Roccat were without their AD carry.
Roccat do lose a tower in the mid, but take a tier 2 in the bottom lane. Only one tier 2 remaining, as Wood did. Hyanan, Faxi, and Betsy and Pridestalker, all of Roccat, in fact, look for this inhibitor tower. Unicorns of Blood are going to try and react. Yeah,
Hyanan was setting up the wave to push it into the tower. Spell shields just in case Chachi jumps on him, so he can block that stun. Of course, that is quite a significant cooldown now, so they got to be careful.
I feel the problem is, whichever team gets engaged on here, you feel kind of loses the fight. There's good disengage from Unicorns of Love, but if Faxi manages to jump onto Samux or onto Exile, they can be caught out and melted down with this unleashed power.
Roccat are going to basically build towards getting more fights, though. Roccat want to be the aggressors. You can see Woodid looking for that righteous glory now, trying to just start fights as fast as possible. Pridestalker's going to want to get into the fights as well. He's had that Titanic Hydra for a while, now building towards resistances on top of it.
And you have to give credit to Pridestalker as well. His early game here was very strong. We've talked about his weaknesses on the Warwick before. We talked about the fact that Xerxes may be able to spot him out, know exactly where he's going, but he's surprised time and time again, and has made these aggressive plays early in the game, which is something we would not have seen from him a few weeks ago.
And look at the map state right now. Chachi having to recall because Roccat are threatening on the top side. That is exactly what Roccat wants. They want Chachi to be out of the lane as he didn't have teleport. If Chachi had pushed up in the lane and actually maybe tried to trade with Faxi, it's highly likely Roccat would have engaged on the top side. So at least seeing Chachi recall means that they alleviate the pressure on bottom lane. They can push it back out, try then to make another play in a couple of minutes' time.
I think the problem for Roccat is that Faxi's about 9 kills away from that perfect number. And as soon as he gets 9 deaths, so as soon as he gets to that 13 death total, that's when they can actually pull the trigger and win this game. Betsy has got 2 completed items in the Leandri's Torment and the Morello Nomicon, and they're going to engage onto Eulcs1. The suppression comes out. They'll catch him out with a charm. Betsy is on a rampage, as are Roccat. There's a fight in the mid lane as Chachi jumps onto Faxi, and the Cataclysm will not save Faxi for long. Chachi swipes him away. It's another kill for the Unicorns top laner.
And Chachi trying to keep the Unicorns in this game, trying to find Faxi at every single opportunity. So Roccat will be happy that they get the tower there, but at this point, it's stalling them out is the only thing the Unicorns can hope for. Stalling them for a later game where Roccat maybe don't quite know the right decisions to make. But look, Hyanan has finished the rapid fire cannon as well, getting stronger and stronger with every passing minute. But you have to pride Roccat a little bit, or at least give them props, because this is faster acceleration on the game than we have seen before. This is a better use of the likes of the Syndra than we saw last week. What hasn't been quite so good is the fact that Vizicachi is so far ahead because of the time spent by Xerxes in the top lane. It's given him the strength that in this matchup, the Camille can go toe-to-toe easily with the Jarvan and just end up trading him down. Has control of the side lane, control of the mid lane when they fight together, and realistically, Faxi is not a whole lot more than a knock-up and an ultimate right now.
Chachi is one of those players that last split looked incredible.
Yeah.
On a similar wavelength as Exile, actually, probably his best split of his career thus far. And this split just hasn't really giving me the consistency that I would like to see from a top-tier top laner. Some games he does this. Some games he absolutely dominates his opponent. And other games he falls behind and isn't able to make the impact you would like to see from him.
I think that's very fair, considering MVP of the spring split, cutting tricks, MVP streak, has had previously been 2-time, but Eulcs1 not quite looking up to the same. He's had some great moments, but look, Eulcs1 this time is caught.
The damage does come down. There's the Glacial Prism. They're caught. Betsy, the Glacial Prism will be cleansed, but they get the kill. Pridestalker looking for Chachi, can't quite get there, and Hyanan and Wadid are on their way. There's the charm. Here comes Faxi. That's a kill. And actually, Roccat may be able to turn this one around. Unicorns of Love lose 2, and perhaps they're going to lose a little bit more. Roccat are on the prowl. Wadid's going to look for the jump in. Samex has to flash away, but here comes Wadid. Grand entrance. Not able to make the connection. Hyanan and Pridestalker are still on their way. Hyanan's going to flash. Look at the damage from Hyanan. That's what you want to see from a late game ADC.
And now they turn around, try and go towards the Baron. Roccat having a lot of damage coming from the bottom lane, and Betsy managing to, it looked like he instantly cleansed out of the Sejuani ultimate. Looking forward to seeing that replay once again, because look, Roccat now are able to commit to the Baron easily. They will get second Baron here, and Roccat are in full control. This is very similar to game number 1, the way that they're looking to snowball.
5,000 gold lead around the 30-minute mark, and this is what made it happen.
So it looks like Chachi started the engage off, trying to get onto Betsy in the middle lane, because they know if they can just get this fight started, then everything will go their way. Betsy, whew, looked like an instant cleanse there as it connected. And Unicorns of Love then, look, Chachi was low, Eulcs1 was low, and it's an easy set of pickups for the Unicorns of Love. Sorry, for Roccat on the Unicorns of Love, as this fight just chases up through the jungle. It's a matter of time before the Syndra's caught again.
Betsy's going to get chunked out. The Unleashed Power comes onto Chachi, but that's not enough. And that's a great catch for the Unicorns of Love. Not sure what Betsy was doing there.
And they're still going to have the Sejuani ultimate soon. Pridestalker now trying to take the fight.
Unleashed Power comes out the knock. There's a charm onto 4, though. What can Hyanan do here? He's melting through Eulcs1. Pridestalker's going to fall as well. 2 kills down. A great Glacial Prison on it towards Hyanan as well. Another double kill for Exile. And Unicorns of Love have turned this one straight on its head.
Hyanan thought he was safe, but Pridestalker ended up dying so quickly that Hyanan is an easy target for that Sejuani ultimate. Now the Unicorns of Love, from being down the Baron buff, from being down the fight, Roccat looked like they were in such a good position. A fight happens in the jungle, and Roccat are once again on the back foot.
And you've got Wadid and Faxi to try and defend. You haven't got much damage. You haven't really got a way of stopping Unicorns of Love getting this inhibitor. 30 minutes in, the gold has now shrunk to 2,000 of just that one fight, and an inhibitor goes down to the Unicorns of Love.
Faxi and Wadid are going to try and chase the Unicorns back out of their base, just to deny the recalls for as long as possible, because there was a tower in the top side that did just die. But look, this is how the fight started. Betsy was standing on a ward. The teleport came through from Eulcs1, and they're able to cut Betsy off. And look, from there, they kite down into the fight around Pridestalker, and I think Pridestalker actually takes the fight against Eulcs1 here. Actually tries to trade against him, and look, Chachi kites back towards the backside of the fight, but it's not enough. And from there, look, Pridestalker dies. Eulcs1 doesn't get the opportunity to spell shield that ultimate throughout the fight. The bolus just kind of cuts underneath everybody, locks him down, and then all the damage is gone.
And Hyanan, with that Unbreakable, with that shield, just forms a separating line. Sorry, Eulcs1 with the Unbreakable forms a separating line from Hyanan and Pridestalker, meaning that damage is not getting through. Those ricochets aren't critting on towards that backline, which is exactly what Roccat wanted in that fight.
And that's exactly the reason, though, that Eulcs1 has ended up picking this Braum. It was in response to the Syndra in phase 1, but now Roccat want to try and go again with EDC here.
Unleashed Power, they're looking for Eulcs1. He's the front line. He's going to go down quite quickly. Look at Samex as well, half HP. There's no even Faxi in this fight. It's a 4v4 now. Faxi's going to join from the side. And Roccat do still have Baron buffs on the Jarvan, on the Rakan. They might look up towards the top lane.
And without the Braum, Unicorns look like they can't quite teamfight as effectively. They only just have had Xerxes' ultimate come back available, and Samex used his during that. Exile and Hyanan trading that first initial auto attack in the trade, and Exile comes off a little bit better from it. But look, Hyanan has so much damage that if he can actually get a focused amount of auto attacks out, he can just shred right the way through the Unicorns.
Still no inhibitor tower for Roccat. The Baron buff is about to expire, and Unicorns of Love are the ones who won the last few minutes of this game. They are able to slowly come back into it.
And we're seeing evidence of why this Syndra pick has started cropping up a couple of times now. You've got the ability to just get fights started utilizing the On the Hunt. You have good late game damage. Once you have the fourth item of whether it's Lord Dominic's, Mortal Reminder, whichever you need, you can cut through tanks using the crit damage as well there and just shred down the enemy tanks. That's one of the reasons why we're going to see less lethality AD carries and more of these crit or Blade of the Ruin King style AD carries, is because the lethality is based on flat armor penetration as opposed to percentage, like the Sivir ends up getting utilizing this Lord Dominic's. This is way better.
Makes a lot of sense, and if Hyanan can have time to get those ricochets off, to get those auto attacks off, Roccat can definitely win a fight. But what we have seen from Unicorns of Love is the isolation they bring, the ability to lock someone out with the Hextech Ultimatum, with the Glacial Prism. You can really catch someone out very effectively. Unicorns of Love, their team fights, their skirmishes are still top notch, and they are playing around them pretty perfectly when we get later on into the game.
That's the anomalous factor for the Unicorns of Love that you can't quantify.
Charm's gonna land. That's a dead Exile. Unicorns of Love on the back foot. Chachi's off towards the bottom side, but is he gonna be too late to join the fight? He's onto Hyanan, and he puts down the Hextech Ultimatum, but Hyanan is surviving, and Roccat are able to take 2 kills. Unicorns of Love caught unawares.
That might just be the end of the inhibitors here for Unicorns of Love, because Roccat want to fight some more.
Pridestalker's just going in, totally takes out Samux by himself. Vaccine Pridestalker might just look for the chase here as Xerxes and Hylissang running away from this. The ability of Pridestalker to maim this Unicorns of Love squad is incredible. They might do it, as you say, Stress. 20 seconds left on Exile. That's the inhibitor falling.
Medic, Roccat are about to beat the Unicorns of Love. Blue Shell powers have activated, and they are facing a top-tier team, and they're about to get a 2-1 win.
The reverse sweeps are ended for the Unicorns of Love, and Roccat are revived. Is this the start of a winning spree? We'll have to wait and see. But Roccat today will take the 2-1.
It's a very happy day for some of the regular Roccat fans in attendance, flags waving in the audience. An unexpected but very deserved win from Roccat here against some of the toughest competition in Europe in the Unicorns of Love. That was a great victory and proved that Roccat had worked on some of the errors in last week's play that we saw against Mysterious Monkeys. They snowballed these games out of the mid, out of the early game, much better.
Definitely. And on the other side, Unicorns of Love fell flat at team fights, which is never where we expect them to fall flat. Every time Roccat were winning fights, it was in that mid lane. It was where Unicorns tend to thrive, tend to be amazing. They just weren't able to connect the dots they needed today.
But another week goes by, and it's more of the same from the Unicorns. An inability to stem the bleeding in mid lane, an inability to control the early game in multiple portions, and despite game 2 looked great from a couple of skirmishes going through, they don't consistently seem able to hang on to the early game. And Roccat came in seemingly with a game plan, knowing they could get a lead in the early game, and had worked on how to snowball. And that's one thing you've got to say, is teams are going to recognize where the openings are against the Unicorns and play out well to close the game.
And you have to give credit to Roccat as well. Their first win since week 3 of the LCS. Feels like a long, long time ago that they beat out NIP, but now looking like they're in a much better spot. After 2 tough losses, Roccat secured an impressive win over the Unicorns of Love. Let's go to the analyst desk to find out more on Game 3.
Thank you very much, Medic. And it was in week 7 on this game date in the spring split that Roccat started their resurgence. They went 2-1 versus Origin, 2-0 over Vitality. They beat Fnatic 2-1. They beat the Giants 2-0, 2-0 over Misfits, and 2-1 over G2. Now they beat the Unicorns of Love. how much is this the start of another resurgence for Roccat based off what we've seen over this series, Veddy?
I do not think it. I think that Roccat did a great job of punishing the weaknesses of the Unicorns of Love. You heard the casters talking about it. We've been talking about it for a while. The early game is not the strongest, right? And a lot of the credit has to go to Pridestalker. This man played exceptionally well throughout the early game, setting up fantastic ganks, finding great opportunities to shut down laners, utilizing the fact that he had powerful tools in the form of a Sivir, a Syndra, an overextended Chachi. Like, this guy was reading the map and finding so many great advantages in the early game that propelled Roccat forward into these great
why
fights.
are you being so hard on them then?
I mean, the reason why I'm being hard is because, like, this is actually one of the better fights for the Unicorns of Love initially, but then Roccat find these great turnarounds. And it's just because I feel like Unicorns of Love, when they commit to a decision, it's often just on the decision of a coin flip, where sometimes they decide this is a good fight, sometimes they decide it's bad, and because it's so inconsistent, they just often in this game didn't find the right fight.
I'll agree with you there, but the Unicorns of Love are on a 3-series win streak up until now, and yes, they failed at Rift Rivals, but they do what they're good at, and no other team has been able to beat them at that, so props to Roccat from my side at least.
Yeah, for sure, and I kind of gotta agree with Verios. I really want to praise Roccat highly because they have the most Swedes in the LCS, so that's obviously something that spells
quality.
Is that one?
Yeah.
Two. No, but I just think that the performance was not consistent enough to draw big conclusions from.
No.
Look at that game 2. You can't say that this team's gonna go 7-0 in the last games. But it was impressive.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Obviously, it wasn't a 2-0 snowball victory, but I think it's nice to kind of draw the line to last split and how they research, because if they found it within themselves, sounds very philosophical, but to get that mental shift and kind of tap into what they did then, it could be a good start-off point.
The big thing for me is the fact that, okay, so we talked a lot about Pridestalker, but you're also seeing what happens when Hjarnan and Wadid have this other front line, have these other players to play around. Betsy landed a lot of great stuns. Faxi was probably the weak point of the team this game, getting caught out a lot, but when it was Roccat engaging the fights, he was the main facilitator. And so when Wadid and Hjarnan have this great pillar to play around, that's where you can see how strong this Roccat lineup actually can be.
Pridestalker was our player of the series, given his Kayn in game 2 was not that impressive, but his Kha'Zix and his, damn, why did I just forget what he played in the last game? It was also a Pridestalker. It was Warwick, because I made the connection to a Kha'Zix and a Warwick, which fit his name and his playstyle very, very well. And that is obviously the key. Whenever we do see Roccat doing well, it is because Pridestalker is able to work with the team and make something happen. So they just need to replicate that over and over. And as you just saw, Roccat, they pulled off a huge, huge upset by taking down the Unicorns of Love, and Dracos is standing by with their top laner and AD carry.
Thank you very much, Shox. I am joined by Foxy and Hjarnan. First question to you, Hjarnan. What was the key to success for taking down the Unicorns of Love, taking down a top team in the LCS?
I think we just, I don't know actually, we just played our game, and they were not as strong as H2K and stuff early game, I think. So we actually managed to scale up, and we could go for a comp that has a bit more scaling, I think. And we throw quite some fight, I think, in the last game as well. We could have done it a bit cleaner, I think. But overall, we just did what we did in practice, and I don't know. It was quite easy, I think, in the end. But
all right, quite easy. A lot of confidence there. Now, one match that wasn't easy for you guys was that matchup versus H2K. Foxy, what was the difference between playing up against H2K and Unicorns of Love in the early game? Why were you able to succeed here, but maybe not succeed against H2K?
I don't actually know what happened. I think H2K is just a really good team. Like, they're a lot better than UOL, I would say, right now. Like, their early game is actually really good, and they always play good on their tempo. And so we just try to learn from them to just play on our tempo when we can and win the game.
Definitely looks like it paid off for you guys. Now, looking forward, is this the start of another surge for Roccat? I don't want to say winning streak, but I'm going to say winning. Is this the start of another winning streak? I'll ask both of you to answer that question. Foxy first.
Maybe it is. Like, right now, I think we have a really good grasp of the meta, what we have to pick right now, in drafting-wise and like how to play. So I think it might happen something like that, yeah.
All right, actually, I'm going to interrupt there because you just brought up that you feel like you guys have a good grasp of the meta.
Yeah.
Stem 14 is crazy to me. So, Hjarnan, why don't you share with us what some of that good grasp of the meta looks like? Like, what is good on this patch? So much has changed.
I think it's a bit hard to say right now. Some people first pick like Shugat and stuff like this. So I don't know. I don't know if you have a good grasp or not about the meta, but maybe he has, but I don't know. But yeah, I don't know actually. We will see what happens.
All right. Maybe still a little bit in shock across the team, reeling from the most recent victory. Now, our next match coming up next is going to be G2 versus H2K. I'm curious what your guys' predictions are going to be for that series. We'll start with you, Kieran.
I didn't listen actually. I zoned out.
G2, H2K, who takes it? What's the score?
That is a hard one actually. But I think H2K.
H2K 2-1, 2-0.
2-0.
2-0 H2K. Foxy, what do you got for me?
Actually, I'll say H2K too, but 2-1 though.
2-1 H2K, 2-0 H2K.
Yeah.
All right, well, the Rocket boys clearly in favor of H2K. We'll find out who takes it when we get back from a break. G2 versus H2K coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Foxy's here healing up so much as well, and Chachi has no flash. Rocket looking for the second kill. Oh my goodness gracious me. Where is Foxy? Here he comes. He's taken the taxi. He's a slow one. They managed to get a counter kill. The Cataclysm comes on to 2, and it's going to be a 3-for-2 exchange. A double for Exile. What did? Jumps onto his lover, says, hug me please, Samux, and Samux says, oh no you don't, a feather to the face. Bryce is going to try and take out Exile, but he just can't do it.
Nice. That's the flash. Sage. Kolke, afterwards. Come back, go back.
But is he going to be too late to join the fight? He's on to Hjarnan, and he puts down the Hexagol to Maiden, but Hjarnan is surviving, and Rocket are able to take 2 kills. Are revived. Is this the start of a winning spree? We'll have to wait and see. But Rocket today will take the 2-1.
every loss to Fnatic, to Misfits, to Unicorns, we learned something like our draft and Unicorns and Misfits, our priorities, Herald, Infernal Drakes, so on. Every loss is like kind of a motivation in a way.
I think they're trying to figure out what's good right now and pretty much what their identity is.
All right, the prison wins a little wide. Here comes Trashy in from the side. The Weaver's wall locks out G2. It's Splice that are on the board. They've taken down Expect. Talia, a double kill for Senkax before he gets sniped. Trick's running for his life. Oh, distortion forward. Shatter Orb. Not going to be able to be procced. Where's the chain? Trashy's under the tower. One shot. The Illusionist. Double kill.
When you played like sprint against them yesterday and they demolished us, then it's a sign that they're coming back.
I respected Bjorn a lot. I've played with him in solo queue since season 4. He's a good friend of mine, so it's always fun to play against him.
Me and Perks, I think we share number one spot.
Him and I are the best mid laners.
I go here. Yeah. Look, we fight. I out you. You can go in, I go here.
Let's go buy some time. That's a 3-man taunt into a 2-man knocker. Into Roccat getting wiped.
We can play like this against any team.
Both teams will pick meta, both teams will try to play macro, and we will slowly win both games.
If I played at Rift Rivals, I'm pretty sure I would have been the best performing mid at the tournament.
Let's go. All right, Betsy's gonna die. Pretty well executed by H2K. Love it.
Good job. Nice. Feel like annihilated.
Hell yeah, I'm better than expected. For sure, we can beat G2.
That vision upwards. Now Perks. Oh! Now you see him, now you don't.
I made a promise, but a statement that we will not lose a game after Rift Rivals, so we are gonna 2-0 again.
Epic intro video for an epic matchup. Welcome back to our coverage of the European LCS and this clash between H2K and G2. H2K have never beaten G2 in a series, and now they get a chance to take down the reigning champions as they step up on stage in just a moment. We also want to welcome Stress and our special guest, Wadid. Very short, Wadid, your teammates didn't know how you won versus the Unicorns of Love. Do you know why?
We just play our game, then yeah, that's all. Just give Rakan to Wadid.
Give Rakan to
Good strategy.
Wadid.
Great strategy.
Seemed like it was a great strategy, but here we are to focus on H2K versus G2. And obviously, you played H2K last week, which was kind of a slaughter. What was so strong about H2K?
Well, H2K is like they have a whole veteran team because their bot lane is also veteran because they already did the LCK before. And then Jankos and Faven and Odames. Yeah, they already veteran, so it's really hard to out-trade them and then do some like super play. So that's why they're really strong, basically. So.
All right, so a combination of a lot of veterans that know exactly what to do at any given time. Stress, that seems to be the case, but they have faltered in the face of top opponents time and time again. So do you think this will happen again, and how do you think they're weaponed against that?
I think it's if H2K can come out with an early game lead in game 1 and game 2, they'll just kind of snowball through. That's when H2K look confident and convenient and strong for themselves. If, however, G2 start fighting back, that's where I expect for them to crumble.
All right, we'll see if that happens. G2, they won versus Splice after Rift Rivals, and we thought that they would crumble, but they had quite a convincing win. Perk said, we're not going to drop a single game in the second half of the split after Rift Rivals. So where are they at right now? Can we already speak of a G2 comeback, Henning?
We can definitely speak of a comeback, in my opinion. When I was here in Berlin last time, I saw Perks on like this really these Lucian games that did not look good at all. Trick looked not confident at all on the meta junglers. Now I think they look a lot more confident in their play in the meta game. The tank junglers are coming back. That's what Trick has been really good on. So I definitely think that G2 are starting to come back. I have high hopes for them.
And alongside that, with them picking the Orianna back up, remembering LeBlanc is a champion, Lane Kingdom Season 2 is about to hit your screens, because I think G2, they're going to be back. This is the beginning of the upswing for G2 again.
So Splice doesn't matter.
I think this is the true beginning.
All right, so I take it you have the prediction in favor of G2,
Yeah.
a 2-0? 2-1?
2-1, but I think this is a good start.
2-1. What do you think is going to happen?
It's really hard to predict, but I just give H2K to win 2-1 because we lose against them. So
yeah, I can see that. I can stand that from your side. If we had the official here, we'd be saying, "I will never trust in H2K again." What will you do, Henning?
I will not trust in H2K.
Okay.
Not against a revived G2. G2-0. That's my prediction.
G2-0. We will see what happens. The stage is set for this top tier fight between H2K and G2. Dracos, take it away, my man.
Thank you, Shocks, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Daniel Dracos, following this series along with Andrew Vedius Day. It's Season 2. We're going to see what happens, what goes down. All of Roccat appears to be behind the teams, but let's take a look at the teams that are going to be playing today. We're going to start on the blue side with G2. And surprise, surprise, after a beating at Rift Rivals, mid lane jungle synergy is going to be the name of the game tonight, folks. So our eyes are set on Trick and Perks.
Yes, very excited to see how well they will be able to perform against the powerhouse that is H2K, who will be on the other side of the Rift. Eulcs and Febiven. We were thinking a lot about it, who is our best mid-jungle duo in Europe, and these two really sit at the top of the list. So much time is spent investing into trying to get Febiven ahead, and he does so much work with the leads that he is given.
Absolutely does. We saw against Roccat, well, they demolished. So much attention paid to the mid lane, it paid off. Febiven put on a monster performance. And we're wondering if they can replicate the same thing today against G2. You heard Sven say in the video, it's going to be slow, it's going to be meta, it's going to be macro.
It will be.
I'm not 100% sure, man. Lethality's pretty strong.
Yeah, that's very true.
Sadly, so are tanks, so lethality not quite as strong.
I'm excited, though. That we know the players are excited, too. I love the little banter that they had before the game. They were typing in each other's chat. Febiven was like, how can I lose? Jensen sat in this seat. And then he was like, whoa, Bjergsen sat in this seat. And it's going to be hype to see these two mid laners go up against each other.
Yeah, good friends, personal relationship, but when it comes down to it, someone has to win, and we're on the road now to find out who it's going to be. Thresh band away, at least to follow. But one thing that we did see in patch 7.13 right at the end was sort of a big shift in the jungle priority.
Yeah, you can see how many different junglers are very prevalent in the meta right now. Already today, we've seen the Cho'Gath, the Kayn, Warwick also coming out, Sejuani being extremely prevalent as well, and it just opens up to such a wide champion pool in that jungle position. Trick usually favors the tanky style, whereas Eulcs prefer those early game junglers. I think both can be viable in the current meta. The question is, which will be able to execute better?
Absolutely have to find out. Zach remains high priority, Elise as well, and the bans at least. Jace, one of the kind of the newer bans that we're seeing pretty consistently taken off the board, we have to assume, due to lethality, but not a pick that we have seen on stage yet in patch 7.14. Cho'Gath, interestingly enough, going to be the final ban from G2.
Now, Eulcs has been playing a bunch of different champions recently in solo queue. One of the things that we did see over in North America was the Maokai as well. Don't know how really strong it is. It has very little success over in North America, but it is something he's been practicing. And I do wonder whether or not he brings it out. Meanwhile, G2, rather than putting a huge focus on the support role, looks like they're looking for top lane, try and get expect on something that he can have some comfort on.
Taking their time debating what they want here. Countdown dropping lower and lower. Caitlyn is available. They are going to take it. Did get some attack speed growth nerfs this patch, so level to level, she will not be able to attack quite as quickly, but still looks like a high priority for G2 as H2K now have the opportunity to lock in 2 fresh picks of their own. If it wasn't Oda Wamne, I would be so excited about this Rammus, but this man hovers it every time.
He loves Rammus top lane, but you know, it's Coach Prolly. They gotta go meta. Something like the Gragas makes a lot more sense. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like an early Braum for Che as well. Rakan could also work, but things like Tahm Kench are still available. Some of the support picks that we haven't talked much about are the introduction of Tarek this patch. There's always the possibility of him making his way.
I love the introduction.
Freedom.
He wasn't a champion until this patch.
Yeah. But someone that has been making his way back into the meta on this patch.
And interesting enough, Varus has been chosen as an option into the Caitlyn. We'll see how that matchup fares, but kind of a defensive AD carry, works well into pretty much any composition. Nothing too fancy coming out here from H2K, as you mentioned, probably with his eyes on the meta. And G2, they're baiting us. They must have heard about the Maokai, but now trying to figure out what they want to do. We'll see if they want to match the jungle here, but Gragas technically a flex pick as well.
It looks like they're just going to go for a safe bottom lane. very, very reliable. You can't really go wrong with this matchup. It's very difficult to get engaged upon. You have extremely powerful siege. I think that it's just very safe from G2. They could look to lock in their jungler right now if they so wanted to. I feel like that right now they could do with something like an engage coming from the jungle, with Sejuani taken off the board. I feel like maybe they could go for the Rek'Sai for a little bit of early game impact, but the Kha'Zix always has that strong scaling, especially with the introduction of Duskblade. They can also have that earlier spike too.
Kha'Zix will be the final lock-in, headed into the jungle in the hands of Trick. Now, historically, this has been a very good pick for him. 4 wins, 0 losses over the course of the summer split. Now, it's curious to see what it's going to be able to do here in the early game. We can expect it to be matched up to Gragas. Not confirmed yet, but all this priority outside of the mid lane does mean that Febiven is going to get a chance to pick up the LeBlanc here. But he's playing with our
baited. Come on. He wouldn't blind pick a Zed here.
Look,
that would be very risky.
You say that, but it's so different from solo queue, because every solo queue game is like everybody getting one shot by some Fed guy with Duskblade, but now it's all about tanks and competitive, and I just don't know what to expect, Thaddeus.
Well, what you can expect is a reliable engage from H2K. They have a bunch of options already with the Gragas, his Body Slam, his ultimate, the Varus ultimate too, the flanking options from Tahm Kench. Great way to just make things happen in the mid to late game. And I know, having spoken with Odo, this is something that the team really values, giving a bunch of playmaking options to as many people as possible so that you're not reliant on a single individual being that big superstar that can suddenly make stuff happen for your team.
And the bans, they're going to remain mid lane focused, but I like what you brought up about that playmaking opportunities. Now, Che, not a man to shy away from those opportunities himself. I like that he got the Tahm Kench, and I'm a bit surprised to see G2 not prioritize it for Mithy. They had the option and instead opted for the Braum here.
You always have to be careful early locking in Tahm Kench because there are a few answers to it, and I think that with the Braum, you just give something safe. Like Tahm Kench and Braum, both fine, both very strong supports, really rise in value, especially once Thresh is off the board. So mid lane focus going to continue out from both teams. There's still a lot of room for what could go mid and could go top lane. It looks like that most of the S tier mid laners are taken off the board. Now you're looking at things like the Taliyah, potentially rising in value, but we know how strong things like Zed are into the Taliyah, along with a bunch of other assassins. So it could be a little riskier if they try to go for a blind pick. Corki is a fairly safe option, especially with the poke that the H2K do have.
So even with 3 mid lane bans, there's still an abundance of options up and available. H2K are going to opt to blind pick their top laner, Gnar, in the hands of Oda Wamane. It does confirm that Gragas will be going into the jungle, but G2 not going to get the luxury of counter picking in the mid lane.
Cheeky hover.
Cheeky hover. I mean, I feel like we break the rule, but I feel like on this patch you're never 100% sure and you want to talk about it. I don't think so, folks.
No. But that was the mid lane that we were talking about in terms of raising in priority when Ori, Syndra, and LeBlanc were all taken off the board. Taliyah really becomes the next power pick. This is the window. This is where you're most likely going to see a Zed in the mid lane if you are going to see one. Febiven could also go for something like an Ahri, not commonly picked in Europe. Something like the Cassio is typically considered more of an answer towards the Taliyah. But there's always that option. If they want to try and go for 1-3-1 with the Gnar, then they could force something like an Echo or maybe even the Zed. The only thing you have to worry about is your high AD damage.
I feel kind of bad for Expect. He keeps getting this Jarvan picked for him, and it is a great champion once you get out of lane, but he is never picked into a winning lane matchup. Nope. This man is set up to suffer, and this is something G2 have talked about. They said, we're willing to sacrifice individual players for the greatness of the team, but right now in the last couple games, it has been a lot of sacrificing Expect, but now H2K are finally going to lock in the Cassin, as predicted, one of the counter options, or one of the solid options into Taliyah, and maybe not quite the explosive lethality mid lane matchup some people might have expected.
But it's a really rough matchup for Taliyah in the middle lane. Once we actually get into game, we can talk a little bit more about it. But you can see the composition from H2K, very much 1-3-1. They have a bunch of engage tools. They scale extremely well. They have good team fighting. Just a very classic H2K comp, very well rounded. G2, very similar vein. They have decent team fighting, arguably a little weaker than H2K because of this mid lane matchup, but they too have good scaling. They have really strong siege with the poke that you get from Taliyah and the Caitlyn. And with Kha'Zix, I would say they have a little bit stronger of an early game depending on how well Trick can do in the jungle.
And we've seen Trick snowball massive leads. And I think when we look at these two compositions, the major difference, it feels like the sieging potential on the side of G2 versus the 1-3-1 potential on the side of H2K. You have that Gnar who can be a split pusher. You have that Cass, and they both can be powerful in team fights. We see them so often go into the side lane. Head over to Twitter, folks, at LOL Esports. Hashtag G2 win or hashtag H2K win. We heard what Roccat thought, Wadid, Hjarnan, and Foxy. We heard what Henning thought, and Shock spoke for Deficio. So, let us know what you think.
Yeah, definitely going to be a close series. Whose slump will end? H2K pretty inconsistent. G2, they're looking to become consistent themselves. Let's see which one can pull out the first win as we jump into H2K versus G2.
Game 1, folks. No crazy new picks coming out yet. Both teams reminding us a little bit of patch 7.13, but the new item's still present. We'll have to see what each side wants to go for. G2 on the blue side, H2K on the red. And you mentioned Trick, early success. Where does he set his sights, Vedius? What is the lane that you try to shut down?
I mean, typically you want to try and shut down a Kastin as much as you can. It is very difficult, especially with the Talia Kha'Zix's lane, because you don't really have any hard crowd control to lock him down and then insta-kill him. But if you can put a lot of pressure down early on, it's a great avenue to just deny him, delay the late game spike that Kastin is so desperately working towards. The big issue that Perkz is going to have is during the laning phase, it's just super, super rough, because Featherven, he's going to walk up, he's going to Q, and then he's going to leave. And it's very difficult for the Talia to trade back, because Featherven just has to stand behind his minions and be like, haha, countered. And in the event that one of them does hit, he also has a magic shield to boot. So add to the fact that he has all that sustain and a teleport, it's going to be very difficult to force Featherven out of lane. The best you can do is just push, 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 because he doesn't really have that kind of wave.
And a TP to back it up as well means Featherven, even if he is pushed under that tower, even if he does maybe lose a trade once or twice, the minion wave isn't there to block from, it feels like he's going to be pretty safe to farm up in this lane if it is left to that 1v1. So we have to see what's going to happen. Perkz does spot the ward out, and now the team is moving into the jungle. Looks like it's going to be the cheeky Talia start we have not seen in a while. Just going to try to start with at least one of these creeps. A small XP advantage.
I'm taking them all, Draco. All right, that's
going to start with 3 of these raptors.
Okay, so just wanted to talk about, the level 2 gank from Trick in mid already.
Featherven, level 1, flash forward, that's so aggressive. Featherven getting taken low, little bit of damage back up from Perkz, but no summoners burnt.
Wow.
I mean, if you don't use flash, it's not a very good summoner spell,
we're
right?
like, yo, Trick, we've heard that Featherven and Jankos probably the best jungle mid synergy in the LCS right now, and Trick is like, you what?
I feel like he missed the synergy part of that, because that was literally just Trick. He's like, we're going to get the best synergy. Perkz, you stay back there, I'm going in.
Well, he goes in, he uses the flash, realizes he doesn't need it early. Jankos very unlikely to try and invade him. But he does get a chunk of damage down, will force some of the health pots out from Featherven. He will now be forced to play back, but he doesn't get any summoner spells out from him. So just, really it was just a pressure play. Let's see if Trick pays for it later on into the game.
Knows, Trick, is he going to pay for it now?
He's fine.
He's good. All right. Well, Trick knows Gragas maybe not going to be as big of a threat in the early game, not going to throw down as much pressure, so tries to make the most of his very early game, I suppose you could argue, by forcing the gank in mid lane, but pressure just going to go down onto Kassadin, however, heals up off the refillable. No major impact from that yet. We'll have to see if Trick will be punished for burning the flash or what will actually come from that play. Good exchange from Perkz. Now we look at the top lane. We talked about this lane matchup earlier. Things, they're fine for Expect, but definitely not where he wants to be.
I mean, in terms of farm right now, he's absolutely fine, right? The best you can do is just sit under tower and just practice last hitting, because there's very rarely an occasion where you can trade onto the Gnar. The thing about Jarvan is he's an all-in champion. So if you go in, you don't really go back out again, and what Gnar is really effective at punishing is when you close the gap on him and you try to run away, because of all the bonus movement speed, because of the slows that he has. He's just very good at punishing you every time you try to retreat. So the best thing for Expect is to just accept the fact that he can't do much in this lane, get as much farm as he can, and scale towards the mid and late game, where he will have a lot more value in these mid-game team fights.
And I'm curious to see if G2 want to put any pressure on this lane whatsoever, or if they are happy to concede it, as you mentioned, just let him get that last hitting practice, because Jarvan, one of the few characters in this game who feels like he has that gank assist, has some CC to start it up for Kha'Zix to do the damage. Have to see if that's the option. Mithy throwing down a bit of vision. Doesn't look like he's going to spot Jankos out. The ping does go down, so the vision did spot him on the Gromp.
One of the things
Ooh, another gang mid. Knocked back. That's actually bad news for Febiven. Is he going to have to burn the flash? No. Oh, it does burn the flash, rather.
Beautiful setup from Perkz and Trick. A return gank to the middle lane. This time, they get what they wanted. The flash is now gone for Febiven. We talked about which lanes Trick was going to invest in early. Well, mid lane was the one we wanted him to see him doing it, and he's doing a fantastic job so far. Great knockback from Perkz to force the flash out for Febi. Level 4, he's already forced to go back. He's already forced to use the teleport. Has to come back with a boot and corrupting potion, and this is where you delay his spike. You delay the Rod of Ages and slow down the Kassadin scaling.
Interesting to see what exactly the next focus is going to be. I think G2 may just want to continue camping this mid lane. They finally burned that flash, even if the earlier gank wasn't successful. Trick's flash will be up shortly, and may be difficult to dive that Kassadin as he approaches level 6, but you can see Perkz so confident in this mid lane.
I am so impressed with how many of these knockbacks that he is landing, because it is super difficult. Once Kassadin gets level 6, it will be a little harder. You will note that Febiven can look to trade more aggressively onto the Taliyah once he has that extra bit of mobility. Typically, dashes will hurt you when Taliyah lays down the minefield, but he has a blink, so he'll just teleport over them, and it's not as effective as, say, it would be against someone like Eulcs1.
You're not killing yourself like a LeBlanc would by leaping forward. Now, usually mid lane matches very often decided by the junglers. We've seen Trick repeat ganks this time into the mid lane. Hasn't been the same case for Eulcs on this Gragas. Not really making the same mark.
Yeah, something that we wanted to highlight back in their series versus Roccat was how early impacting Eulcs really was. Now, we did have champions like Zac and Lee Sin, slightly different in terms of their playstyle, but he was everywhere. He was having so much presence during the laning phase, helping getting his laners ahead, and that allowed them to just play as aggro as they wanted to build those early leads and snowball up against Roccat. But this time round, Trick is the one exerting all that early pressure. Gragas not being that level 6, struggling to kind of match it, but he is doing well in the farm. So once he hits that level 6 mark, it'd be good to see from him if he can try and look to make a play in some of the other lanes.
And there's been pressure on Trick to perform in the early game to set Perkz up for success. As you mentioned, Kassadin kind of this ticking time bomb. Eventually he is going to be a threat. Eventually you will not be able to 1v1 him, especially as an AP champion. We'll see as Eulcs approaches that level 6, if he can force one of those ganks into the mid lane, if he can relieve some of the pressure that's been placed down on Febiven. But gotta say, Febiven, despite all the attention he's been receiving, still at a pretty decent CS margin. 7 creeps down.
Yep.
Not a bad spot to be.
It's getting worse, though. I love the way Perkz is punishing me underneath the tower. It's so great to see a Kassadin suffering during the lane phase, because too many times in the LCS, I've just seen these Kassadins get free lanes, and it just makes me sad, because his weakest point is his laning phase. And usually we see him picked into the Corki, he just constantly wins out on trades, but you can mitigate that if you just keep ganking him, and Trick has done a great job of recognizing this, and just trying to put Febiven behind to allow his mid laner to succeed, and so far Perkz is doing a great job in the early game.
Trick gonna use some fancy footwork to pressure out the red buff. Eulcs now level 6. See where he puts that attention, where that explosive cask is going to go. Looks like he's just checking out on the dragon, wants to make sure Kha'Zix is not free to solo that one up. We see so frequently kind of the evolved claws being just such an easy way to solo out those objectives.
Yeah. He will decide to go for that, and one of the things that we briefly touched on early on was who will end their slump? How is the consistency issue for both these teams going to be resolved? Because G2, they haven't looked good for the first half of the split. They went 1-5 of Rift Rivals. A lot of question marks around, will they return to form? Will they become this consistent powerhouse in Europe? And after last week's performance, we were excited, but we weren't entirely sure how they would do. Now for H2K, this is a team that you always put your trust in, and then they go down. And then you go, H2K, we're kind of disappointed, we don't have faith, and then all of a sudden they go back up. And it's always so up and down their performance that it's very difficult to have faith in them. And so we're looking at both these teams and we wonder who will be the more consistent, who can finally end that slump streak and demonstrate that they are truly a top team in Europe.
And right now, H2K vying for the top of Group B, pretty easily going to have it after Unicorns lost earlier today. But we want to see that consistency, as you mentioned. And, I asked Febiven in an interview earlier in the split, you guys kind of have this reputation of chokers, because when the pressure is on, when we see the team and we're like, yes, H2K is the top team in Europe, everything seems to fall apart so consistently. But winning here against G2, holding that top spot at Group B, taking down former Kings of Europe, if we still want to call them that at this point in the split, has to feel good, has to set up the confidence coming into playoffs, especially as they've all but secured a spot at this point.
Yeah, and One of the reasons why I wanted to bring up this narrative is because typically we do see H2K have a huge impact in the early game. We usually try to see them set that up, and right now, this is the Perk show. He's the guy that has full control over the early game, and it's where we saw him have the most success in previous weeks. You can just see from his stats how well he was able to perform in their series versus Spice, specifically in Game 2, where he got that early lead on LeBlanc and roamed around on the map. He has a Talia right now. He has the ability to affect these side lanes, but Eulcs is coming mid.
Can't hold that thought. Good seismic shove to pull him back. Kha'Zix is busy soloing the Infernal Drake. Is he going to go for that instead of trying to assist Perks? They're all trapped in the pit now. Trick's going to get it. He's going to flash over. They're going to make it out with both their lives and a dragon. A lot of resources committed for H2K, but not going to find the prize.
And Perks, he just wanted to run to his jungler. He thought, if I can get the help, Febiven will overcommit. We can turn around and we can punish him. They saw Che come from the river as well, and they realized there's nothing we can do in this situation. We just have to evacuate. Febiven does flash. Perks gets away with his life. Trick has to flash too, but they get the objective that they wanted.
And we are now seeing more pressure from Eulcs, but it doesn't result in anything this time. And H2K, full knowledge of that Infernal Drake going down, chose instead to put their pressure on the mid lane. Mithy, though, is going to have to be careful. Cask is up and available for Eulcs. Will get knocked back into the team. Knockdown comes in, but Mithy's going to drop first blood for H2K.
Good punish from Eulcs and Che. They realize that Mithy is sticking around too long. He wants to proc that passive so they can get in range to jump to Sven. He does not try to flash the barrel. He ends up giving away his life. And now the bottom lane of H2K have relieved some of the pressure that this Caitlyn and Braum were exerting for the majority of this game.
Good spot to be for H2K as well. We can see exactly how this unfolded, but sometimes a little risky to face check these brushes. Not a lot to say against the level 7 Gragas. Yeah. Second that Unbreakable was gone. Pretty free to just knock him back into the team. It's a good ult for Mithy, but unfortunately too little too late.
Just a lack of respect, really, for Mithy. He wasn't expecting the chain CC. Nuclear did a really good job of locking him up once he was knocked into the rest of the team. So for the time being, H2K did get this early lead. Now the question is, can they hold on to it and snowball it? The rest of the lanes still going fairly evenly. Slight advantage in the top lane for H2K. G2, they're just trying to gain vision around this river area. But there is no dragon to take. Rift Herald could be a big point of contention. And I wonder if H2K look for a swap fairly soon. That bottom tower is going to go down, but with the Blade of the Ruin King already completed on Nuclear, maybe they feel confident enough to hold that 2v2.
Keep our eyes where the big macro move is going to come out. Shea with the Abyssal Voyage as well, but Nuclear has been spotted. Trick waiting in the brush. He's going to throw down a bit of damage on Nuclear. That is so much coming out. Trying to save the day. Blast Cone out. I got hype, I got excited, but at the end of the day, you're not going to kill two champions as a level 8 Kha'Zix with 0 kills.
He gets a heal on Nuclear though, so a small win will allow G2 pressure in the mid lane as well. It looks like they're just going to quick a very quick rotation. Maybe even siege this down, but with Eulcs here, they have more than enough wave clear to hold the line. You can see all the workaround in the lane. God damn, it's so frustrating as a Talia when you just can't use your Q ability.
No, you can. You just get one.
Yes. It's kind of like
and half the cooldown, Thaddeus. Isn't that great?
So typically you can see that G2 very good at taking first towers, or have been so far throughout the regular season. H2K not too far behind though, only in 3rd place. So both these teams, very huge investment in trying to get that early objective as soon as they can.
Keeping our eyes as we go into the mid game, one thing we wanted to talk about more in this series is why were both of these teams slumping? And one of the things we saw was lack of consistency across G2 lanes. G2 themselves brought up these selfish drafts, and I feel like ever since that Splice series, that's really no longer been an issue for the team.
I've been really impressed so far with how things have been going, and so far in this early laning phase, it's been fairly safe. It's been that macro. It's what Sven exactly called, right? You wanted a little bit more of a bloodbath, Dracos, but unfortunately, that's not what these teams are interesting. It's all about the scaling, the team fighting, the ability to ward and play around vision. Good League of Legends.
All right, fair. Always good to see a smart macro game. We had a bloody game last series, so slightly different style this time around. Now, we mentioned Expect was eventually going to get out of this lane, eventually be able to have team fight impact. Cannot fight the Gnar, but can fight other people, yet it's been trapped here for a very long time. Almost 14 minutes, no towers dropping yet, only a single kill. Is there a break point in this game, or are both teams just content to continue extending the laning phase?
I'd just love to see Perks try and make a roam down to the bottom side of the map. Or topside
Or the
works
top
too.
side, Odoamne is going to hop, but it's slightly interrupted now, locked in the cage. Expect, can't 1v1, but can definitely 2v1. Gets the back from Perkz. That's the kill back for G2.
Just as we tried to talk about it, Perkz acts upon the level 11. You have the ulti, the ability to roam around the map. Odo is overextended top. He doesn't even flash, and now Febby takes a bit of harass, but he will walk out. Great roam from Perkz. Maybe he could have gone to the bottom side, try and force that early tower. Again, though, because Nuclear got that early kill, don't feel as confident to try and make the same sort of play down the bottom side of the map. So G2, they get themselves a return kill.
Also, risky going into the Tom Kench. Do not want to overcommit into the Devour. Eulcs continuing to lay down very aggressive vision into the G2 jungle is getting mitigated to a certain degree, but you can see both teams actually pretty proactive in protecting their laners with vision. But we'll watch this play one more time and exactly what happened to Odoamne.
So you can see here, Odo just continuing his push. He feels absolutely fine, but his Mega Gnar just runs out. So Odo, he's trapped inside the cage. He realizes that if he flashes out, that's going to give the opportunity for Perkz to knock him back. So he just accepts his fate, loses his life, and he's going to hold his Summoner Spell for a later date. And this will relieve the pressure a little bit more for Expect. So now you actually have 3 decent matchups for G2 because the constant push from Perkz in mid, you have the pressure in bottom lane because of a Caitlyn, and now that Jarvan has completed the Black Cleaver, along with the Ninja Tabite, he's going to feel a little bit more confident trading into the Gnar as well.
Maybe still not the best matchup, but definitely in a much better spot than they once were. Interesting, we're seeing Eulcs go for the Runic Echo still. Cinderhulk, kind of the big talk of the town with the buffs to Bombi Cinder, the cost reduction, but it looks like he still wants to focus at least a little bit on that early damage.
Now remember, win conditions here for H2K, very much focused on making sure the Fervent doesn't fall too far behind. Looking at a possible collapse coming out from H2K.
Abyssal Voyage coming forward, Perkz gonna flash back, Cask over, but Trick's gonna dodge it.
Oh, Odo TP in as well, so that's going to leave Expect on the top side. H2K, they tried to force a play, couldn't make anything happen.
Whiff on the Gnar, but now 5 members strong of H2K around the Dragon Pit. Febiven's running right back to the mid lane, but it looks like H2K not looking to give up a second Infernal Drake in this game, especially when it could be all about scaling. Trick gonna run forward, not gonna get the steal. Still looking for the aggressive play, though. Will get locked up. Single person knockup from Mithy. But it's gonna continue. There's the Expect on the backside moving forward. That's gonna be the Cataclysm. Suddenly Sven is here as well, dishing out the damage. Kill down onto Chain. No one left to protect Nuclear if he goes forward. But Perkz is the one who has to be scared. He may just get popped. Heal comes out to save him. Looking for the disengage. Odoamne gonna get one. He's about to go Mega. Will he go over the wall? No flash means they have to back off, but it's just the 1-for-1.
Great team fight from both sides, but overall victors are H2K. They come out healthier. They feel confident to return to the lanes and defend from the pushing bot of G2. And H2K, not only did they get the Dragon, but they will in fact lose the bot tower, but they've responded by making a play over in the lane.
Looks like it will just be the 1-for-1 tower trade in the end. Tower first blood in the favor of G2, but H2K gonna just about even it up. Almost a 1K advantage for G2. Not gonna be too massive, but does get them started if they can keep this ball rolling.
So bear in mind, the Talia flash was burnt earlier on, but G2, they feel confident to try and force the fight. They've got the collapse down onto Jay because this is actually now a 5v4 before Febiven joins. And at this point, G2, they just want to disengage, but Perkz' positioning is not ideal. He sticks around a little too long. That allows the rest of H2K to get enough CC down onto him, and then Odo comes in for the cleanup kill. The rest of G2, they're then just forced to retreat because all of their resources were burnt onto Che, who's not really the target that you want to be trying to shut down.
Map now resets. G2 putting their bot lane in the mid lane. H2K going to mirror the same strategy. Mid laners have headed top laners have headed bot. Everybody has swapped around. And the laning phase continues.
Yep. The laning phase continues, but this is big for H2K because now they've got Febby out of the middle lane. They still hold on to their mid lane tower. Nuclear and Che can hold on to it, which means that in terms of map control, very heavily in their favor. Because it's now even harder for G2 to extend their vision line deeper into the H2K half of the jungle, whereas H2K are feeling even more confident about trying to do it. Regardless though, look at the goal difference. G2 still in control, largely because of the CS advantage that Sven has been able to build up for himself.
And we see H2K in past weeks, they've been all over the place. This is part of the reason why we've labeled them as an inconsistent team. But the thing to note is, in this game, it doesn't feel like as big of a deal that they've fallen a little bit behind in gold. They feel much more in control than in some of those weeks where they were put at larger deficits.
Yeah, this gold graph really references what we talked about in terms of the inconsistencies, as you were saying, Dracos. And we just want to see an H2K where they either have a straight line somewhere. Because H2K are just such a difficult team to trust, because whenever they look good, they fall down. And then when you don't expect them to perform, they then suddenly perform again. So
if you're an H2K fan, continuously tell them that you expect very little, and they will continue to perform at the top.
Exactly. So the fact that the fan vote was actually in their favor earlier on, probably not looking so good based on results-based analysis.
I love it. That's the classic sports fan. Look, man, historically, these guys, week 7, games against G2, always perform. Just saying. Something about week 7. Expect. Looking to keep week 7 getting aggressive. That's going to be the double ult from Mithy. Now the Weaver's wall on the backside. Nuclear's going to be in trouble if he's not careful. Perkz getting off a little early. But not what he wanted, the pull back. G2 eager to force a fight, but H2K doing what they can to stop the engage from happening.
Everybody walks away with their lives, but I love the proactive plays coming out from both teams. H2K utilizing their TP to not only get a flash out of Perkz, but to set up for the Dragon earlier on and make a fight happen. Here, G2 recognizing that Che does not have flash available. They engage onto the mid, they use all their roaming capabilities to collapse down, hoping to get a kill. Unfortunately, they don't find anything. You can just see the skill of both these teams, always wary, always showing respect to their opposition, but still trying to make stuff happen rather than just having this slow, long, drawn-out game where one team fight can decide it all.
Yeah, just threatening H2K, hoping to catch H2K off guard, but they do a great job of disengaging. And once again, we look at the scaling, we look at Caston, we look at this Gnar, and it feels like, to a certain degree, it is in favor of H2K. Caitlyn on the opposite side, definitely a terror. Taliyah as well, but Jarvan not quite the greatest late game champion, and we'll see how these fights go as we get later and later into the game.
One thing that does concern me for G2 is the fact that they actually have no exhaust for Febiven, and they have no real way to lock him down because he has so much mobility. Ideally, you want stuns or knockups or silences or just hard crowd control to keep him stationary so that you can shut him down. But the Jarvan ultimate, the Braum passive,
yeah, the Jarvan ultimate feels terrible against the Caston. He just leaves. He just leaves the circle. Exactly. He does not want to fight you, but the Braum passive, I like that you brought that up because it turns every auto attack into the point and click stun you want against Caston. But even then, Mithy has to be in a position to hit the Caston.
You need the Caston to stand still long enough that you can hit him 4 times.
All right, so we're kind of connecting the dream scenario where Caston is going to get stunned, but the bottom line is it's very difficult. We're going to have to see what G2 want to do, how they execute.
And that's what makes it so exciting too, right? Because Caston is always a difficult champion to teamfight against, but G2's win condition is very much fighting. They have a great 5v5 comp, they have a great ability to siege, but H2K is splitting them up right now, forcing Perkz and Expect to be on the side lanes. So that's why they need to utilize this TP and the ulti from Perkz to try and make these plays mid, force H2K to come to them so they can have the fights that they want.
Dragon spawning shortly, 14 seconds away. Maybe a fight that G2 want. We'll see if H2K want to opt into it. They want to use this as the arena. G2 definitely issuing the challenge as they clear out the vision. H2K are well aware that this is what is in G2's sights. It looks like they may not even put the priority here. Happy to give this one up, not looking to taste the risk of forcing a fight.
A lot of respect being shown there from H2K, but also they didn't quite have the vision set up, so instead they wanted to use this opportunity to get deep vision down topside, make sure that Febiven was safe as he took the tower, and the gold equalizes once more. So very steady, very slow game from both teams. It's exciting. It's culminating in one big fight.
And the thing is it's not like the scaling is crazy in favor of one side, right? Caston and Gnar are definitely very scary. But there's a Caitlyn on the other side. There's a Taliyah, and I feel like normally when we see a Caston, I'm like, if this team does not win by the time Caston hits level 16, the game is done. But that doesn't feel like the case this time around.
I also quite like the fact that Trick went Black Cleaver rather than the Duskblade. Do feel that item is very much more towards snowballing rather than playing towards the team. Black Cleaver, the Armor Shred, way more valuable in team fights. So this could be an engage from H2K.
Engage coming out. Nuclear throwing down the ultimate. Mithy throwing the ult behind him. Is going to get knocked back to the team. Mithy now in trouble. Has to flash out to safety. Both teams playing so cautious. But
H2K really wants to commit. As I cut you off there briefly, Dracos, because H2K, though, they're still in the power play. G2, very risky to try and go for that kind of a face check, even though they will still be able to make their way into the river and get this vision down. Baron now becomes a big point of contention for both these teams. Nobody's in the bottom lane. Regardless, Expect making his way now to the bottom lane as Odo continues to put pressure on. So all these outer towers destined to fall relatively soon.
Not going to get any rage from hitting the tower either, so pretty easy for Odo to keep up that pressure. We'll get 50% of its life. That is the boon that H2K get for forcing a bit of a skirmish in the mid lane. But the calm game just continues on, and we were expecting it to be all about jungle mid, and it kind of was.
It kind of was.
For the first 10 minutes,
yeah.
but I feel like we've made it past the point. It's no longer about individual laners. It feels like it's much more of that team game, and you brought up Eulcs bringing more, team utility to the table, bringing more engage options, can start things, whereas Trick, maybe some opportunities from some of those Kazakh solo kills, but definitely not going to be the fight starter that H2K
And this is really good from Perks. You guys at home playing solo queue, take note of what he just did. Because he pushed a wave and he was like, huh, I have no vision in my side of the map. I have no idea where Eulcs is. I have no idea where Che is. It's super easy for them to flank behind me. So I'm just going to walk back to my turret. I don't need to be that far pushed up in the lane. Oh, look, the entire top side of my blue jungle is warded. And now
we have to hold that thought because Hyper does a lot of damage to tanks. And Odoamne, well aware of that fact, Expect not giving him the respect he deserves. And if H2K were looking for an opportunity to start to open this game up, they may have just found it. That's definitely the tower in favor of H2K, but what else are they going to be able to get off of this?
Odoamne finding that solo kill, demonstrating the strength that this Gnar has in the matchup. He gets himself the frozen mallet. Extremely difficult for Expect to disengage from the mini Gnar once he has that consistent slow being applied to you. Getting that solo kill on the side lane is absolutely massive for H2K because now they have the turret advantage. They have full control over the map. They can set up vision wherever they please. And even though it will likely be towards the Baron area, we now know for sure Expect he cannot hold this lane in the 1v1. But is he even going to be able to hold his own against the Cassin? Picked up the Lich Bane now, reaching that late game point. G2, their proactivity has slowed down significantly compared to what was happening in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, given the Trick engaged at 2 minutes, I think definitely a different pace of game than what we saw earlier on. But good use of the Mega Gnar, nice timing we have to say on this engage from Odoamne. Procs the Frozen Mallet before the Flag and Drag comes out, so Expect slowed even as he exits that dash. And if you've ever played against an Gnar, you've definitely experienced this. This is the rundown.
Yep. It sucks for Expect, but really love the way in which Odoamne did utilize his ultimate, just maximizing it as much as possible so he gets that CC, is able to begin the chase, and he is able to get himself the solo kill. So good recognition there. Looks like he's working towards that Gargoyle Stoneplate, but a roam coming from Talia mid.
For it, are they going to go for the engage here? Weaver's Wall available. Summoner spells up, 3 members under the tower. Perks poking out from the side, though. H2K now going to know that he is there. Already spotted him on the control ward, however, so explains why the team is playing back.
And this is how you play 1-3-1. Fantastic vision setup, constantly coming out from H2K. Every time G2 try and go and answer the lanes, look at Che and Eulcs, moving together, regaining vision. Everything that G2 just clawed back for themselves, instantly cleared out to allow the side laners to just keep pushing. Pushing. G2 are never being given this opportunity to group and make a fight happen. And now we know for sure that these side laners of H2K are guaranteed to win their 1v1s. So H2K literally just have to stop and wait. Level 16 for the Cassidin, level 16 for the Gnar. They are slowly going to end the game on the side lane. They just have to make sure that they do not fall into the trap of fighting G2 in a 5v5, because that Caitlyn is terrifying right now.
Absolutely. 3 item point now hit, waiting for a bit of armor penetration before she'll be able to kill everyone. But the more vulnerable targets of H2K, Febivin and Nuclear, definitely need to be scared. Odoamne, though, definitely a man who is not fearless as he continues to pressure in on the bottom side. And one of the things, Vedius, about 1-3-1 in Europe, I feel like a lot of teams have been struggling to execute it. Yes, H2K are starting off really well, but the vulnerability of this strategy just, if you make one mistake, 1-3-1 falls apart pretty quickly.
Oh, it certainly can, but so far H2K are playing this map beautifully. G2 really struggling to find answers. They haven't been able to successfully push that Weaver's Wall into a situation where H2K are suddenly forced to collapse. Maybe G2 can do it now with the Dragon spawning soon. Febivin going to go back to base. Wonder if he's got enough of the Zhonyas just yet. Because if he does, that's going to be a very big teamfight tool that's really going to help H2K even fight at this point in the game.
And Vedius, if you're hoping for a clean macro game, you're definitely getting it, because this is the fewest kills in a game this split was 10. That's Mysterious Monkeys versus Roccat, and we're at 5, 28 minutes of the game, so well on the way to beating that record. However, H2K may be looking to change that. Dragon in their sights. Eulcs is going to go for the steal. Perks doing what he can to keep it disengaged. In goes the Mega Gnar. Trick going to grab it. Expect looking for the flag and drag to get him over. Perks not going to make it over the wall. No wall up to connect. But Tom Catch is delivering to the fight. Now H2K may be looking for a little bit more. Suddenly it starts off. Mithy going to find the disengage. Unbreakable going to block some of the damage. Sven throwing a little bit more over the wall, but no one's going to die!
But you're seeing now H2K being a confident team that's trying to force the fight. They feel confident enough that they can actually win that 5 versus 5, especially with how much was used to deny H2K from even getting to the Dragon. But now G2, they've lost all control over the Baron area. Odo, he has his TP up. H2K, though, they're not going to run the risk just yet.
Not backing everybody at the same time, one at a time, staggering them. Do not want to leave 1 or 2 members near the pit to get picked off and Baron to get taken down. Only a 1K lead for H2K, nothing massive. Double Infernal's definitely going to balance that out at this point in the game, especially with a Caitlyn and a Talia on that team. But G2 hungry for something, hoping to find a pick here. May not be able to catch Febivin, but Mithy has to be careful. Febivin going to give them the respect, not going to go for anything aggressive. And right now with the waves pushed against H2K, G2 have a small opportunity to get some deeper vision here, but it looks like instead they're going to back off, spend some of that gold that they earned, look to pick up a few more wards and a few more items.
So the game's still in full control of H2K. The amount of the amount of defensive vision that they have right now makes a lot of sense because they know that they can't look to contest the vision around Baron. All they need to have good awareness of is what G2 is trying to do. And you can see Che hanging around, just feeling it out. His spidey senses weren't tingling, so he decides not to drop a ward over the wall.
Is that the official analytical interpretation?
That is, in fact,
the spidey senses?
Yeah, it's one of those things, though, that you have with experience, right? When you play the game for so long, you can, like, read the map. You look at the situation and go, would they be rushing it? Well, HK, they're going to go fight.
Rushing for Trick. Trick going to have to try to flash safety. Is stealthed up, so we'll make it out. Almost a pick there, but not going to get the jungler. That could have just been Baron for H2K if the jungler had dropped, but Trick not going to go down in the end.
I wanted to say that getting a flash is always great, but I feel like we see so many flashes and heals go down that have never really resulted in anything. All they've really done is spooked G2 a little, and they've also been able to get themselves the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane, as H2K look to continue the deep vision train.
And I'll be honest, it felt like an even game for so much of the mid game. Maybe a little G2 favored earlier on, but now it's definitely H2K favored. 3K. The double Infernals for G2 are nice, but the split push is just working out so well for H2K, and anytime H2K find even the smallest advantage, it feels like G2 are giving up so much, whether it's tower health or a tower itself. G2, however, finding an opportunity to fire back. Vara's not in position to clear the wave. That means mid-tier 1 all but guaranteed for G2, however, giving a lot of respect to Febivin. Yanko's backing off. Odo, 70% to the Mega Gnar. Both teams playing so cautiously, so calm and collected, and this is kind of the level of discipline I think we were hoping for from both sides, but neither one with a decisive lead yet, even if H2K feels like they have the advantage.
But I feel like H2K now, they need to move Odo off onto top lane, so you can start pressuring down onto that tier 2, and you have Febivin move down to the bottom lane. His TP is still up. The Baron is extremely far away, if you're in the bottom lane, funnily enough. So he'll be able to join the fray fairly quickly in the event that anything were to kick off. And I feel like we're a bit of a broken record here, just repeating the same things. H2K, they're continuing to play towards the 1-3-1. Great win condition for them, but it's really important to acknowledge that their team fighting is not weak. Varus, still a very potent team fighter. Gragas, really good at splitting up the enemy. Synergize that with the Varus ultimate, you have a great way to find a pick. Now, because H2K, they all had to go back to base, they're still sending up the side lanes, they will lose that mid-tier 1, but at this point in the game, it means nothing. 33 minutes, the value that that tower brings has already been maximized. Now G2, will they force a Baron play? It looks like it.
Moving for a bit more. Odoamne is stacking up the Fury, though they have to be careful, but this one is getting burned down quite quickly. Trick and Expect dishing out decent damage. Sven on the backline as well, 3K and getting lower. Odoamne going forward, that's the Mega Gnar, but he's only going to connect on one. Sven's left untouched, has not been CC'd. The Weaver's Wall breaking up the fight. Febivin moving forward, but Perks can hit up as much as he can. Che trying to save the day, getting Odoamne out of there. Trick on the way out as well. Febivin finally going to find a kill. Yanko's leaping forward. Where is the follow-up? Not going to get a kill. They're firing back. Expect actually going to take down Yankos. At the end of the day, still just a 1-for-1. Baron alive and well. No one is walking away with anything.
How does no one die in these fights? They're so close.
Che May get taken down. Cassie gonna get out. Nuclear's in trouble too. This is bad news for H2K. G2, they're gonna set their sights on that Baron. It may just be an easy take for the team.
And H2K, they get baited into the fight. They know they have to challenge G2 because the Baron is going down so quickly. But the way in which G2 played the fight was just so fantastic. The Weaver's Wall from Perks, the positioning from Sven, the fact that Febiven could not get onto those key targets, and so many low health bars on the side of G2, yet no one died. Just fantastic execution that H2K ended up falling short.
And look at the confidence here from G2. They know the Caitlyn and the Jarvan can get this started, even if they need the Kha'Zix to help finish that smite to secure. Febiven is nearby, but Jankos is so far away. This is looking like a Baron for G2. No steal attempt coming in. G2 taking the first Baron of the game.
And now they have reclaimed the gold lead. They have the Baron, and trying to stop this 1-3-1 becomes so much easier when you can just run it down mid and force H2K to group. G2, a team you can never count out, but H2K historically have always struggled in these late game fights. So keep your eyes on Odo, right? He goes in, he gets the Mega Gnar. He fails to hit Trick, so the jungler is still alive. Yes, he gets a bit of CC down, but look at how great this wall is. Nuclear is not dealing any damage. Che is forced to flash early on. Jankos' impact in this fight is little to nothing, while Perks and Sven are just kiting on the backline.
Oh, but Trick may be getting caught out. Baron buff's important, but not if you can push the waves. That's the first pick for H2K. Sven now the one in trouble. Mithy gonna do what he can to save. On the way in, Febiven looking for the kill. That's gonna be it. Lead forward, Mithy next on the menu. H2K, they're firing back.
And they punish G2 as they're trying to set up the siege, but H2K, with their extremely mobile members and their ability to catch these targets out of position with the deep vision that they set up, they find the picks, they're going to mitigate the Baron, and they're going to run it down mid.
Ooh, and Trick was just not expecting that. Maybe lulled into that slow game sensor feeling, but H2K, despite the Baron buff, still willing to make those aggressive plays, and it's paying off. Perks can't even use that Baron buff to pressure. Is going to decide to stay debating whether or not to back. It's a 4-second back timer, knows the inhibitor's already dead. Is going to look to push that tier 2 on the top side, but that inhibitor going down for H2K is the first very large advantage for either one of these teams.
Really want to see the setup from H2K because I love the fact that they didn't just concede. They didn't just let G2 have what they wanted. They found an opportunity and made the pick happen. This was just H2K. They tried to get some deep vision down. Trick has no idea that they've walked into the jungle, and he just gets caught off. Fantastic play from H2K, getting a great punish onto G2. They're all split up. G2, they haven't even grouped up mid because you have Talia trying to go clear up on the top lane. Everything just going so well for H2K. Ooh, finding a great punish.
And Bettis, you said, all right, Gust of Blows is great, but you have to hit the Kassadin. Braum did not get a single auto attack or Q onto that Kassadin in the fight. Febiven is looking untouchable. Maybe Mithy can change that here, but difficult game for G2. They still have a minute left on the Baron buff. The play happened so quickly after the Baron that they have an abundance of time left. Maybe they can get an objective back, even up the game once again.
Well, it's going to be difficult. Bear in mind that they've pushed out mid lane. As Trick and Elite putting a little bit of pressure down onto Jankos. Very tense, still very even from both sides. And now they're grouping up in the bottom lane.
Trying to zone out Weaver's Wall. Letting Sven hit the tower uncontested, using it as a sieging tool. And that means tower should be able to drop in G2's favor, but Sven starting to back off, has to be careful, locked up immediately. The QSS is going to take him to safety. Keep your eyes on Odo. He's knocked up, but he's going to turn Mega in a moment. What can he do? Find a little bit of time. Wow, G2 just going to pick him off. Now Trick is on the hunt, leaping forward. Looking for a little bit more, trying to find the disengage. Flash forward from Mithy, concussive blows. Che will get locked up. Will he get the chance to activate the thick skin? Buy himself a bit of time. He will, but the shield is decaying. Oh! Goes expect. That's the start of the fight that they wanted. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Trick looking for a little bit more. Kills across the board. G2 may just be able to end it here.
Beautiful knockup from Expect, landing onto 3 members. G2 getting multiple kills, and with the Baron buff only now running out, they're looking to take game 1.
A lot of pressure on Febiven's shoulders, but one Kassadin is not enough. H2K may have fired back after that Baron, but G2 still found a way to put it to use, and Febiven spending a little extra time there in the fountain, contemplating exactly what went wrong for H2K, because at the end of the day, it was slow, it was steady, calm, and collected from both sides, but both teams have a bit of fun at the end of the day, but it's G2 who's going to come out on top with that win.
The Perks statement holds true. Deficio's haircut still in danger.
They don't drop the game. They lead the series 1-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of things we can talk about during this series, but remember the first and most important is that Deficio's hair is in danger. Every hashtag H2K win vote is a vote for Deficio's hair.
Yeah.
But if you're like me, kind of want to see him get a haircut. But we have to say, very close, very even game for the vast majority. G2, though, doing very well.
What makes me really excited is, to me, we're not seeing like either team play really, really badly. Like, sure, there are very subtle mistakes, but they're like individual mistakes and really hectic fights. But as a team, so many good things coming out from both sides. The fact that G2 was super proactive in the early game. They really tried to shut down the Kassadin. They couldn't really do very much. But then, come the mid-game, H2K, they play the 1-3-1 extremely well. G2, they're forced into a corner, and they're like, now we have to fight you. They get a great fight. They execute upon it brilliantly, and it's just two really good teams battling it out, seeing which one can come out on top. And this time around, it was G2.
Definitely was. Coming back even after that loss to the fight in H2K. Well, G2 are off to a great start in this series. Here are Shocks and friends for more on their win.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I'd like to remind everyone of what Sven said in the intro video to this match. It will be 2 very slow games, and G2 will win them in the end. Well, my God, was he correct in this one, at least. There is still a lot to talk about, even though it was quite slow. We have Wadid here. So first thing I want to ask you about is obviously the bottom lane, and more specifically, before this game and after your match, we were talking a lot about how good Kalista is right now in any situation, but how Caitlyn is, for G2 and Sven specifically, a better pick. Why is that in relation to their style?
Because actually they know how to use Caitlyn, because if Caitlyn can push, he can just chunk tower really easily, and then they picked Talia at the same time, and then that means they can have mid priority really easily. That's why Trick did Ollie gank on mid, and then they slowly chunking tower, and then yeah, they have full river control on both sides, and then they have all the control.
And I want to touch on why mid-priority relates so much to AD carries, because in the late game, we know it's going to be the Kassadin on one side, the Caitlyn on the other side. And if you can shut the Kassadin down and get the Caitlyn ahead, that's going to do wonders for G2 in the early game. And that's why we want to take a look at the early plays that Trick made into the middle lane. His first gank looks really weird because it's at level 2 and he just flashes in and goes, okay, now we're going to try and kill Febiven. But this already chunks through Febiven and his health potions. It pushes him back in lane and sets up for a repeat gank that actually gets his summoners. The whole point of doing this is so that you can constantly push mid and then roam up towards the top side or to the bottom side with perks and get a kill. This was felt around the level 10 mark, a little bit later than G2 would have liked, but that's the entire reason why Trick spent so much time around mid side, because they were trying to push Febiven as far behind as possible.
Very interesting in relation to the bot lane pick as well. So, Henning, you have that Kassadin on the other side, which was the most important thing in this matchup. So how far do you need to put him behind to make sure that he can't do anything? It seems like it's never enough.
I mean, if you can't end the game before he's level 16, you're going to be pretty sad, because he's just a ticking time bomb. Someone thought it was a good idea to put Riftwalk on a 2-second cooldown. So level 16, he's going to be really hard to deal with. So you really want to shut him down before that. And I think the champions that G2 picked up was... They could do that with the Caitlyn and the Talia, but it says a lot when they have these good sieging comp against the Kassadin who doesn't have any ranged wave clear, and they're still not able to get mid-tower until like 32 minutes or something.
It took very long, which made us all say here on the desk, G2, can you please do something? And what did I think you said, this is a very hard game not to win for H2K. So we wanted G2, you said it, YOLO at some point. But when you're in a game like that, that is so solid and you don't feel like you can make any moves, it is just hard to make the right decision, I can imagine.
Yeah, it's really hard when you have losing side lane, boss lane, and then also mid priority. But actually, they did right timing, because they expect to just reaction to both sides, but actually just expect to go and play and go and engage. They made right play at the right place, and then that's why actually G2 turns the game and game on.
They do, and because of the dragon.
Yeah, from the dragon fight, we were talking a lot about side lane control and why G2 couldn't actually make a play. And when you do look at what they inevitably end up doing, they try and force a play with H2K. But the thing G2 are trying not to do, and the reason that it gets so slow, is because you don't want to give the Kassadin the kills. That's why in this first fight that we look at, that eventually started up happening and not actually being a fight at all, G2 don't commit. they let H2K get the dragon and say, okay, we're just going to back away, because if you do give the Kassadin those kills, that's where all of that strength comes from, and they're desperately trying to get Sven to the point where they can actually carry the fight, which ends up happening after the Baron later.
You were saying what did over both replays actually, that you think not that much specifically in this one, but especially in the one that comes next with Baron, that H2K's kind of focus in the team fights seems to be a bit off.
Yeah, it's kind of really bad shot calling, I guess, because Odomne actually focused on some in-fit play, but Faven jump on their dealers, but actually not enough damage, and also Odomne tried to kill it, and Jankos also tried to go in, but that's not enough. Just focus on one target and kill step by step, but actually they failed on
Yeah, I
shot
guess the
calling,
idea is if everyone's low, Kassadin can kill everyone, but in the end, it turned all around for G2, and from this point on, they take over the game.
Yeah, for sure, G2 able to come back in the end, even though the late game for H2K were so strong with the side lanes, with a 1-3-1. They have both the Gnar and the Kassadin, who are pretty much unstoppable in the 1v1s. The 5 versus 5 team fights are very strong for G2.
Frustrating game for H2K, because when you look at kind of the playbook, you do everything correctly.
Yeah.
They focus your mid lane so hard, but you still manage to get the timer on your Kassadin. You put him in a side lane, your Gnar's 1v1ing the top laner, but in the team fight, you can't do it. What's this going to do to their confidence?
I think H2K's confidence is going to get rocked. I don't think it'll be so much that we won't see another slow game. I don't think they're going to go crazy on this one. I wanted to get Wadid's opinion, because one of the things we were talking a lot was about the strength of Braum for G2 as well. Do you think that now in game 2 might be banned out by H2K? Is it worth it that much?
It's really hard to ban Braum because of some junglers and new champions in this meta, but maybe they can look for it because Braum is also, it's really complete champion for team fight, so maybe, yeah.
Yeah, strong pick for them, and it worked. G2, well, a win here in game 1. H2K in a tough position as they need to win to stay in the series. We'll see if they can strike back when we return.
I am the true Faker Slayer. Why?
Full cask is up and available for Jankos. Will get knocked back to the team. Knockdown comes in, but Mithy's going to drop first blood for H2K. Breaking up the fight. Fevivin moving forward, but Perks can hit up as much as he can. Shay trying to save the day, get Odomne out of there. Trick on the way out as well. Fevivin finally going to find a kill. Jankos leaping forward. Where is the follow-up? Not going to get a kill. Is Fen now the one in trouble? Mithy going to do what he can to save. On the way in, Fevivin looking for the kill. That's going to be it. Leap forward, Mithy next on the menu. To activate the thick skin, buy himself a bit of time. He will, but the shield is decaying. Jankos expect that's the start of the fight that they wanted. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Trick looking for a little bit more. Both teams have a bit of fun at the end of the day, but it's G2 who's going to come out on top with that win. Welcome back to this battle between G2 and H2K. G2 got the win in game 1 and may just look to close the series out here in the second fight. Vedius, you're doing a dance. The people can't see it because you're not on camera, so it doesn't matter. But I feel like we saw so much of what we wanted to see from two of the top teams in Europe in game 1. This was the dance, for the record, if you guys wondering what it looked like.
Yeah, fun game 1. Very close. 2 really good teams. That's cool. But also,
I kind of came in really strong, and then like you met me down here. Yeah, it was nice.
Because we want to see more blood. We want to see them killing each other.
Okay, all right, I'm listening. I'm on board.
I wonder whether or not H2K just go for a very similar draft to what they did in game 1, right? Because I think they played the game really well. Like that one Baron fight, I just think that they weren't really on the same page. They weren't clicking together. They weren't going for the same targets. The way in which they executed wasn't ideal. And I think that just needs to be their focus coming into game 2. I would not be surprised if they ran a very similar draft, especially considering how well they did deal with Sven's Caitlyn for the majority of that game.
Yeah, and Fevivin got camped by a Kha'Zix. He got ganked level 2 by a Kha'Zix with red buff, who just leapt in, did 300 damage to him, flashed to get another auto, and then that was it. He didn't get a flash from Fevivin, he didn't get anything else, but as a mid laner, that has to be incredibly frustrating. But Fevivin,
dude, it is. It is so frustrating when you're just like, I'm level 1 Kassadin. There's no way. And then like this bug just jumps in your face, and he even flashes on you, and you're like, well, there's my laning phase. That was a fun experience. Yeah, it's definitely not fun.
Especially a bit of personal trauma here.
Dude, like Kassadin's really good in solo queue. He does so well into many things, and people don't normally camp you, except those clever little junglers that sit there and go, I can ruin his day. And they do ruin my day. They ruin my day all the time. And that's what Trick tried to do in game 1.
But it didn't ruin Fevivin's day.
He didn't, because he's really
important.
good. He is very good in the middle lane. And let's see if he can have that same kind of performance, because in the late game fights, he definitely had a huge impact, but the rest of his team couldn't quite have the same level of success.
All right, well, a bit of a mix-up here. H2K now on the blue side, G2 Esports on the red. What are the bans going to look like? Well, they didn't like the Caitlyn pick last time around, it looks like. I was surprised to see it go through.
No more, indeed. I'm actually surprised that they didn't leave it open for themselves. Typically, what we've been seeing a lot on red side bans are the Zac, Elise, and the Caitlyn. So this will give G2 a little bit more freedom if they want to target Eulcs a little bit. Remember that we talked about at the beginning of Game 1 Champions, like the shift in the jungle meta, right? Typically, Eulcs prefers the kind of early game junglers, Kha'Zix, Elise, Lee Sin, something he can have a little bit more impact on. Instead, he decided to go for the Gragas. Definitely still solid jungler, can still have a good performance on it. He had a lot of great ultimates, but I wonder if he's going to revert back now to maybe something a little bit more aggressive in the early game, or whether or not they're going to stick to the same style that we saw in game 1.
And be clear, H2K not having a more proactive early game wasn't an issue. They had scaling, they had nice lane matchups. Yep. They were happy to keep extending the laning phase, not looking for anything to break it open. But they are already mixing things up in pick and ban. Blue side wasn't different enough. They banned away the Sejuani, the Tahm Kench as well. Looks like they don't want to first pick it, and they definitely do not want to give it away and put it into the hands of mid.
So now G2 have the choice of either ban the Thresh and allow H2K an alternative pick priority, or they leave it open, and now H2K, they have the choice. Right? I feel like it makes the most sense for Che to just get himself Thresh. He's a really good Thresh player. Thresh is considered S tier into the majority of champions, and also, Cho has been left up and available for the side of G2, and that instead decides to be the focus.
Surprise, of course, it was banned away in the first game, so interesting to see let through now, and we can see why it was banned, as it has remained a high priority pick now in the hands of H2K. We mentioned earlier on the broadcast today, is still technically a flex pick, could see it go top or jungle. Now,
or mid.
I was going to say anything past top or jungle, you're getting a little more creative, although I know you are an avid Cho'Gath mid player, Vedius. However, G2 firing back with some strong picks of their own. They have the Kalista, now taking their time on this second pick, however, not 100% convinced that the Gragas is the right choice.
Well, you do have the flexibility with the Gragas too. We do know that this is one of Trick's more comfortable junglers, and if you're a G2 fan, I think it's nice to see how many comfort junglers the Trick does now have, because for a long time, his champion pool was questioned. Like, his Lee Sin wasn't that impressive, his Elise, he had good games and he had bad games, but with all these tanks available, Cho'Gath, Sejuani, Gragas, Zac, there are so many things that he can have much more comfort on and a lot more success with. So, just by the way, G2, I'm expecting a Rakan potentially to come ahead for Mithy as well.
Yeah, we've seen the Kalista Rakan be so strong when you want to start fights. In the last game, there weren't a lot of fights, so maybe G2 feeling like if they're the team that sets the tempo in this game, if they're the guys forcing fights, they'll come out on top. Fevin calling back to Perks with his own Yasuo hover, but Thresh will be locked in for Che. Che once again with the playmaking support in his hands, although this one a lot more playmaking focused than maybe the Tom Kench.
Okay, so now this is another opportunity where you could see Zed. Perks did bring it out earlier on into the split with the Duskblade changes. It's a pretty strong pick. It gives you a much earlier game spike with your ultimate as well. And this could be an opportunity, but it might not be locked in just yet. Instead, I'd be, oh, okay, so they're going to go stick with something safe. I feel like Perks did have a great Talia game earlier.
That was an emotional roller coaster of hovers, but yes, we'll go right back to the Talia. No Kassadin available this time, so much less of a clock for G2 to play against. Maybe not quite as much need to pressure out in the mid lane, but someone with a lot more early game threat onto Perks now. Syndra versus Talia. Head into the second ban phase. 80 carries being taken off the board on the side of G2. We'll see what H2K wants to put the priority on.
If they want to ban things out, they're looking to take away some of these support picks that are left available. Rakan could be a good one. Braum is another. I feel like those two would be the best next pick in terms of supports. And then maybe we'll see either an Alistar come out from the side of G2, or alternatively, you could go for the Tag. A few options available to them. And then G2, they're saying, I see you have not locked in your AD carry. Let us help you. And instead, we will pick your AD carry for you as they ban away some of the more conventional. But this does leave things like an Ashe available for Nuke.
Or a Jhin.
Or a Jhin.
Now, we're not North America, so we don't think that pick is OP, but Lethality coming back maybe moves it up. We'll see what they want to opt for. I like that the Braum's been taken away from Mithy, limiting some of what he can go for. The Jace also taken off the board. That was an early priority ban from G2 Esports last time around. H2K did not forget it here in the second game. Sven, stop it. You're not going to pick it. And now I'm wondering, what are they going to save for the last pick? Will they save the top lane matchup or the mid lane? Or the support?
Very likely to be the top lane matchup. Largely because, you have to do expect a favor every once in a while, right?
He plays Jarvan 9 out of 10 games. You got to give him a winning lane matchup.
Yeah, just occasionally. You want to try and do him a solid. And that will be a pretty all-in engaged competition that we have coming out from G2. Very similar, very much about team fighting. Laning phase, going to be rough. Now it's going to be even rougher with the Ashe being locked in too. But you have a great way to lock down these low mobility carries in the form of Syndra and Ashe. You can knock them up, CC them, nicely set them up for the rest of G2 to crush them later on in these fights.
And I like this. We talked about H2K, how each of the individual members like having playmaking potential in their kit. Well, every single member of H2K definitely has some playmaking potential. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Equalizer, Scatter, the Weak, the Death Sentence.
Don't do it.
The wide variety of CC present in the kit of that Cho'Gath.
Just pick the fourth. I know you play him a lot, but he's really good.
Oh, poor Expect. He even gets the counter pick, but picked right back into the J4 matchup. Is this a better matchup than Nar versus Jarvan?
It's less oppressive. That's the important thing, right? Jarvan does fine into the majority of matchups. He has really good harass with his Q. He can farm perfectly fine. He has the shield to mitigate some of the damage as well. And I just feel like a Rumble isn't going to just shut you down in lane. So I think it's fine. Laning phase, you will naturally get pushed in, but it's super easy to punish someone like a Rumble 2 if he overextends too much, because he doesn't have the same sort of escape tools that a Gnar does have. So looking at the compositions from both teams, a lot of team fighting. Not so much 1-3-1 anymore. You have the Syndra and the Ashe, really good scaling alongside the Rumble. You have the Cho'Gath, the added CC bot 2. You combine that up against the G2 composition of Jarvan, Gragas, Talia, Kalista, Alistar. Team fights, that's what we're going to see.
I'm ready, man. I am so ready to see how these two team comps are going to stack up. I'm excited about this jungle matchup. Cho'Gath versus the Gragas. Now, last time we had level 2 ganks. I don't think we're going to get that this time, but I'm curious to see. And of course, guys, this is your chance to vote. I could tell you about it, but I trust you. You're responsible adults or teenagers or whatever. You can do it. I believe in you. Go do it. I have faith, because we're getting ready for game 2, and there is so much to discuss for both these teams and both these compositions.
Now remember, Perks said that G2 would not drop a game following Rift Rivals. Let's see if H2K will be the ones to protect Deficio's haircut, or will they continue the streak of G2?
Okay. It's game 2. We're not going to talk about the haircut anymore. H2K on blue side, G2 on red. G2 are 1-up in this series. and more than the haircut. Big confidence coming in from G2. After Rift Rivals, we will not lose a single game. They have won 3 so far. They have lost 0. Can they make it 4-0 with a victory in this series, or will H2K be the first team to find a win against G2 post Rift Rivals? We have to remember, H2K destroyed Roccat last week, obliterated them at every stage of the game, and now they have an incredibly aggressive comp in terms of the Ashe Thresh, the playmaking potential in each of their lanes, but maybe not as explosive in the early game.
So let's also take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the Cho'Gath. We saw it earlier on in the day, coming out from the Unicorns of Love, and Xerxes didn't have the strongest of impact. A lot of it was spent mainly just farming when he got into team fights. Because of the Galio, it was a really strong disengage tool, which made it difficult for the Cho'Gath to follow up on a lot of the engagements that came out from the side of UOL. This time round, it's a lot easier for him to follow up on these engagements. You have the Ashe Arrow, you have the Thresh Hook, you have the Syndra Stun too. So many great ways to just find picks and start fights. And the Cho'Gath CC follow-up means it is super difficult for G2 to be able to escape. So I'm excited to see how well this Cho'Gath will work with the composition that he's now in.
You're very right, because when we saw Unicorns of Love put together a composition with Cho'Gath in it, there was no gank assistance in any of the lanes. No one who could really start a fight outside of the bot lane for UOL. Now, every single lane, as you mentioned, has some way to start a gank going. Rumble, maybe the exception, has a few slows in the kit, no hard CC, but scatter the weak lands in that mid lane. It follows up with a Rupture and a Silence. There is no way you're surviving that.
Yeah, and so typically what we saw earlier on in the day was that most Cho'Gath, they start with the E. It really helps with their wave clear, and with the changes to the Vorpal spikes, you now have that additional slow. It procs 3 times, and it scales with percentage health as well, which is going to be great later on into the game when you have that pesky Alistar and Gragas that are sitting on in your face. Couple that with the fact that he is a CC bot. Makes them the usually you want to get an early righteous glory, so it's easier to get involved in these fights and close the gaps. Xerxes went for the Warmogs, which I think was an issue, as Perkz goes for a very early roam down bot.
Level 2, surprise, surprise. Perkz with a little vengeance after last game, just throwing a little bit of harass down on the bottom side.
That was weird, man. That was... Also, what I found hilarious was Perkz got bot, and then Featherfin pinged mid. And you know Nuclear's just like, SS, hello. But because Perkz didn't have the level 3, he didn't have the knockback, no real pressure was able to be exerted, just a bit of poke.
And maybe a bit of a miscommunication there. You saw level 2 come in for Sven and Mithy. Maybe they're hoping for the Alistar, the Flash, headbutt, pulverized. Not going to happen. And now Perkz has taken very poor trades here in the mid lane, hit by multiple Dark Spheres.
And dude, I played this matchup the other day in our normal games, remember? God, no. And like, I was just amazed at how much damage the Syndra did.
Of course, Syndra trades incredibly well.
Oh yeah, really, really well during the
And the more farm and items she gets, the better
the more damage she does.
Which is something that Vedius didn't understand, but I'm sure all of you do. Have to keep our eyes, see what Featherfin can do in this mid lane matchup. Perkz has packed the barrier, so maybe it will be a little bit easier for him to survive. And Perkz back into that scenario where all of the ground in the mid lane is worked. Maybe difficult to sustain that push. Here comes the Cho'Gath, the knock up, the chain CC. The Silence is going to come in next. Does manage to get the barrier off, but no chance to flash. Perkz is burning down. Bye-bye. That's the power of the Cho'Gath.
And that's the follow-up that we were talking about. Stun from the Syndra. Immediate knock-up. He waits for Perkz to land, and then he hits him with the Silence. There's nothing that Perkz can do about that. The best he could do is pop his barrier, still ends up losing his life, and this is going to be a big early advantage going in favor of H2K.
And we can see why the Cho'Gath was a priority ban in game 1. If there is the gank assistance, if you have champions to set this guy up, he can do so much. Trick will spot the blast cone has been used, knows Jankos is on the bottom side. A bit of vision in the jungle will confirm that as he continues his clear. But now Trick's in the bottom. They know Cho'Gath is at least a little bit away. Nuclear may be getting a little too aggressive. Keep your eyes on Mithy. Hook goes onto the Callista. Trick moving forward. Mithy has the flash. Are they going to go for it? Headbutt, flashed out, flay back from Che. Now the TP's coming in from Odoamne, though G2 may have bit off more than they could chew. Mithy is in trouble. Odoamne dishing out a lot of damage. Courage of the Colossus buying him a bit of time. He's going to have to flash out. Cowbell, not enough. Hook does go in, maybe looking for the follow-up. Trick should be fine for now. Neither side going to walk away with anything, but TP burned on the side of H2K.
Very quick teleport coming out from Odo, along with Jankos moving to the bottom side. They're either going for kills or this early tower.
Moving forward. Odoamne going to move in, does get the slowdown. Now the TP is coming in. Mithy buying what time he can, but it may not be enough. Jankos moving forward. The silence going down. Trick, no opportunity to escape the flash forward. Nuclear on the aggressive. Sven moving forward. Oh, surprise, surprise! There's Fevivin! That's going to be 2 kills picked up for H2K. Perks just doing what he can, but man, it's too little too late.
This early game from H2K is exactly what they needed. They get so many kills down on the side of G2 to propel the advantage that they needed in this early part of the map. The fact that this Kalista has fallen behind is so big, but now Fevivin, he's extremely low.
Perks running in, looking to get a little something back. May not have happened in the bottom lane, but he is set up now to get the kill. Flashes over the Dark Sphere. Quick little outplay there for Perks in that mid lane.
Faker Slayer channeling the power of Eulcs1 to get the kill down onto Fevivin. Definitely going to leave.
I mean, I know he lost the bottom side trade, man, but you don't need to consolidate it by giving him some praise.
But
here.
regardless,
definitely well played.
Let's backtrack down to the bottom lane. So you can see G2, they stick around a little bit too long. Odo is free to just walk up to Mithy. He doesn't have his flash available, so there's little he can do. And I feel like the TP should have just come out a little bit sooner from the side of G2. But really good movement from Fevivin. He knew that Perks was back at base. Sven was not expecting the mid laner to be there. They end up just getting collapsed upon. So 3 very swift kills going in the favor of H2K. And now G2, they're trying to answer back in the top lane.
See if G2 can do that. Trick is moving forward. He's just going to walk right past. Jay is over the wall. H2K is here. 3 men strong. Pulling the Cho gap.
Here comes the Cho!
Keep your eyes on the rupture. Trick is going to get knocked up. The silence is going to come in as well. No chance to body slam out. Goodbye, Trick. The chain CC, it's just a little bit too much.
Choo-choo, the pain train has arrived, and it has Jankos at level 6. Now getting himself another kill for the side of H2K. This early game going exactly the way that they wanted. This is how the Cho'Gath should be played, ladies and gentlemen.
He didn't even buy yet. He didn't have any items. He's going to go back and buy a fully completed Cinderhulk.
Damn.
That's insane.
2-0-2. Cho'Gath. Who said tank junglers couldn't be early game, right? But this...
Me. I was wrong.
No, but you weren't wrong. You weren't wrong, Dracos. The thing to emphasize here is that he has great lanes for setting up ganks, right? We talked about it in the bottom lane. You have the Ashe, you have the Thresh. Mid lane, you have the Syndra. Top lane, Rumble not the best, but definitely can be effective, especially with the Equalizer too. And Jankos is just doing a great job of taking advantage of all these powerful laners to get himself a few early kills, as H2K now make their way down bot.
And very often when we see H2K be their most successful, it is when Jankos is fed, when Jankos is ahead, when he is the man making plays. The laner's now set to back him up. It's a good look for H2K. It's how they found a lot of success against Rawcat. Maybe this is the start of some of that consistency we were looking for.
Things certainly looking promising for the time being. They have push on bot. G2 have swapped back the lanes so that Kalista and Alistar have returned. Fevivin going to get a really nice trade onto Perks. Probably a little upset that he did end up dying.
Now, as we look out, we're kind of just waiting to see where's the Cho'Gath going to go next. Because clearly the team has the setup. Ashe has the level 6. Thresh a little bit far away. Now G2 though, let's check in on things from their side. Not in the greatest spot. Expect doing much better in this lane matchup. That's a piece of good news. Still relatively even for Perks in the mid lane, but Sven and Mithy are suffering a little bit here on the bottom side, not in terms of the CS, but in terms of the experience. Mithy just now hitting level 5. Sven has yet to hit level 6. That's going to limit a lot of what this team wants to do.
And you also have to remember the thing about Kalista is she is a very lane-dominant champion naturally. The whole goal is to be an early snowballer. Once she hits that 2 items, you want to try and make plays happen. But so far it has been H2K that have control over the early game. Now, that's not to say that G2's ability to fight is weak, because they do have very powerful 2-item spikes specifically, but H2K have the scaling on their side. And as long as they play very similarly to how they did in the previous match, I'm excited to see what H2K can do in these later fights.
As am I. Mithy maybe looking to make a play here. Backing up, headbutt pulverize, good damage down on Nuclear. Interesting aggressive move, nothing's gonna happen.
Zoning is the goal there. They do force Nuclear back. Now Trick hanging around the middle lane.
2v2. Perks Trick, Fevivin Jankos. Feels a little Fevivin Jankos favorite at the moment.
Oh, slightly. Jankos is level 7.
It's not like they both have 2 kills. Of course, we can see that, though, in the itemization, because Perks is going incredibly defensive. But one thing that we saw last game, you can see this from the perspective of H2K, it was dead even. throughout the vast majority of the game. 1.1K, the largest goal difference between those two teams. It evens out at 35. This game, though, much more H2K favored in the early game.
Oh, it certainly has been, and here comes another return gank in the mid.
Rupture, not going to connect. Yanko's just going to have to back off. Perk's still playing pretty fearless. Has to respect the silence, but not concerned.
You're right, so if you want to pick up Cho'Gath at home, and you want to guarantee that gank, ooh, hang on, hook, going to go wide. But if you want to guarantee that gank, best thing to do, if you want to go super aggro, flash silence, so you know they can't flash away. Then you go for the knock-up. Because you're super close, you can actually just put the knock-up in the middle of their character so that you can guarantee that it's going to hit them. And then you have the Syndra follow-up with an ult. That is a dead Taliyah.
Don't forget to steal the kill with Feast, guys.
Yeah,
because stacks are important.
Yeah, because you know the Syndra's damage just isn't enough. So you just nom, get your brunch.
You're the tank and the carry.
Yeah, it's really important. And we can talk about the Stoneplate interaction later, assuming that he does choose to buy it.
Favorite interaction. We'll save it. And Jankos, happy to use the auto attack reset on the new Vorpal spikes, adding the slow as well. So if he can get into melee range, you're pretty much dead against the Cho'Gath, but of course, with no dashes, with no extra mobility, pretty difficult for him to get in that position. Still reliant, kind of as you mentioned earlier, on maybe some flash plays or alternatively setup from his laners, but hasn't been an issue so far. And now as we get past the 10-minute mark, you can see decent gold lead in the favor of H2K. And on the side of the G2, falling behind early, we saw H2K, similar spot in the other game. Falling behind a little bit, some of these lane matchups, suffering, specifically casted in the mid lane. I want to see if G2 can pull it back in the same way.
Well, it's going to be much more difficult because if they try and go for that Baron play, H2K are much better equipped to handle it this time around. As both teams just posture around the Raptors.
Ready.
I was holding my breath there. I was like,
yeah, because you're like, you want to let me in, but I'm like, I don't know, Vedius. Are they going to fight?
So you have those brief moments of pause in casting. But now the setup is around this dragon. You can see a lot of red vision surrounded from G2, mainly inside the pit, and that's what H2K are looking to clear out. But they have to have lane priority. So what you'll notice is Rumble, oh, he's actually not going to clear out another wave. He's going to decide to go back, so he's ready for the TP play. He might even make his way there, but bot lane will be pushed, TP coming in.
Jankos maybe in trouble here. Rupture is going to go down, is going to hit two. Che flashing out to safety. Jankos is still alive. Mithy is moving forward. He may have a lot of damage immunity, but true Cho'Gath can still lead through it. The fight is explosive. Sven going to throw him right back out. Bye-bye! Nice late night snack there coming in for Jankos. Now the double kill. The Cho'Gath is going off. Odoamne may give his life, but he's not going to drop. Everyone from H2K is still alive. That is a 3-4-0 trade.
And earlier in the day, the Cho'Gath could be ignored, but you cannot ignore Jankos' Cho. The moment Sven got within range, he just chomped down onto that Callista and said, tasty. As they walk away with the tower, they won't even walk away with the dragon. They say they don't need it, and another team fight win, an advantage gain for the side of H2K.
And this is so different from H2K. This is not the H2K last game. It was like, we'll wait, we can get stronger. This is an H2K looking to fight.
So look at how G2, they punish Jankos and Che as they try and get in, but that silence so effective at delaying the follow-up engage. Then Sven on the backside, you think he's safe, and then goodbye. Just instant evisceration from their AD carry.
Can't flash, man. The tongue's already wrapped around you. You're done, so.
Mithy, he was too squishy at this point in the game, and everything just going in favor of H2K. And this is what we talked about. They're better equipped to fight this time around. Their team composition is so much better. And given that you already have the early lead, you have the item advantages. So G2 going for that fight, they just couldn't kill Jankos fast enough. And now he's working towards that early magic resistance because he's not afraid of Sven. He's not afraid of Expect.
And here's the terrifying thing. Fed Assassins, they kill you in one shot. Fed Tanks, you can't kill them at all. And you're in a position now where G2 has to be very concerned coming into this fight because Cho'Gath is not only a tank. If he gets Gargoyle Stoneblade, he's basically an assassin too. You have to respect the burst damage coming in, the CC, but there's also an Ashe to worry about. Fevivin is incredibly strong on the Syndra. And now H2K just looking to flex their muscles again, doing their best double lift impression. This is going to connect in the mid lane.
But they force the flash from Perks. That's going to be massive if they make another fight happen. That Ashe arrow cooldown is going to come off much sooner than the flash of Perks. So G2, they're definitely on the back foot right now. I think he's going to face check.
Mithy, flayed back, getting the knock up. Fate's Call going to come out to save the day, but G2 forced to burn a major cooldown there on the transition. Going to be very difficult. That Cho'Gath looks for a dive, aggressive engage into the mid lane. Ulti comes out, but knocks right back. Beautiful seismic shove from Perks.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Dracos. Perks playing that fantastically. They didn't even need the ulti from Trick. And now the hook lands onto Sven.
Goes in. Knock back, chain CC, comes over the wall. What a combo. Eulcs is still there. He's looking for the Devour. He's just going to give that one over to Nuclear. He's taking his time. Nom, nom, nom. Beef for dinner, folks. H2K going off, but now Odoamne could be the man in trouble. Perks running as best he can. Seismic Shove knocks it back. G2 fire back with a kill of their own.
But they're losing the top lane tower. Nuclear picks himself up a kill alongside Eulcs. Very considerate of Eulcs to be sharing those kills and allowing the carries to get to a point where they can have a bigger impact. But G2, they found another pick.
Che moving forward, looking to get Perks. He's going to get the shutdown. Trick is almost out of mana. He can't actually kill the Thresh. Che's just going to walk away. See you next time, friend, he says. We'll be back in a couple minutes. And H2K already looking to break a tier 2 tower. Vedius, this is not an even game. This is not a close game. This is H2K dominating G2 across the map.
Oh, man. These guys, they are being so swift with their execution. We expected more bloodshed in game 2. The slow, calculated plays, they are long gone as H2K and G2 continue to brawl it out, pick after pick, fight after fight. H2K are the ones consistently coming out of top in this second game. So as we jump into the replay, as you rightly said, 5k lead right now in favor of H2K. Sven, he was just trying to clear out the vision. He had no idea that Che was lying in wait. He actually shouldn't have been able to see where he was. He just went on the prediction, gets the blind hook. The kill initially goes over to Nuclear because they know they can get the nom-nom, but then G2 see this as an opportunity to try and force a play in mid, and Odo very nearly turns it around.
That's a beautiful equalizer to shut down some of that aggression. Does set up later the kill for Che, something we're not going to catch in that replay, but kill for the Thresh never hurt anybody. 106 support Ashe coming in, 307 Che, the ever bloodthirsty support, and Cho'Gath, interestingly enough, opting for the adaptive helm here. Saw some buffs on patch 7.13. Not always the go-to item, but is coming in.
Yeah, a little surprising that he decided to prioritize that. Personally, I am a big advocate of the Righteous Glory into Knight's Vow, followed by something like a Locket of the Iron Slurry, or one of those more supportive defensive. But Eulcs saying like he really values the early magic resistance. He thinks it will mitigate a lot of what Perks can do. And so, slight shift in what we typically expect from a lot of current Cho'Gaths that we've seen in solo queue.
And this is just such a different game from our previous one. We look at this is H2K. If they can continue to play like this, making a statement. This is a team that has been struggling to fight at the top of Group E for so long, a team that has been playing second fiddle to the Unicorns of Love since spring split. But now with Unicorns of Love struggling, with the potential for H2K to take down G2 here, things are starting to look a lot better.
Oh, they certainly are now. The Rift Herald has made his way to the mid lane. Her way to the mid lane, rather. My apologies. Flash comes out from Sven.
Che does get the box set up. Weaver's Wall going to come out. Perk's not going to find the opportunity, but he will save the tower, will mitigate the impact of that Rift Herald. H2K, very vocal. We can hear him here in the studio. Clearly looking to make some more aggressive calls, and you can kind of see why. Level 10 Eulcs, 2 items, 504 feats continuing to stack up, and it's a pretty lackluster score lines across the board for G2.
Yeah, Sven only now, 18.5 minutes into the game, getting himself the Blade of the Ruin King compared to the Infinity Edge and Zeal of Nuclear. This Callista is going to have an extremely rough time. G2 wanted to be forcing so many plays in the mid-game, but it has been the Cho'Gath show for the majority, and you really can't see why the ban went out in game 1. A lot of respect being shown as Eulcs continues to dominate in this second game.
And we're seeing now the key to success for Cho'Gath, having laners who can set that CC up. Cho'Gath can keep that chain CC going, he just can't start it himself.
Don't face check, don't face check, don't face check.
Perks. Oh, flash forward, there's too much CC. It does not matter if you block one spell. You are still doomed to die. Mid laner down. Massive advantage for H2K. What is the next move?
Well, for H2K, they need to push these waves out. Get deeper vision around Baron. You can see they've already started the setup, but they could also look to rush down mid and then make their way back towards the Baron as it spawns in about 30 seconds. That's already a very low health tower. They could look for a pick as well. They have a lot of tools, remember, with the Ashe, with the Thresh.
Rupture going to go down. Mithy in trouble, is pulled back by the Fate's Call, but Trick may be the sacrificial lamb. The fight starts off. Evan is locked down. G2 looking to get a kill back. Now Eulcs knocked
This is
up.
good.
Not going to survive the tower. G2 looking to turn and burn, looking to bring it back. Waiting on the flag and drag from Expect, just going to run forward, keeps the auto attack up. TP now coming in. Flay back, but no. Expect with the flawless timing. on the flag and drag.
And H2K, they overcommit. They tried to go for the dive after shutting Trick down so quickly, but with all the burst gone onto the jungler, there was nothing left as Sven and Expect start turning it around on the backside. You have to be so careful in this situation. H2K, their goal should have been to just focus down the tower, but they wanted the kills. A really good barrel onto Febiven allowed Sven to get that initial kill. He then picks up a second along with the shutdown onto Eulcs. G2, they find a successful fight, and they even get the teleport off the back of it as well. H2K, they needed to slow down. Remember, everything was going so well for them, and it's plays like these that allow G2 to come back into the game.
Playing the early game at a breakneck pace for H2K. Not used to slowing down now. They have such a big advantage, but they still have to respect the potential, the counter-engage. The tower that still does a lot of damage as well. G2 fire back, they're still at a massive deficit, but if they can keep finding plays like that, if H2K keep making small mistakes, keep overstepping, G2 very well could be right back in this game.
Yeah, it's really important to remember that even though G2 won that small skirmish, H2K still have a 6,000 gold lead. That is a completed Morellonomicon, a completed Runan's Hurricane. There is a big item advantage going in favor of H2K, so they should still be winning these fights. It will require a big overextension or a big misplay from H2K for G2 to really claim to be back into the game. For the time being, map's still in control with H2K. Look at how freely they can just move into the enemy jungle and get back all the vision that they lost.
H2K, looks like they've been calmed down a little bit. Reminded, you're not immortal even if you are winning the game quite handedly.
Yeah, they're in North America.
We make too many North America jokes. That's my new theory.
That's what we got left.
Shh, no. No, it hurts because it's true. All right. Well, H2K taking a slow and steady Baron setup approach. Last time they camped a brush, the same brush that Che is standing in. It led to a kill on Perks, but it looks like it's going to be slightly different this time around. And unfortunately for H2K, a single unswept ward. Observers, if we can look at that ward just right there, and that Scuttle Crab. This is the only thing keeping G2 in the game. If that ward continues to live, Feven keeps moving in instead of sweeping that out, that's another 2 minutes that H2K can't buy Dragon. We see Scuttle Crab's going to fade away.
Yeah.
But H2K not going to be able to threaten. Can't even fake it as long as Scuttle Crab.
That's it. Right. The Baron's gone. No, but you are right, Dracos. That was a big piece of information that G2 had, always knowing whether or not H2K were committing to that objective. So they have to take a few more risks. You can see how cautiously Trick and Mithy ponder into the Baron area, but they're always afraid of a possible pick. Little do they know that the entire H2K team have based the power of vision.
What a nefarious plan. We'll make them think we're doing Baron. Really, we're buying items. Well, still have control. Double control wards coming in now, triple control wards. Yanko's picking up a few items. Now the pieces to Gargoyle's Stone Plate.
Yeah.
Thaddeus, do you want to run people through why that's such a hilarious item?
I want to run people through. So, the thing about Gargoyle's Stone Plate is if there are 3 or more enemies nearby, you get a lot of bonus HP. Yankos' ultimate scales with bonus HP. I don't know if it'll help him here, though.
You're going to have to hold that thought. Perks on the wrong side of the Weaver's wall. That could be disastrous for the fight to come. Mithy backing off. Yanko still does a lot of damage despite missing out on the Stone Plate. Arrow fired on the backside. Oda one man on the front. He's going to go golden. Mithy moves in to try to mitigate the team fight. But that is a Fed Cho'Gath on the front line.
Beautiful hook.
But the hook saving the day for H2K. Could have been a bad fight, but they're going to keep the ball rolling. G2 starting to fall apart. H2K, what is next on the menu? May just be that Baron.
Well, they're looking for it. The jungler for G2 is still alive, but Che, fantastic CC onto the AD carry. Sven looked poised and ready to turn that fight around. Let's see if Trick can still save this for G2.
Could all come down to this. So much CC. Every member of H2K ready to interrupt Trick before he can get into that pit. But are they going to do it in time? Yankos is the Cho'Gath. He has the feast. He has the no feast, actually. Just a smite. Trick moving forward. Can he get it? Yanko's going to take it down in the end. A close call. But H2K going to secure the Baron. Perks has to be careful. Playing with fire right now. Running out of mana. Mithy may just have given his life for this contest. Is going to get taken down. H2K in absolute control.
I want to say that Yanko silenced Trick, which is why he couldn't go for the smite. We'll have to take a look back at the replay at exactly how that came to be, but the very few situations in which you cannot use that smite is when you're silent. So If that was the case, well played by Eulcs. Regardless, H2K, they get a great teamfight win. They get themselves the Baron. Now, they have a solid gold advantage. If they didn't before, they're certainly in a great position to be able to close out this game and take us to a game 3. So let's just see. Eulcs becomes the focus, right? Ulti is used onto him. He gets the Lantern out. Mithy connects, but then Sven still is not here. Perkz immediately forced to flash. He's completely zoned out of the fight, and you think this is awful from Odoamne, but then they just come up with the immediate follow-up, and look at this great hook there onto Sven. He gets nommed down by Eulcs too, and just the coordination and the decision-making coming out from H2K to be able to just know that they can win that fight was spectacular, and just individual execution too worked out heavily in their favor.
Kalista, Taliyah, 2 champions so excellent at kiting, but the hook comes in. Any hope that G2 had of winning that team fight after the aggressive move from Odoamne is squashed the second that hook hits Fen. Now finally getting a chance to itemize towards a QSS, something to deal with the hard CC coming his way, but is it going to be too little too late? 10k gold advantage for H2K. Trick very much in trouble. Gargoyle Stoneplate plus the Feast not going to be needed quite yet. Weaver's Wall coming in. Eulcs, what's the option? Who's on the menu? Who's he looking to kill? Hook does go over the wall. Are they going to go for Trick? Eulcs knocked back to the middle of the team. Double kill dropping for Febiven. Now the fight's going to keep continuing. Moving forward, Sven is in trouble. Eulcs backing off, giving him respect. Perkz also incredibly low. Keep an eye on Odoamne on the backside. Equalizer not up quite yet, or it is. And now H2K pushing in, may just look to break that inhibitor line.
And Eulcs just does not die, and Che continues to be the man of the hour. Hook after hook, setup after setup. H2K continue to find these great fights, and they're gonna get themselves an inhibitor.
Massive advantage in the favor of H2K. They get the inhibitor. 13k backing them up as well. Arguably more important, 7 towers to 1. This is absolute dominance. G2 have fired back once or twice, but there's just no hope. And we can watch the fight again, but just so well played.
And just really cool little sidestep here from Eulcs. Notice how he doesn't get knocked back because he's able to dodge it. He pops the stone plate very early, so he's super tanky. Trick still feels he can stick around in the fight, but then Mithy and Trick, they're overextended. Febby joins the fray, and he's like, it's my time to shine. As he cleans up the rest.
Yeah, he definitely rolled up and stole 2 kills. Like, Cho'Gath just about killed everybody in that fight.
He just puts the shades on, and he's like, deal with it. As expect now, I don't know if he can deal with this.
I would agree. There's a flay there to interrupt him. It is going to be used. Oh my, that was sick. Whatever else happens in this game, that was sick. Excellent escape from Expect.
That was really cool. Well played there, Expect, able to get out of that one. Turns out he can deal with it. But HK, they still have the Baron, 10 seconds left. Let's see if they can get anything else, or if they just play it cool. Looks like they want to keep pushing in. They're maintaining vision control around the jungle for now, see if they can find themselves a pick. But looks like the base is their next goal.
Perkz poking over the wall, still loses the Banshees to Eulcs. Comes up so infrequently, that's going to be frustrating. But it looks like H2K not pushing aggressively enough to punish that small window of opportunity. However, Febiven may be looking to change that, holding onto the Dark Sphere. We'll use the Force of Will just to throw it a little bit closer, but no more aggressive moves coming from H2K quite yet. Waiting for the minion wave to back them up.
Okay,
G2.
okay. So, just to let you know, Eulcs, he has 10 stacks. When he ulties, he gets about 8,000 HP.
When he stone plates.
Oh, stone plate, sorry. When he uses his stone plate.
He gets 8,000 HP, yes.
And he does a lot of damage.
Yeah, keep in mind, 4,000 of that is counted as bonus HP. And you're like, guys, 60% damage reduction on stone plate. That would be dumb.
Right.
Doesn't reduce true damage. Fun fact, Feast hits like a truck. Be ready for it.
G2, the walls come out now. They've separated H2K.
Oh, Mithy knocked up. Moving a little bit forward. Eulcs is going to be knocked back. Now popping Gargoyle Stone Plate.
He feels no pain.
Oh, not popping it, rather. It's so gray, I can't tell. All right. Slow, steady siege. H2K actually taking, I think, the better end of that, or G2 rather, taking the better end of that trade, because Eulcs taking 50% health, definitely not where he wants to be.
But
he is tanky.
All the ultis are still available for H2K. They have a minion wave.
Oh, nice engage from Trick. Now the team is knocked back, but Eulcs is in the middle of everybody. Gargoyle Stone Plate. Who's he going to look to nom? It's going to be Trick. Goodbye. So much damage coming in, but now they're on the back foot. Eulcs shut down. G2, they're not giving up another inhibitor. Pulling back, waiting for that flag and drag. Expect not going to get aggressive yet. They have to respond to the minions on the bottom side. Maybe this is H2K's chance to push in. It is the 1-for-1 trade in the end. Jungler for jungler, but the super minions are on H2K's corner, and that could mean the end right here.
H2K, they're continuing to push. They have 4 members. I don't know if G2 have anything left.
Flag and drag, leaping forward. Gargoyle Stoneplate keeping expect nice and healthy. Minty in the middle of everything. Looks like he is just going to go down. Shay on a rampage. That is a bloodthirsty Thresh. Perks has to flash out to safety. Another inhibitor is now set to fall. H2K. That's not 100% clean because G2 continue to find small picks here and there, but they continue to dominate this game. 13K gold lead maintained. Yet another tower felled, yet another inhibitor dropped. One Nexus tower, all that's left.
And it's going to be even harder for G2 to come back from this. 13,000 gold deficit. They are finding decent fights, but it just isn't enough because all H2K have to do is be patient. The bottom lane inhibitor was down. Those minions, someone had to go and answer them from G2. And once Sven was gone, H2K knew that they could siege onto that tower. Now the Baron is spawning in 45 seconds. This is the last hope for G2 to try and come back into this game. But let's have a look back at how the second half of the fight played out. You can see here, no ulti available for Mithy. Not that tanky without that ulti, especially when you are so starved of gold. It becomes a very easy tower take for the side of H2K. But Baron spawning relatively soon. Full vision control right now in favor of H2K. G2, if they do want to come back, they have to try and challenge it. Otherwise, it's just going to be a slow, methodical end for H2K as they walk the minions into the base and nexus of G2.
And we'll be honest, it's not like they have the scaling advantage this time around.
Oh, no.
Things are looking grim for G2, and as we approach a game 3, one Deficio's hair is probably saved. He's going to be happy about that. I'm quite sad. But H2K, they have shown us what I feel is the same form they showed us against Roccat. Dominating early game, confidence in execution, consistently engaging fights. And in game 1, we saw G2 choking an opponent out, looking for their opportunities, finding victory. Both teams have shown us so much strength in this series. Game 3, who is going to show up? Are we going to have both teams playing this aggressive?
Oh no, Tricky doesn't have the E. Ooh, that hook just barely misses.
Wonder what's to come. However, we have to keep our eyes on the game at hand. Arrow, ooh, casual sidestep. Wall comes out. Mithy gonna make sure he's on the opposite side. Nuclear and Shay, not the case. A little bit of a split up fight. G2 burning so many ultimates though just to disengage.
And they will lose a lot of pressure around the top half of their jungle as well. They gained a decent amount of vision. TP was also used for expect, but because of the bad position of it, given the Talia wall, he decided not to follow it through. But this could be a great opportunity for H2K to blemish the record of G2. Things looking spectacular for them right now.
And at this point in the game, Feast greatly out-damaging Smite. Smite doing 800 true damage, Feast doing 1,300. Oh, now the fight's gonna get started off. Trick has been picked off. G2 had to come to fight for the Baron, but can they win the fight now?
Oh,
Go on the side, Oduwamne looking for a little bit more opportunity on the back side. Mithy's been knocked up, they're trying to disengage. Sven's still alive and well, but he has to run. Jankos is looking to devour him. Is he gonna have enough damage? Perks, you cannot make it out of there. H2K crushing the fight, and it was grim from G2 to the start, but H2K just continue to execute.
Clean ace, 5-0, H2K. They find the dominant win over G2, and they're gonna find the game.
An incredibly dominant game coming in from H2K. They are gonna move in, they are gonna take down the Nexus. They are going to tie up the series and bring us to that game 3. And just a very, very different game, Vedius.
Oh yeah.
H2K all-out aggression. G2, when they were all-out aggression in the early game, it was a Kha'Zix flashing in, trying to shut down a Cassidy in the mid lane. This time it's a Cho'Gath paired with a Syndra. Those two together, Febiven and Jankos building so many advantages. Che as well, a man on a mission. The tower dive on the bottom side, the start of his series of good plays, but it just kept going. He just kept hitting hooks, and H2K were everywhere. They did not give G2 a single chance to breathe.
And you can see the difference when you have an early game Cho'Gath versus a Cho'Gath that doesn't really have the same level of impact or the same level laners that you can look to utilize, because that's the biggest thing about Cho'Gath. He is a facilitator. He follows up extremely well, and every time that arrow landed, the hook landed, the stun landed, he was always there and ready to give the silence, the knockup, everything to give H2K the early lead that they so effectively snowballed away.
A one-shot trick in a mid-game team fight. Well, H2K had their backs against the wall, but they managed to strike back with a win. Tell us more about Game 2, Shocks.
Well, Dracos, I love the adaptation out of H2K. Obviously, the Cho'Gath and Syndra worked really well. But Henning, what in the approach of H2K in the draft, besides that obvious change, was working really well for them?
So what happened in game number 1 was that they had a good draft, but they weren't able to pull it off. This time they go for a completely different playstyle, also with a good draft, and go for the pick-up instead, which works out really well. And the most important factor is the vision denial. So many control wards, so many sweepers going on, specifically in towards the top side of G2's jungle. I think there was a specific push that they were able to pick up people 3 times over and over. So really good vision denial and a good executed pick-up.
Yeah, and that was.
It all starts in the mid lane in this game.
Again.
And that's again, surprisingly enough. It wasn't necessarily Perkz roaming out of lane early, but we want to look at H2K in the mid lane early on. They picked up first blood. Of course, Perkz comes back to lane from a roam bottom lane, low on mana. And unfortunately finds out that if you've got a stun in that lane, somehow Cho'Gath easily finds his way in, gets the Rupture, is able to output a lot of damage. And Wadid, you had a lot of props this game for Che specifically. What is it about Che on his Thresh that looks so good to you?
Because he just saved his skill before our... after our teammates hit his skill, and then he, after just changed his seed, it's kind of more easy to Thresh, to play more good. So he just saved his skill really well.
And that was kind of what we saw here from Che, this play where H2K take the first blood and roam down to the bottom side, catch G2 a little bit unaware because they're there with the numbers early, get the play using the Thresh and H2K. From there, never really let go of a lead.
That they didn't with it, and you played versus an H2K that kind of did the same thing to you, absolutely put the pressure on you early game. So how strong is H2K with the lead?
Yeah, they're just a veteran. They know how to rotate, and they know how to use their champion. And then they're ahead, so...
Pretty good. And Eulcs is getting fed, so that's good. So let's compare this then to what we saw earlier in the day. We saw Unicorns of Love obviously running the Cho'Gath in combination with a Vladimir. Doesn't have really anything to lock the target down. How big of a difference does it make that this time Syndra was in play?
It makes a huge difference. Also, there are many tools in the other lanes. We had specifically in the bottom lane, the Ash Arrow and the Thresh to set up Cho'Gath, and that's exactly what you need. You need these sort of things to set up the Rupture, and then the Silence, such a strong CC tool as well. So Cho'Gath really working out well for Jankos there.
It's also perfect for Jankos, a monster in-game.
Yeah, and we saw the Stoneplate adaptation used in combination with the Feast. You saw him like one-shot Trick and Sven. Sven, he didn't even need the Stoneplate for in that team fight.
Yeah, he now picked up the Kalista and Alistar. What did was excited to see that, but there was nothing to be done versus this H2K composition once they got rolling. Let's take a look at a couple of mid and late game team fights, and in the first one we are going to see Cho'Gath's might specific. So I kind of want to keep my eye on how Cho'Gath works in a team fight outside of the Feast.
So Cho'Gath in this situation, the fight starts around him, which is great because it allows him to get multiple instances of Rupture and the Silence as well. And as soon as you step too close and too low health, you get that indicator around you. Cho'Gath can feast you for the kill, and it just adds to his stacks. From there, Jankos is fine, and all of the engage tools from H2K are actually still available for the remainder of the fight after it starts off, because it was G2 that tried to engage.
That they did. What did if you are an Alistar in this situation and this is happening? What do you try to do? Who do you try to isolate?
Oh, it's really, really hard to choose. Yeah, well, it's really hard. Yeah, just hope for the best.
This was an unwinnable game, it seemed like, for G2.
When you're behind 10k, then just hope for the best, you know.
Hope for the best.
I can say Wadid wasn't impressed by Mithy's Alistar for one reason. No cowbell at the beginning of the game.
That's true. That's why they lose, you know, to be honest. You have to ring the bell and then listen some claps and then feel some freedom. And then
That was a big mistake, but props to H2K. Fantastic snowballing game there for them. So Henning, what are we expecting out of game 3? We saw a slow game, we saw a fast game. I like seeing fast games, but maybe it's not always the best choice.
I want to see more mid lane priority from both of the teams. Like, get one of these guys rolling. It's our featured matchup, you know, Perkz versus Febvin just going at each other. I want to see both junglers spending time mid lane and getting their laner ahead.
Does anyone want to change their votes? I'm trying to remember. There was an H2K win, a
There's
G2
a 2-1
win,
G2 win, and a 2-0 G2 win.
Yes. So does anyone want to change their votes? You're out.
I kind of...
Yeah, you might want to.
Can I change? No?
No, that's not how that works.
No, that's not how that works.
I'm sticking
to our guns.
I'm sticking.
Sticking to the guns. We'll see what happens. The series is on the line when H2K and G2 face off in the deciding game. Going to be a thrilling fight. Don't go anywhere.
For Nuclear on the aggressive. Sven moving forward. Oh, surprise, surprise! There's Fevavin! Gonna get a little something back. May not have happened in the bottom lane, but he is set up now to get the kill. Flashes over the Dark Sphere.
Nice. That was really close. Oh, Jonas here. Kalista. Nice! Kalista is dead. Alistar.
I need help.
Alistar. Okay. No feast, actually. Just a smite trick moving forward.
Oh.
Can he get it? Yanko's gonna take it down in the end. A close call. Ben's still alive and well, but he has to run. Yankos is looking to devour him. Is he gonna have enough damage? Perks, you cannot make it out of there. They are going to tie up the series and bring us to that game 3. Welcome back to the decider in this matchup between H2K and G2. H2K have never won against the champions in a series, the champions G2, and we're going to find out if they can do it tonight. The players are getting ready. G2 is back on blue side. That's about all the updates I need to give you. Vedius, is today the day the H2K take down the series?
Well, it's certainly looking likely. A lot of predictions for 2-1 H2K on the desk earlier on, and based on the way in which they've been playing, things are looking spectacular. For game 1, they went for the slower early game. They went for the 1-3-1. The setup was great. They just then got baited into a team fight. They lost. Game 2, we saw a return of the early game Cho'Gath. We saw a return of Eulcs playing its prime and just nomming everyone.
When in the history of League of Legends has there ever been such a thing as an early game Cho'Gath?
Now, I think back, it makes me happy.
Some CLG fans be like, did you forget about Hotshot GG? Even then, I don't feel like it was crazy early game. I would have gone to
Snoopy. You see, I will never forget the flash over the wall, the ultimate great Snoopy play. That stuck in my mind forever, dude.
Nah, man. Nah.
But speaking of Cho'Gath, I think he's going to be banned. They banned it game 1. They didn't ban it game 2. They banned the Gnar instead, which certainly was really obnoxious, considering we know he's going to play Jarvan again. Maybe they should just pick him up. Maybe we just see a big shift for G2, because one of the big things that I have noticed is that their drafts have been very, very similar. Like, I feel like I wonder if they do have many other alternative options available, or if this is really the best comp that they feel they can execute upon.
And historically, we've seen G2 be a team that is slow to adapt from patch to patch. Not always the best team equipped for some of the newer, the crazier picks. Maybe this time just stuck a little bit in that 7-13. We'll see if they can adjust here, though. We're in picks and bans. Final game in the series. Big stakes for both of these squads.
So Thresh, Jace, and Cho were the bans last time. Looks like they're going to be the same right now for the side of G2. Zac, Caitlyn, Elise is what you'd expect. However, in game 1, HJK decided to ban away the Sejuani rather than the Caitlyn. Now in game 2, HJK shifted that up. They banned the Kate and the Sejuani as well. They don't have that option anymore. G2, they're shifting things up themselves a little bit as well.
Yeah, no one's getting the Cho'Gath. That's one thing. But G2, I'm pretty sure they're just going to pick Caitlyn here. It is still up and available. Spent a nice time playing it in the previous game.
But it's also going to allow Eulcs to get himself the Sejuani too. So I think, like, given that we saw HJK play fairly well around the Caitlyn in game 1, I think they'll be fine with this. So they'll go for something like a Varus Sejuani lock-in now for the side, if that Caitlyn is in fact first pick.
Spoke to Sven in between the games briefly as we passed each other. I was like, I was surprised you got Caitlyn. He's like, I was surprised too. So clearly still a very powerful champion. First pick worthy once again for the side of G2. But as you mentioned, some big picks left up and available for the H2K lineup.
A lot of laughs coming out from the faces of G2 right now. Definitely in good spirits, but seriousness for H2K. It means a lot for them to be able to take down G2.
But I don't want to see them get too serious. G2 or H2K are a team that historically doesn't do great under big amounts of pressure. I want to see them have fun. I want to see them go for the same confident early game, make large aggressive plays. Fun is probably the terrible word, but I want to see them make big confident plays, right? I don't want them to be like, everything is on the line right here, stressed out. Because clearly G2 aren't. G2 are still feeling positive, they're still feeling good, and I feel like that is a winning mentality coming into a best of series.
Yep. So it looks like that the focus will be on making sure that they have the safety. They do not want to give Caitlyn Braum once again. Now, I wonder whether or not G2 will shift things up. Maybe they go for a range support, pair that up with the Caitlyn, or will they stick with the melee? Like Tahm Kench, still very viable, a lot of great peel. Still room for the Taric. I'm a big advocate. Instead, they're not going to go for it.
No, nothing new, nothing crazy in the support pool. Braum, Tahm Kench going to be the matchup. Last time G2 Esports prioritized the Braum. This time they're getting their hands on the Tahm Kench. We'll see what H2K want to round out the first pick phase with. They already have the double ice combo. 4-stack stuns on both the Sejuani and the Braum.
So what you're telling me is you expect Ashe Lissandra next. That's what you're saying.
I wish. I love Lissandra. She's terrible, but I love her.
Ooh, okay, so they're going for the hyper-carried cog. Something that is being picked more and more over in the LCK and LPL. I think that he is actually surprisingly good in lane. A lot of people don't realize how effective he can be in terms of just his ability to trade. But also, you don't have to build compositions that are just like protect the cog more, especially when you have a Braum. You can still have like a carry mid lane, you can still have a split pushing top. You still have all these options if you want, and you can just rely on him to be that low mobility, high damage dealing AD carry, depending on how you want to play your stuff.
Braum offering so much of that protection, mitigating so much of what other enemy AD carries or casters can do. We now head to the second ban phase. LeBlanc taken off the board once again. Gnar going to be banned away. Do not want to
feel like a Jarvan's coming for G2 once
If I had to guess why G2 were laughing on stage, it's because they're talking about their draft and they've realized that Expect is going to play Jarvan. Not regardless of what happens.
He plays it well, to be fair. No reason to fix something that ain't broke.
Talia banned away from Perks, though. Do not want to give him a safer blind pick mid.
And I wonder if G2 now ban away the Orianna. Otherwise, you would expect H2K to go for something like that very early on. Febby very confident on that champion, and it would fit very nicely with the Kog'Maw too.
Have to see. What are they going to save the last pick for? Top lane still up and available. Orianna has been banned away as predicted. What is going to be the go-to pick here? Mid lane pool shrinked so much. 4 bans this time, focused at the mid lane champions.
You could just go for the Renekton here if you're H2K, if you want just some strong top laner, good in team fights. Or how can you forget the H2K
So
classic?
here's the thing, Vedius. You told me that Kog'Maw might not need protection.
Yeah.
H2K have a different approach. H2K are going to give that Kog'Maw protection. That is 3 tanks in a Kog'Maw, Vedius.
In before it's Galio mid.
I don't know if that's the right choice.
Yeah, I don't think it's the right choice either, but we shall see. Remember, there's always the possibility that you flex to the mid lane. We did see it picked into the Corki too, but I am expecting it to be in that AD carry position. And given that all of the A-S tier mid laners have been banned away, we now move on to some of the more comfort champions, something that you can just be lane dominant with, and can also move off into a side lane.
Cassio coming in for Perks. Not a whole lot of matchups left that it is poor into. Historical counters not quite as good as they once were. So feels like a decent opportunity to pick it with so many picks off the board. Now G2 Esports gets to play something that's not Jarvan. That's exciting for him.
And it's a winning lane too. Finally, he's going to feel a little bit more confident. So now they have winning matchup bot lane, they have winning matchup top lane. G2, they're looking promising, depending on how this final pick goes. I think it's risky to go for something like a Corki, largely because Cassio does act as an answer, but Victor is something that's always been considered fairly well into the Cassio because of how well he can trade in the early game. So I think very well-rounded composition from H2K, but again, very much team fight. Very much what we're expecting. 1-4 start of play. You can send your top laners off onto a side lane, have the other side lane slow pushing, and then you just group up and fight. Gragas engages, Sejuani engages. Damage from the mid laners in Cassio and Victor, scaling for both your AD carries. 2 very, very, very similar compositions. The slight difference is that H2K have a little bit more protection for their AD carry compared to that of G2.
And a little bit more side lane threat in the hands of G2 with that Renekton. Small differences, but crucial differences, and we'll see how it works out. The early game was the deciding factor in Game 2. The consistent aggression of the Cho'Gath, the wildly aggressive early ganks, and tower dives from H2K working out so well for them, and G2 unable to mitigate it this time around. A little bit safer in some of the picks to Tom Kench to save the day. Going to be nice for Sven to have in that laning phase. Where is the focus going to be? We're going to have to find out. But head on over to Twitter. I told you last time that you know how to vote. I still believe in you. But I'm going to tell you anyway. Hashtag H2KWin or hashtag G2Win at LOL Esports is the place. One final game. Decide who will come out on top.
We've had a great series so far. Both teams putting up stellar performances. G2 in Game 1 with those great late game team fights. And then H2K in Game 2 with a early dominant performance. Let's see which style comes out on top.
The audience is ready. I hope everyone at home is ready as well, because we are geared up for Game 3. A lot of predictions for 2-0 either way. All of them wrong. G2 on the blue side, H2K on the red. We've seen 2 very different games. One explosive, one slow, drawn out, intelligent macro decisions. Present in both games, but will it be explosive in the early game, or is it going to be much slower this time around?
It's going to be slow, unfortunately. I feel like we're going back to what we saw in Game 1. I know you're frustrated, Dracos. It's fine. It's okay.
Look, dude, I saw a Cho'Gath kill like 6 people.
You got happy. You got what you wanted, and that's what matters, right? We got to give now back to the League enthusiasts that care about macro, that care about vision, and also gives us more time to talk about mid lane. My favorite.
It is.
Who doesn't want to hear about a Victor and Cassio match?
Wait, Vedius, if you tell me anything other than they farm, I'm going to be really happy right now.
No, actually, it's really intricate because there's actually a lot of really fun trading patterns in the mid lane. Something that I personally like to do and have seen a few other Victors do is you take 2 points into your Q fairly early. So you go Q, E, Q, and that means that even though the Cassio will take 2 points in her E as well, the little twin fang things, your shield will actually mitigate a lot of the harass and poison damage that she has. On top of the fact that a Victor naturally has more wave clear, means that he will be able to get a decent push and trade relatively well into a Cassio, and that's why Victor is commonly considered a decent pick. Adds the fact that he has a Deathfire touch as well. That's the one.
Not grasp.
Yeah,
don't
not
go
grasp.
that far back. We call that
RIP.
dusk blade now.
Yeah. Yes, I think it's actually a pretty good matchup. But at level 1, level 2, still heavily in favor of Perks.
Interesting to see, of course, still level 1s across the board, keeping our eyes on the jungle clear, looking where teams want to put that first attention. We've seen tanks in the jungle farm up. We've seen tanks in the jungle snowball lanes and get out of control very quickly. Have to wonder what this game is going to be. H2K getting their pick of the tank junglers with the Sejuani has been a powerhouse. Where Trick has been onto the Gragas, still an incredibly stable meta pick, but not quite as popular this time around. And the matchup, I swear, is good for Renekton, but probably not here at this level 1.
It's only, yeah, it is only just early levels. Odo taking advantage of his Q to get the bonus attack speed. The thing about Renekton level 1, all he can do is Q and auto you, whereas Odo can auto you more. Because he naturally
he's an attack speed steroid and scaling max health damage and a shield and
yeah, but yeah, my analysis is better. Like he hits you more, so he does more damage.
Got it. Thank you. Trick, though, now making his way onto the top side. Historically, we've seen so many Renekton picks supported by their junglers. Usually it's the Elise that you identify as that terrifying dive duo. But Odoamne moving forward may just set Trick up for success. The flash forward, the body slam moving in. That's going to be first blood. Over to expect, and a great start for G2.
Really good punish from G2, recognizing that Odo, he wants to try and trade during the early laning phase, take advantage of the early spike in damage that Shen does have over the Renekton. He then gets the flank off, he has the body slam, no early ward from Odo will result in first blood going over to that Renekton.
Doubling down on some of those aggressive trades, maybe not the right choice. Yanko's going to fire back, going to get a scuttle crab. You see a little bit of pressure going over into mid lane. But when we look at Yankos, a lot of pressure on his shoulders in this game 3, because in game 2, he was just about everything for this team.
So just to highlight one of the key stats there is jungle proximity. This is the amount of time between 3 and 15 minutes that Jankos will have spent with his laners, right? Now a bit of trading in the middle lane. A lot of trading.
Full aggression. Mithy now moving forward. Febivin, exhaust goes down, cleanse comes out. Tongue lash going to miss. Nice sidestep from Febivin, but surprise aggressive gank in the mid lane. Gonna give up the cleanse for Febivin.
Yeah, that's not a bad trade at all from G2. Good roam there from Mithy, taking advantage of the fact that he had a pushing lane bot. But just to very quickly backtrack, because this is a super interesting stat from Jankos. The average overall jungle proximity for junglers in Europe is 40.8%. We don't have time again because there's another fight on bottom lane.
You're not going to talk about stats today.
Okay, just a trade, just a trade. Okay, good. Jankos' average jungle proximity is 43.8, so he's slightly above. He was 58.5%. He spent well over half of his early game just sitting in lane and trying to gank. And that is the style that he has had so much success with when he plays with H2K, and it's really great to see. It's why H2K were able to snowball so effectively, but now he has found Trick.
Trick getting aggressive. Jankos just has to flash out over the wall. Nice confidence coming in from Trick. Level 5 to level 3. We're gonna have to backtrack, figure out exactly how that happened, but that is an insane lead coming in for Trick.
It's actually insane.
Oh, Jankos.
2-level advantage.
Nothing gonna happen. I thought Trick was gonna follow up and kill him, but Jankos luckily.
It's a Gragas, mate.
Still
slow down.
It's a level 5 Gragas.
It is. That's
Jankos now level 4 though, so not quite as big as it once was moments ago. Of course, the catch-up mechanic in the jungle means that you're not going to hold on to that level.
Yeah, and look at the movement as well from Mithy, always following in with his jungler, get that deep vision. But now Odo, he's in some serious trouble. Flash up for expect.
Level 4 to level 5, flash forward, 1 auto attack. Spirit Refuge going to buy a little bit of time looking for the Cole. The Meek is going to get it. 1 auto, the Q comes out. That's another kill.
See, this is what happens. You give expect a winning matchup, and he's like, I'm going to take advantage of this, hopefully.
He's like, guys,
winning matchups
look
every
at this.
game.
Never put me on Jarvan again. Don't do it. I can win lane every time. Just give me a chance.
He's doing a great job. Early investment from Trek. Expect runs away with it. Renekton into Shen. Going to make things so much better for G2 in the early game, because a very classic Shen move is once he hits level 6, he wants to try and make a play happen down bot. But Jankos level 4, Odo level 5, Nuclear and Shay constantly being forced underneath their tower. G2 really putting the pressure on with these winning lanes that they have in top and bot.
Nuclear and Shay still trading quite confidently, but we can see how much of an issue top lane is going to be as we move further into the game. Level 6 to level 5. Renekton with the fervor of battle as well, just going to dish out so much damage, and Phage making it even easier for him to stick to his target. But Vedius, we've seen 3 different games. Game 1, slow, nobody's game in the early game. Game 2, all about H2K. Game 3 feels like it's all about G2 in the early game. The question is, can H2K do a better job of mitigating these early advantages than G2 did in Game 2?
Well, I wonder. I feel like right now, yes. I definitely feel like that they can. Now that Featherman has hit level 6, and he hasn't quite upgraded Hex Core yet, but once he does, so much wave clear available in the mid lane. Just stall, stall, stall. Cogmore's still going to scale up very nicely. Very likely expecting the Rage Blade kind of build, which we can talk more about later once he decides to complete it. And then you still have the ability to just play around these two carries, Featherman and Nuclear. With the composition that they have, there's a huge amount of CC, and I'm expecting a huge amount from them as perks.
Continuing to be aggressive. Petrifying Gaze not going to connect. Looks like he was stopped up a little bit there by the minion. Featherman now feeling confident. Looking to trade just a little bit more, but Sejuani is here. Greg is here as well, though he's going to move up to the top side.
Here comes the snowball to chill down the Snake Lady. Now Trick looking for another flank up top side.
Moving in, Odoamne has to be careful. Dominus is up and available. A lot of hard CC between the Renekton and the Gragas, but Trick is going to move right back to mid lane. Pop the Blast Cone while he's at it. No surprise, Rift Herald take's going to come in from H2K.
But look at Mithy, he's in some trouble.
Looking for a little bit more stacks. 3 stacks. Shen going to come in. Stun has now landed on the Mithy. He's in trouble. Looks like he's just going to be sacrificed. Team doesn't want to commit anything for him. Thick Skin going to buy a little bit of time. He's playing with his food. Is he going to make it out? No, too much. Oh! The heal comes in as well. Oh, trapped in the Dragon Pit. See ya, nerds, says
Oh,
Mithy.
that's like when you get the Licker Tongue and the Pokeball, it shakes 3 times, you think you've got it, but then it pops out right at the last minute. H2K, they don't get the kill, they will get the Dragon. And G2, I think they're just going to let this one go.
They're going to pressure in on the top side, though. We'll see if Expect can get Tower First Blood for this. Trick's actually moving in. If they do not get Dragon here, this will be the most tilting thing that has ever happened. Now the taunt's coming in. Not going to get it in the end. Nice secure coming in the end. Gonna be the kill back for H2K.
A little shaky there from Trick. I feel like that was overzealous. Commits a little too hard. Good secure from Jankos. But now Perks, he doesn't have the mana to go for this trade.
Getting aggressive. Procking a bit of extra movement speed off that Keystone. And now the Renekton is proxy farming. So if you were wondering how far ahead he is, yes, just as far ahead as when you feed him in solo queue.
It does help when he leaves the lane. Oda was helping his team secure a dragon, but now that advantage has snowballed even further. So you can see here, look, you're trying to catch this Licker Tongue, right? You get him really low and you throw out the Pokeball at first.
Hit him with the false swipe, you get him down to 1 health.
You hit him with the Paralyze too, you think you've got him. But then all of a sudden, he just pops out. Dragon actually helping out with good barrel there from Trick too. Body block in front of Chase CC. And I think at this point you just concede it, but TP in the bottom lane, Fed Renekton, here he comes.
Renekton on the way, Dominance available, what can they do? The chain CC, it's gonna be perfect. Nuclear, there's no chance to escape. He's just too strong, 1 kill, 2 going over, 1 for the Renekton, 1 for the Caitlyn, and G2 just keeping this ball rolling.
Fantastic TP there from Expect. That is a great way to set up his bottom lane for success, bringing the lead that he accrued in the mid lane to the rest of the map. And now Featherman does have flash.
Sauce goes in. Explosive cask available, throwing it back. Featherman now knocked into team. Petrifying Gaze. Ooh, great combo, but the cleanse flash from Featherman coming out was clutch.
Featherman also had his back turned to Perk, so he couldn't quite land the root down. Did allow him to flash out from that, didn't go down. But just see here, you can see that with Mithy being fairly low, no flash as well, Nuclear Che feel pretty confident, but no Shen ulti, no Shen TP. Really good flash body slam there from Trick. And H2K, they just overstepped ever so slightly. They didn't respect the setup that they were in. Really good utilization of the TP advantage, and now they're going to swap sides. They know how strong the Caitlyn is. They realize that they're behind. Their tower's going to go down eventually. So just try and make the swap happen so that you can get yourself some tower gold and open up the map a little bit more.
Definitely a smart move coming in. Renekton now swapped to the bottom, but it looks like G2 will be a little bit behind on the play. Actually, Renekton going to continue to topside. Looks like they're confident enough and expect with a lead that he can handle the 2v1 scenario. But what is this going to mean for Sven and Mithy? Can G2 balance out the pressure here on the bottom side? Can they get a tower for themselves?
You would expect Sven and Mithy still to be able to get to that tower first. What we're expecting is after Trick goes back to make his way down to the bottom side. Notice how Perks keeps pushing in mid, and we just want to see this vision cleared out for the side of G2. H2K though, they're going to be doing exactly the same on the other side of the map, and Perks instead is being forced to go top to try and answer.
Yeah, Perks utilizing the pressure that he has in the mid lane to spend a little bit more time on the top side. Expect is running in, don't expect a kill here. He is just trying to clear the wave. Has to be careful. Tower First Blood on the table is going to go over to G2. Nice advantage for the team to keep it going.
Very much what you'd expect. This is why H2K decided to make the swap. They will eventually be able to take that tower down, especially with Expect's ultimate unavailable. But that is a Black Cleaver Renekton at 11 minutes into the game. That is scary. Something you always have to respect. And And that's why they feel confident sending Expect to the top side, holding his own in the 2 versus 1. But with Trick and Perks hanging around, maybe not quite the 2 versus 1.
Chain Nuclear smarter than to look for that opportunity, but Perks actually could be in trouble here. Moving in, that's the chain CC. Perks gonna cleanse, flash out, nice combo. Ooh.
That was smooth, really nice plays there from Perks. But H2K, they get what they wanted, right? They get both cleanse and flash out from Perks. That ulti cooldown is going to be up way sooner than his summoner spells will be. So now from H2K, we want to see a return gank. We want to see that investment sent back to the middle lane. Try and get Featherven a few more resources, because he does have 1 kill so far, 2 points in the Hex Core. And we're in a good position to try and shut down Perks.
Happy to have double upgraded abilities. 80 carries back to being matched up toe-to-toe as Renekton's going to continue just to threaten this Shen every waking moment. Yeah, you got your ninja tabbies. Yeah, you got your cloth armor, but you're looking down at a black cleaver, double longsword, level 9 Renekton. So incredibly difficult to deal with.
And I want to give more praise to Expect as well, because earlier he used his ulti and it looked kind of random what he was doing, right? Because he just went into a massive minion wave, tried to go super aggro onto the bottom lane of H2K, and you think, what are you doing, Expect? You're just going to lose your life. But what he achieved was slowing down the siege from H2K, preventing them from being able to get the tower, which allowed G2 to get the bot tower and swap back to topside while still keeping that tier 1 alive. And now H2K's bottom lane are in exactly the same position that they wanted to try and avoid. They have not opened the map, they are down in towers, and that tier 1 in the top is gradually just going to get sieged upon, and it's going to give the freedom for Mythy to roam around the map.
We've already talked about it, but just once again, how different Game 2 and Game 3 have looked. You can see Game 2, H2K crushed G2. No doubt that they were winning the game from that moment the first Cho'Gath gank connected. This time around, G2 100% in the driver's seat, and if they can continue to execute as well as H2K did in Game 2, there's not going to be very many options to fire back. But Perks, unfortunately, Jankos does not consent to the staring contest.
No, he does not.
Will simply walk away.
Unfortunately that for G2, but H2K, they don't lose much off the back of that, aside from their tier 1 tower in the top side. G2 doing a great job of constantly investing deep vision. And you just see a different H2K when Jankos isn't on the roll. But again, really have to emphasize, scaling still very, very good for H2K. Right now, the early game isn't going in their favor. They didn't have the winning lanes, but that doesn't mean they cannot turn this game around. It's all about these later team fights that happen around the mid-game onwards. Victor's going to be ramping up. Nuclear's going to be ramping up on the Cogmore. Definitely things not over yet.
Jankos is going to go for the steal here. 900 health and dropping lower. Doesn't look like it, just threatening. Mythy's going to grab that. Faster recall for the Tom Kent. We'll see where he wants to go. He has the Swifties as well, so presumably faster to get into position to utilize it. But where are G2 going to focus that Rift Herald? Mid lane, the last tier 1 left standing.
Mythy did not buy a control ward. I can hear Deficio rolling right now. He's just like, why?
He should be happy. This not buying control ward probably, you know, saved his hair.
I don't know. No. Regardless of his hair, you know Deficio puts way more value on warding than he does anything of his own.
I don't know, man. I'm starting to doubt.
But speaking of wards, let's have a look at some of the vision that has been set up. Because you can see from H2K, very defensive line across all of the entrances to their jungle. They're very afraid of what G2 could be trying to do, especially around this blue buff. Now that mid lane is back from H2K, they have to be very defensive. Whereas G2, they want to try and extend their vision line. They want to try and move it so they can start sieging onto this mid-tier 1. Surprised that they haven't moved Caitlyn up onto the middle lane yet. I think they're still wary of the ability for H2K to force that all-in fight.
And additionally, Victor's just so effective at clearing waves. One of those old school control mages that can just keep a game going forever with the power of his wave clear outside of that Baron buff. So G2 instead deciding to divert their resources across the map. Renekton maybe going to push on the top side for now, spending a little bit of time in that Baron pit.
Movement this is great from G2. They pushed up bot. Shen is answering top. Jankos just delaying as long as he can.
Doing what he can. Gravity Field going to clear the minion wave. Rift Herald has been summoned. No minion wave to back her up, though, but it is still going to be a fat chunk off of that tower. Moving in, multiple members have been grounded. Doesn't look like we're going to see the fight. Just the tower taking the end. Perks, though, something different on his mind. At the end of the day, G2 just forcing a slow siege down the mid lane to get yet another advantage.
I don't know if I want to call them zoning ultis from Perks, or if I just want to say that he needs to reevaluate the range.
Those were two equally passive things. They're either zoning ults or they're bad, Vinny. Just pick one.
But he hasn't had a huge success rate. The one that did land was a very crucial one because he got away with his life, and his summoner spells are backup. So Jankos not able to punish him for those lack of summoner spells available. Rod of Ages now completed for him as well, along with the core 3 of the Hex core for Febiven. So things looking certainly bright for the mid lanes.
Aether Wisp may herald a Lich Bane to come as well, so it looks like he wants to be able to continue to trade aggressively with perks.
Not a fan of that, personally. I think that it's very, very risky. Usually the thing about Cassio is you don't want to put yourself in melee range. Like, you put the 2 points in the queue during the laning phase to help you trade, but late game, like, that Cassio will just straight up out DPS you. You really want a bit of magic resistance behind that. I think a Banshee's Veil second would have been fine. Instead, you know, he's going for the Lich Bane. We'll give him a little bit more sustained DPS during these team fights, a little bit more Q spam as well. But we'll see how things work out later on as the game progresses. Right now, HDK continuing to look to try and gain vision control around this Baron area.
And despite the gold deficit they find themselves in, almost 5k in the favor of G2, H2K still moving forward, still placing vision quite proactively, so not willing to count themselves out of this game yet. Blade of the Rune King comes in for the Kog'Maw, sadly quite behind on the curve there. Caitlyn already approaching a finished second item, whereas Kog'Maw hasn't even started. Definitely not where H2K wanted to be, but they do have the scaling power of 2 threats. A Shen to protect them as well. Maybe they can find opportunity as we move later into the game.
Keep your eye on the Renekton though, level 12, sitting in the bottom lane. Odoamne still on the top side. Trick can just interrupt his back. Wait, just... Okay, I don't know why you wouldn't interrupt his back there. Super greedy recall from Odoamne, but he gets away with it, and G2 continue to hold on to their task. Still 3-0 in favor of G2.
What we do is we call those high risk, low reward, next level plays. Because he assumed, never mind, we're gonna hold that thought, because there's some potential aggression. He assumed that there wouldn't be expect moving into the mid lane and forcing a cleanse out, but expect gonna lose a lot of life in this exchange. Mithy not too happy with that change of plans, so are gonna back off, and now the Shen is coming in. Instant cleanse out from Perks. Doing his best, Captain Jack impersonation, not going to find it. Does land the stun. They are now starting to fire back. H2K have to be careful. They have to get out of here, but Nuclear is alive, untouched, as is Febiven. Can they turn this one back? A lot of low health bars.
But Sven isn't there. They're fighting this 4 versus 5. Very risky from the side of G2, but he may be able to get a tower in exchange.
H2K desperate to find that opportunity, that fight in their favor. They see Sven on the sideline. They try to pull the trigger. They're not going to find any kills, however. And now H2K's bottom lane is going to be able to stop the push from going any further. Febiven there to back them up as well. But H2K...
So you're saying H2K, what are they trying to do, Dracos?
I have no idea. Because they're in dire straits at this point, because Febiven, he can one-shot the wave, but he is the only man on this team who can defend a tower right now. G2 just continue to put pressure everywhere. H2K looking like they're starting to succumb to the pressure. You can see on the player cams looks of frustration across the players' faces.
Yeah, things are just really difficult for H2K because there's so many disengage tools on the side of G2 that every time H2K try to force a fight, you get a Cassio ulti in the face, you get a Gragas ulti in the face, and if you even make it through all that, Tahm Kench is just like, and I'm gonna take your lunch away from you and walk it that way to the safety of my turret, while we have someone on the side lane knocking on your tier 2 tower.
There's also a Renekton almost finished a Blade of the Rune King, so if you were wondering if he was fed, that's a...
Definitely going for the side lane split push build. He will kill Shen.
And Sejuani. And Braum.
Not a 5v5.
And Nuclear. Probably not Febiven, but 4 out of the 5 there are definitely going to die to the Blade of the Rune King Black Cleaver, Renekton. Without support from the team at least, so things definitely still looking grim for H2K. And once again, we wanted to see more consistency from this team. We've talked about it. H2K on a slump, up and down across the weeks. We saw from Goldgrass earlier, and this has to be frustrating for the team because we can speculate all we want, but the emotional aspect has to weigh heavily on this team. The emotional roller coaster of winning one week and feeling like you're a top team and then collapsing in a best-of-3 series.
And I want to emphasize, too, this isn't exactly H2K playing badly, right? But I feel like the early game respect wasn't entirely shown for G2. We have to remember Odo giving away first blood because he tried to taunt onto a Renekton and he had no early vision to make sure that that play was safe. In the bottom lane, Nuclear and Che, they pushed up knowing that the enemy had a TP and you didn't because you just tried to make a TP play, and you end up getting punished for it. And it's just these small mistakes coming out from H2K that have resulted in G2 getting ahead in their already winning lanes. And now they're very well executing the lead that they have to slowly close things out, very drawn out. But you always have to remember the scaling on H2K. I'm like a broken record because you always have to remember the win conditions for H2K are Nuclear get 3 items and he does not die in a fight. As long as he can get to 3 items, there's still the potential for H2K to turn this game.
And for those of you not born in the era with records, pretty much this era, he means he's repeating himself a lot, but it's fair. Definitely a valid point. Odoamne overstepping is going to cost yet again. Quick kill, not a lot to say about it. Odoamne drops, and now that tower is in jeopardy. But Victor is there to defend it. Don't know if they have the cojones to dive Fevivin at this point in the game. Braum is there to back him up.
Just a really small thing, but it makes me laugh thinking about, ooh, ulti in mid.
Moving up. Body block coming in from Trick. Ulti going to come out from the Cassia, but Yanko's definitely still in trouble. The Caitlyn more than happy to clean that one up. Trick gonna nab it in the end, and H2K, a death here, a death there against a winning G2 is definitely not what you can afford to do. Tower still held on. The Victor wave clear holding H2K into this game, but each of those towers is steadily being chipped down.
H2K just slowly falling apart at the seams. Pick after pick going in favor of G2. They didn't even have that deep vision. They were just trying to push at mid. Eulcs with no flash was hanging around, and Trick was just constantly standing in front of him, body blocking that Q ability so that there was no way for Eulcs to escape. He's not that tanky at this point in the game. He doesn't have the same early game flash in mid.
Backing off. Mithy gonna save the day for now. Decent damage coming out of Fevivin and Nuclear, but cannot push any further.
And look at all this disengage from G2. We discussed it earlier on about how every time H2K try to make something happen, it's just G2 being like, nope, we're out. We're gonna back off, back off, back off. And now we're seeing this Fnatic playstyle where Sven's just sitting off in the side lane because H2K are trying to group up. And, oh, that was greedy, Eulcs. Come on, you have no vision. You even spam the laugh. Ah, that was disrespect.
Okay, yeah. I was fine up until the last spam, but yo, you just control forward yourself to death. Yep. So maybe rethink that next time. I'm glad he's in a positive mood. I'm glad he's joking, but
is that the face of a man who's joking, Draco?
Oh god, no. It's so sad. Oh, poor
I mean, it's rough, definitely rough.
Yeah, I mean, you're a 0-1.
They were in game 2.
Yeah, you're a 0-1-1 tank against a 4-0-1 Renekton, a 1-0-2 Caitlyn. This is rough. This is a difficult game for H2K. They're lucky. They have some backup here. They have some decent wave clear. The Victor can stop G2 from pushing any further, from taking inhibitors, but you're now in this, I think we can say 10 to 15 minute period where you just have to wait. And you have to hope G2 don't find a larger advantage and hope that you can get enough items that you can go toe-to-toe with the opposition.
And this is where our job becomes really hard, right? Because as entertainers, we need to make sure that the audience doesn't get bored of just the back and forth, just constant farming. So I prepared a bunch of dance moves, but they can't see them. I have no idea why I prepared them. It was a complete waste of time.
That's a bold claim. They could definitely pip us in here and you can for the audience.
So all those dance moves you were talking about, Dragos.
But on top side, Perk still trying to keep it aggressive. Che not able to block the Petrifying Gaze, unfortunately goes through the Unbreakable. May have been too late on the cast as well. But Baron, the big objective to break this game open. G2 not going to take any risks though. They know better. Cannot afford to fight in a pit against a Victor and a Kog'Maw.
So Perk sitting off on the side lane, doing what he can to try and siege down that tower. Will not be able to get it, used his ulti once again. I like how flamboyant he is with the ulti, not afraid to just throw it out there, even if it doesn't miss. It produces an area of zone control, as we like to call them. But in the meantime, Baron vision being set up very heavily from both sides. H2K doing what they can to maintain control over their half of the jungle, but really, the full control is going in G2's favor.
Definitely the case. Gold leads 6K up, 6-1 in kills, 3-0 in towers. H2K very close to getting perfect game if G2 are able to keep it up. Luckily, they have the single kill on Fevivin in the mid lane to stop that from happening. Yanko's playing with fire here. Is going to get aggressive. Shen engage coming. Sven doing what he can to disengage. Trap goes in. Gravity field. Now Odoamne's knocked back to the team. Flash back out. Expect is in the backline. That is a Fed Renekton, but the chain CC comes in. Mithy says no. Out comes the Chaos Storm. No one is dropped yet. Tricky is in trouble. H2K can they turn it? Perks on the front line. Now Fevivin is in trouble. He looks like he might get taken down. Perks is running through the team. Sven is untouched. And G2 are unstoppable.
And Perks just melts through the line of
setup of H2K. Everything was looking so promising, but it all falls apart.
Bye-bye Nuclear. Ace in a hole does not get a chance to connect because it is the twin fang from Perks that will be the death sentence for that little void puppy. G2 crushed the fight.
It was all going so well. Trick was falling in the front lines. Expect wasn't able to get onto the Cogmore. The Caitlyn just wasn't dealing enough damage, but then Perks comes in, the knight in shining armor, getting a beautiful ulti. His damage just eviscerates H2K, and they have no answers.
G2. 10K gold lead. We saw H2K in the same position last time. H2K closed it with confidence. Can G2 do the same thing? Is this the end of their slump?
You can just see H2K. They try to force the fight here, which was fine. The setup is good. Expect he gets chunked out right from the get-go. So much CC and peel has already been used. Sven isn't able to damage anyone. Then here comes Perks. The beautiful flash, ulti, hits onto 3 members, and just watch as H2K melts. Sven can now do the damage. Perks is free to hit on them as well. The front line for G2 doing what it's supposed to do, and Nuclear, he's just left to die.
Perks, a little BM here, but gets it in the end. And guys, you feel for that Victor. Realizes he's stunned, maybe a tenth of a second later cleanses. But already there is a big fed crocodile in your face, and there's just no getting out after that. You cannot afford to make those mistakes. And you see how much damage the H2K carries can do. This comp can win late game fights, but unfortunately, just not enough in these exchanges. And with a Baron buff now backing up G2, the threat of Sven, the threat of Expect in these side lanes may just be overwhelming for H2K.
And you look at the composition from H2K and you think that, you know, maybe this wasn't the best choice, but as a comp, it's fine. It does nothing wrong. They should be able to hold their own in the majority of these lanes, but they just executed poorly in the early game. They gave G2's winning lanes the advantages they needed to snowball, and they have been unrelenting in their pressure as they continue to do so in the bottom lane.
G2 fighting Fnatic for the top of Group A. This win could very well help them take that place back for themselves. Misfits in that battle as well. G2 want to be undisputed #1 in their group. We're moving on to try to be #1 in Europe once again. H2K, a team that has fallen flat in the past and may just fall flat here against G2. This is a rough match for them. And realistically, very few options left. H2K hoping maybe they find the right engage, the right opportunity to come back.
And you'd hope that if you're an H2K fan, there's still the Cogmore potential, but it's not like Caitlyn's bad at scaling herself. She's gotten the 3.5 items, QSS completed too. It becomes even harder to shut her down. And that Cogmore, yeah, sure, he has the late game threat, but you just can't afford to underestimate that of G2's either.
Definitely the case. Expect pushing into the mid lane. Feven going to do what he can to clear the minions, but the team is split up, and that means Sven is going to get some free hits down onto this tower. Making it pretty easy for the squad. H2K, if they want to force an engage, they need to do it while this tower is up. See if that is the option for them. Single autos coming in from Sven. Not risking anything more in each of these exchanges.
And you can see, I believe that is a slow push being set up in the top lane as well. So G2, this is the 1-4 setup that you want. Utilizing the Baron to its best. Have Expect just keep pushing in the middle lane. Use these Baron empowered minions and slowly walk them into the base of H2K. H2K, they're running out of options. They either have to force a fight or concede their base.
Backing off, Trick knocking Chain back into the team, but he's going to leap to safety. Stand behind me, he says, trying to make a way out. G-Town now pushing in onto the inhibitor. Where is the engage going to come from? What are the options left? H2K conceding this one. The team is split up. They cannot find the fight. Sven is free hitting onto this Nexus. Desperation as they try to find an opportunity to go in onto Perks, but it's not going to happen. H2K are falling apart. G2 just continue to pressure forward.
The front line of H2K is down. The engagement is lost. H2K, they're struggling as G2 go for the final fight.
The exhaust. Che tries to find the disengage. It's expected to the back line. Fevivin, the Shen will try to save him, but it's too little, too late. Expect now dominating. He has yet to die in this game, and no one is going to kill him today as Mithy pulls him out. G2 taking down 2 members may just look to end the game right here.
They've lost the Baron, but they have the minion waves they need to end the game. Only Shen alive. Only Nuclear there left to keep the scrap going. G2, their eyes are on the inhib. Will they bother trying to end?
Second inhibitor falls. Super minions are not going to be there yet for the team. The first wave may come on the bottom side. They may not need it. Sven continuing to auto. Keep your eyes on Nuclear. Fevivin spawning in 20 seconds. Options running out for H2K. They're already behind, but now Trick is looking to start the fight. Knocking back, Expect in the middle of everything. Sven laying down some traps, setting up the fight for himself. He is untouchable. Perks now now on a killing spree. Options out for H2K. G2 dominating the opposition here in Game 3, and there is just nothing left. Eulcs, desperation, Febiven trying to get something, but there are no options. There is no escape. G2 honestly could just end right now, but they are having a little bit of fun with this one. Finally, it looks like it may come out. Are they going to let Perkz die? Doesn't look like it's the case. Ladies and gentlemen, G2 take down H2K.
Very clean Game 3 from G2 Esports. They looked convincing throughout it. They utilized their winning lanes. Expect looked angry. I mean, his face didn't, but his playstyle certainly did.
He was aggressive. Perkz picked him up. We gave you a game on Renekton. Look what you did. Look what you can become. And G2, we wanted to know who was going to come out of their slump. Looks like G2 is the answer. Looking back on form here in EU, taking down another top team, no longer scraping wins against bottom teams where they can find them. They may have lost a game in the regular season, but they have not lost a series since Rift Rivals, and that is something that they can be proud of.
Yeah. You have to give props to H2K as well. I feel like that there were a lot of strengths coming out from them. Their Game 1, they played a lot of the game extremely well, even after all the pressure that Febiven was under. He was still able to become that late game casting threat. They were playing the 1-3-1 beautifully, but then they just fell into the trap of going for that final team fight, and they ended up losing Game 2. They just looked super convincing. And I feel like Game 3, they were just minor execution errors. Just either a lack
Single
of respect
oversteps.
or, yeah, just oversights.
Against a Renekton, which is, there's a lot of champions you can't afford to make mistakes against. Renekton is definitely one of them.
And it's got to feel rough for H2K, because to lose like that just feels really demoralizing.
Yeah, because when we look at it, Odoamne was not making the wrong choice to win his lane.
Right.
He was making a choice that would have helped him, that could have helped him win the lane against a very difficult matchup, but it ends up costing him his life because Trick is there to punish him.
Yep, and it just happened time and time again down the bottom lane. And then like there were just few answers for you to come back in, because your comp is so reliant on scaling that you have to wait to get to that scaling point. But you're always that half an item behind, that every time you try to make a fight happen, you're always going to be at the deficit. And G2 did such a great job of keeping that gap and just slowly extending it and bleeding H2K out of that game.
We did not see the same calm, collected play from H2K that we saw in Game 1. Well, G2 took a crucial win to close out the series. For more on that, let's head over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Obviously, we're also going to get a word with the winners, G2, in just a bit. But I do kind of want to focus in on what we saw from G2. We did right after, hugging each other, just showing a lot of emotion, because I can only imagine that this must mean a lot to them. And you, as part of a team that has also recently booked a big victory, how important will this win be for G2?
Well, they just turn around from Rift Rivals, and also they just start to winning, being a G2, so I think it's really good for them.
What makes you say G2? Is this kind of the style that they play to, or?
Yeah, just before G2 feels like just undefeated, and then it looks like just really strong, so he's getting like that right now. So
yeah, it seems to be getting better overall.
Yeah, big win overall. Like, as we said, H2K is meant to be a top team here in Europe. G2 take them down, now move on. You know, G2 haven't had the best results across multiple games in the last couple of weeks. This is actually a really nice morale boost for G2 as a whole. But specifically for the league team, we have asked so many questions of this team over the last 6 months. We have said a lot of their mistakes, what we thought was wrong, and finally we're starting to see growth on fixing some of these areas. And I think that is why this is such a significant win.
Absolutely so. And when we look at their opponents, the instinct, and of course it is a heartbreaking loss for H2K, and it is a tough one, but I feel like I walk away with quite a good feeling about H2K as well. It just seems that G2 is stronger at this point and is getting back to form. Do you feel disappointed more by H2K, or do you feel like they did the best they could do, but today G2 was not beatable?
I think the worrying thing about H2K is that they're not really fixing their issues. They kind of have the same strength and the same weaknesses that we've been seeing before. They come prepared with great drafts, with great team comps, and then they're not really able to pull it off when the early game, when the early mid game gets too aggressive, which is what we saw in this last game of the series as well. So I think that's a worrying trend for H2K.
And it's a trend that isn't even a new one. I think they have fixed some of their issues around the early game that we saw maybe in Game 1 going into Game 2, which crop up from now and again. The one thing H2K keep doing is picking what Prolly has called before these difficult drafts. intentionally picking them, a Shen that ends up losing lane, a scaling mid laner, and a scaling AD carry, and saying, okay, we're good enough to play this out, but then you lose the early game and you lose the game from it. This is an H2K mistake we have seen a couple of times every single split that H2K have been in the LCS.
But do you agree on the fact that you think the draft was lacking in the third game?
Yeah, it looks like good, but you can't team fight with that comp, that's the problem. So G2 just did really good all the game, and then same time, it's really hard to do a good really game with that comp, so.
And G2 also expect was having a good series once again. When he is on a pick that isn't Jarvan or something that he can make plays with, he does great. Expect is our player of the series, and that is always usually an indicator of the team gelling really well. Obviously, Perks last week was also an indicator of that, but if we think back to MSI, when Expect was feeling good and making the plays, G2 was feeling good, so that's a good indicator.
Yeah, great indicator. Expect, especially the Renekton game, I think it highlighted what SOAS at Rift Rivals felt is when you're on Shen on the other side, you can't get back into the game. Expect is just taking over the entire game on Renekton, running around the map, killing people anytime he finds his way onto them. And it's good to see Expect because, again, another member of G2 that's had a lot of criticism. I think this was a good series for him overall.
Yep. So is this then the return of G2?
I said before the series that I think that return has already started, and this is just such a big momentum boost in that direction. I mean, they had the win versus Splice, and now this important win as well. I think G2 are definitely on a strong roll.
On the right path, G2 coming up with a dominating performance to secure the win. Let's see what their AD carry has to say after that series.
Thank you very much, Shox and the guys. I am joined by Sven, or Lord Sven, as I should probably call you. Obviously, as an Englishman, I have to respect the lordly ways that you have. I want to talk a little bit about this series, but before I do, I want to talk about how you guys are coming off Rift Rivals, because it was a disappointing performance for G2 and for Europe in general, but you guys seem to have bounced back very well.
I mean, yeah, Rift Rivals sucked. I agree. We lost 5 games out of 6, and the one game we won was not even like that good. We kind of threw away a huge gold lead, because one guy was trolling, and all our games we kind of just lost randomly out of nowhere. We didn't like just lose. We just threw the game somewhere randomly. We were ahead, we were behind, we got stomped. So Rift Rivals was like not a wake-up call, because that was the first matches against Fnatic, Unicorns, and so on. Like Rift Rivals was that second alarm you put after the first one to make sure you wake up. So now we're here, and I think we had a team talk about it, and everyone is more happy now, and we scrim better. We have better scrim ethic, or whatever you call it. Like we scrim better and more productive, I think. So yeah, Rift Rivals changed something for sure.
A bit of an attitude shift perhaps in the G2 house?
It's not that we have bad behavior or like we're insulting each other or something like that. We're all good friends anyways, but we just like didn't have the best scrims of productivity, or like we didn't learn as much as we could learn from our scrims. And I think now we are doing much better in scrims, not only like winning or losing wise, but we're also like making the scrims better for ourselves to learn more, and we talk more about drafts, and we have better preparation for our games. So I think we're on a good track.
Okay, we don't often talk about sort of scrim ethic and the background behind it. I'm going to push you a little bit further. What is it specifically that's made your scrims better? What means that you can learn more from them?
I mean, EU already had bad scrim ethics, or whatever you call it, where if you fall behind, you just FF. If at 20 minutes you're behind, just pause and go next game. We don't talk very well about the games in the post-game review. Things like this, where EU has already bad scrim behavior, and we're just like, oh, we all died, let's pause and go next game. But now we're not pausing games until the next just explodes, and we're trying our hardest to come back. And when we're behind, try to make it hard for any team to win, like make them sweat for it, make them make a mistake. And when we're ahead, we try to play it slow and calculated, so we can't risk losing. So yeah.
You do seem to have a much slower style than other teams, especially on the new patch. Like H2K, when they beat you, overall there were 35 kills in the game, and then in both of your wins, there were 35 kills together. So what is it that makes you want to play slower on this patch?
I think that game is like what we want to avoid. When you're behind, you want to play slow, and you want to make them take 10, 15 minutes to get Baron. But that game, we didn't do it so well. That's what we were practicing. But when we're ahead, we want to just play slower and not risk fighting over the loss. Also, your question was what, sorry?
Yeah, why are you playing slower as a team?
Okay, yeah. So it was right.
You answered it.
Yeah, we're playing slower because when we're playing like our old style, whatever you want to call it, we tend to throw away games where we will get caught, or we'll fight when we shouldn't fight. And there's one way to play when you're ahead that makes you not lose no matter what. If you play it perfect, you can't lose no matter what, unless you get outplayed somehow, but you take the fight yourself. So we try to play perfect, kind of, our risk-free style that when you're ahead, you win. When you're behind, you make it hard for the opponent.
Well, some of your games did actually look pretty perfect, especially that game one. I'm going to ask you to rate yourself at the moment. Where do you think G2 stands as a team versus the other top teams in Europe?
I mean, I think HJK is a very good team. They play well today, I think. I think they're kind of on our level. I think Fnatic is still a good team. I just see a bit more games from them. They have this new style. They play meta AD carries now, and they probably play a bit different champions everywhere else too. There's also a huge patch now with Broxa might be playing tank junglers now, so that might change their style a little bit. So I think Fnatic, HJK, and us are still the top teams, and then Unicorns seem to be not doing too well recently. So I think we're in the top still.
So you're the S tier and they're sort of the A tier.
Also, Misfits is a good team too.
Okay, that's really interesting to hear. I think that's it from us for now. I'm going to hand it back over to the analyst desk, but thank you very much for joining me, Lord Sven. Shox, take it away.
Thank you very much, Medic. A wonderful interview there and some great answers from Sven. A lot to jump on. I really like the insight into, I feel like we're prepping better, we're trying to draft better, which does hint at a bit of complacency before. And I can imagine maybe if they came from MSI and they did so well and they know they dominated EU before, do you understand that maybe there was a bit of, not taking it too serious from G2?
Well, I don't know, maybe they have some problems, but we don't know exactly. Maybe it's some kind of struggling in Scrim. Also, we did really struggling in Scrims. Maybe that's why actually we win today, because we're actually fixing some problems in Scrim also. So yeah.
Well, you did win today. Unicorns of Love were the victims, unfortunately for them, and it was quite a big upset. Not a lot of people had seen you guys winning that series, so overall, except for Wadid being a god, what went so good about this match?
Well, we just try to do not some fail, and then try to just focus and chill, not aggressive, and then focus, and then we win. Yeah.
We saw a couple of what Wadid likes to call the traps of 7-14 coming out here. We saw the Cho'Gath in the jungle, we saw the Kayn in the jungle. What are your thoughts on some of the new stuff we saw in the series reviewing the Unicorns?
Well, it's quite early to judge some picks are bad or really good, but I think still have some chance for good picks. Kayn also get buffed next patch also, and then Cho'Gath, it looks good if you just change CC, and then yeah, every champion has chance to good, yeah.
This is different from Wadid when the cameras are off. Wadid's like, there's traps, the Cho'Gath's a trap.
Noob traps is what he called it.
The Kayn is a trap because he needs to snowball super hard. It's okay.
No, no, but obviously, I guess players often get seduced into taking the new picks or trying the new picks, even though they might be not so versed on it. But we did see very good Cho'Gaths today as well. I wanted to jump on what you said about taking it easy sometimes in the game more, because last week, for instance, you guys had good early games. You've had a lot of good early games over the split, over the second half of the split. But then in the mid game, it didn't really work out. You threw the lead. So was that specifically what you're trying to work on this week?
Yeah, that's why we just more focus on Scream also. And then try to make some play. Don't be like really defense, and then just don't be afraid. Just go for play when you have tempo. Just do right play at right time. That's our motto right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. I think that really showed in the series, because what I was expecting coming in is for Rocket to have these strong early games, but then Unicorns to just take over in the team fights. But I think Unicorns did not team fight as well as we used to see in Rocket. You were really good in the teamfight department compared to what I'm used to, so good job.
And I think one of the biggest things for me is a frustration is Unicorns making the same mistakes. It has been week after week after week of the same mid-focused mistakes.
But they kept winning, but now...
But now they're losing, and there is absolutely no disrespect, because your win was a great win. But when you look at a team that is at the top of a table, you expect them to keep winning and fix their issues at the same time. And that is something that Unicorns just aren't doing. They didn't fix the issues, and you did a great job of taking them apart through the middle lane.
Yeah, and the Unicorns of Love are, of course, a team that is always very based around the team cohesion and whatnot. I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn here, but maybe some other team would have made changes in the lineup for that. And I think that is also something that I respect about the Unicorns. They always stick with what they have and build the players, even if in the eyes of the community they are kind of subpar. But I do wonder, when does breaking point come? And I know this is a very difficult thing to talk about because we're not in the team, but obviously we know that Exile has been underperforming for a while, so something needs to be done.
I think there's always going to be times when a player in the fans or the viewer's mind is going to be underperforming. I think the Unicorns fundamentally treat themselves as more of a family than a team, and I think that is why they will stick by their own players, and I actually have a lot of respect for that. I think Unicorns can find a style that this will work for them, but they need to stop the hemorrhaging in mid lane. They cannot give up so much, and that is possible to fix with the players they have already.
Well, also an interview that Sheepy had a couple of weeks ago where he was asked about, obviously, the Exile because he is the person that we're all looking at, and he said, well, it's all a team thing because someone didn't call miss. And I don't agree with that 100% because sometimes he makes individual mistakes, but as you say, in general, they just go for plays so often that you're like, oh, this is, you know, complete win or a complete loss when they go all in. That's what we respect about them, but I'd love to see how they turn it around. Do you see them turning it around, the Unicorns of Love? And we're being a bit overdramatic, but because they only lost one series in the last 4, but...
I definitely think that Unicorns are still a top team in Europe. There's no doubt in my mind about that. Speaking about Exile more in particular, though, I'd like to see them adapt their style a bit more around that. I remember we had some criticism of Joko earlier on in the season, and then the adaptation that was made was to put him on a jungle like Ivern, to be more of the supportive player, to not have to make this sort of a mechanical plays. I think doing something similar for Exile is get him on these wave clearing mid laners, hug your tower, just don't fall far behind, and contribute in the team fights. That would be something that we want to go for, because what we've been seeing the failures in the Unicorns of mid lane is when he's pushed up really far.
But did you agree?
Yeah, I agree, yes.
All right, cool. Let's take a look at the standings because that's really cool for you guys. Roccat, they're closing in on Misfits Gaming 3-6 versus 4-3, so only one series win difference there at least. So how likely are the playoffs for Roccat this split? You came so close last time.
Well, at this time, we're also a bit like, it looks like not a really good chance for that, but we just, you know that like late season Roccat is Kingslayer, you know.
7 series wins in a row, man. Just do it.
And the first win of that potentially being against the Unicorns. None of the other teams really have got that kind of a win recently. The other group, Group B, we're going to see a lot more play over the coming days. There's a real tight race in the bottom of Group B because Mysterious Monkeys are on the up, Vitality are on the up, Splice. They're looking okay, but there's possibility of wins being taken off them.
All very interesting teams you mentioned. Let's take a look at the matchups for tomorrow. The Mysterious Monkeys and Misfits are facing off in their first match of the day, and then Splice and the Ninjas in Pajamas. So there seems to be opportunities for all 4 teams. Misfits obviously just lost last week, and then the Mysterious Monkeys are on the up and up. So do we see an upset here in one of those 2 matches?
I think we might. This is Mysterious Monkeys, the former Misfits Academy, taking on their sister team, and it might be Monkey See, Monkey Do on 7-14, because I really think the split push style could undo Misfits if Misfits start slowing down in the game.
Well, we'll see. We had a lot of action today, a lot of action coming the next 3 days, but it's time for us to log off for the night. Thank you very much, Wadid, for joining us on the desk. A pleasure. And for you guys, thank you so much for watching. We will be back here tomorrow for more battles on the Rift. Have a great night.
So far, and I want to see them do more with this, but look how... Oh, Exile, what
is he going to go down? That's the ignite! He goes into the Sanguine Pool, but you're just going to burn down!
Oh my god, I fucked up so badly. Go rumble, go rumble, go rumble. Nice.
Look.
Good nice.
And this is the fight that Roccat wanted. They get to holy moly that feast onto Orchiana, but somehow he survives. We'll have poultry tonight, they say, and we'll take your Nexus 1-0, Roccat.
But
I want to see a Kane. I want to see a Kane.
First game of Kane.
Can he retreat from Roccat? Yes, he can. The kiting is superb. Roccat are gonna get ace around this Rift Herald.
Oh, you got him actually. I didn't know.
Unicorns of Love are going to strike back. They will equalize the series. It will be 1-1. Faxit here healing up so much as well, and Chachi has no flash. Roccat looking for the second kill. Oh my goodness gracious me. Bright Silk is going to try and take out Exile, but he just can't do it.
Nice. That's the flash, that's the flash. Sage. Kolke, afterwards. Go back, you go back.
Onto Shannon, and he puts down the Hexagol to Maiden Buchanan is surviving, and Roccat are able to take 2 kills. Is this the start of a winning spree? We'll have to wait and see, but Roccat today will take the 2-1.
I am the true Faker Slayer. But why?
Full cask is up and available for Jankos. Will get knocked back into the team. Knockdown comes in, but Minty's going to drop first blood for H2K. Breaking up the fight. Fevin moving forward, but Perks Can hit up as much as he can. Che trying to save the day, get Odoamne out of there. Trick on the way out as well. Fevin finally going to find a kill. Yanko's leaping forward. Where's the follow-up? Not going to get a kill. Sven now the one in trouble. Minty going to do what he can to save. On the way in, Fevin looking for the kill. That's going to be it. Leap forward. Minty next on the menu. To activate the thick skin, buy himself a bit of time. He will, but the shield is decaying. Oh! Expect that's the start of the fight that they wanted. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Trick. Looking for a little bit more. Both teams have a bit of fun at the end of the day, but it's G2 who's going to come out on top with that win. Going to get a little something back. May not have happened in the bottom lane, but he is set up now to get the kill. Flashes over the Dark Sphere.
Nice. Really close.
Oh, John's here.
Nice.
Alistar. I need help.
Okay. No feast, actually. Just a smite trick moving forward.
Oh.
Can he get it? Yanko's going to take it down in the end. A close call. They are going to tie up the series and bring us to that game 3.
I can turn on.
Nice. Oh, yeah, baby.
Nice.
Let's go. I'm moving behind him. Kill the Inter.
Are they going to let Perks die? Doesn't look like it's the case. Ladies and gentlemen, G2 take down H2K.